one hand and dribble the skin. Soft hook left hand, I can make your neck spin. 36-inch chain till TSA, I don't play. Ice touching gums as my tennis bat breaks. I'll be taking all the miles while they're jogging in place. Kumquat, don't be sour, I'll be squashing the grapes. Take another sip of pain, no cause or lace. Got another up my sleeve past the gold cuff lace. Digital on a stick, 30 seconds a split. Smoking like a Pinto or a lab experiment. I'll be calling all the shots, be it Curry or Kobe. I got a fast tongue, so I know your girl know me. Gloss you in the neck, I'm hot just like Naomi. You were like a speck, you Arena, you a Cody. It doesn't even matter which person you choose. The mic is in my hand and I will not. I stay funky, doing donuts in a band. I stay funky, battle goes wherever I am. I stay funky. I don't know who's ready to spit. Just know you're going down with my 58 clips. I stay funky. Honey's taking back to the crib. I stay funky. Get the club popped off like pain. I stay funky. I don't know who's ready to spit. Just know you're going down with my 58 clips.
Just know you're going down with my 58 clips. Just know you're going down with my 58. Just know you're going down. Who's ready to spit? Just know you're going down with my 58 clips. Just know you're going down with my 58 clips.
I stay funky, doing donuts in a band. I stay funky, battle goes wherever I am. I stay funky, I don't know who's ready to spit. Just know you're going down with my 58 clips. I stay funky, honey's taking back to the crib. I stay funky, get the club popped off like pain. I stay funky, I don't know who's ready to spit. Just know you're going down with my 58 clips.
y'all. Hello. Where is... I think. Hello. Hi. Good afternoon, guys. I guess I'm a little eepy. I haven't had my caffeine today, but I'll make that later in the day. Probably like a couple hours into the stream, I'll gotta make myself some coffee. Had some soda, but that didn't really do much for me. I wanted to crack open like 4 more cans, but I know that's bad, and all that sugar isn't good for my vocal cords. I need to get rid of like half of the fucking redeems just because they don't work with this model. They just don't. Because it ends up attaching to my hair and it just doesn't work. And I haven't set up a way to fix any of it. Look, floating glasses. Here, we'll use this, okay? See, it's attached to my fucking hair. It ain't working. It can't work. Let's see what else I can do though. Cat ears? No, I haven't set up anything. I haven't set up anything, period. Bleh. I'm too lazy. I'm way too lazy. Okay, hold on. Let me open this. I mean, not that the cat ears don't work. I just have to manually... I was supposed to say manually aim it. Manually fit them on my head. Where is it? Meow, meow. Meow, meow. I think this is it? This out of the way. Okay, wait, how do I, there we go. Just looking for this. There. Now I'll go ahead and complete everything. I have 432 requests that I never mark them as complete. So I'll go ahead and do that now. Yeah, I never bother doing any of that stuff. I'm lazy. Smile. I refunded your points though. Smile, double smile. Okay. Let's see. I was here. I went in and edited some volume. Put on 432. No, not 432 glasses requests. 432 requests in general, I mean. Fame's at a good place. Hey! Casper! Oh boy. Relax. Okay. Yeah, I don't remember what the hell we were doing. Shit. I'm pretty sure Battler just like fucking went to the kitchen, and then all the servants, well, not all of them, the servants in the kitchen tried to convince him, along with Maria. We're like, hey, witches are real. Beatrice is right behind you. He looks behind him and then he just starts laughing, and he immediately aura farmed. And he was like, you guys are funny. I don't believe it unless I see it. And then he fucked off, I guess. Alright, after a meal, some people tend to head to the bathroom while others prefer to relax for a bit. It seemed that several people had left the parlor just like I did when I went to the kitchen to drink some water. You did not go to the kitchen to drink some water. Went to the kitchen. I forgot she had fucking... I forgot she was packing heat. I totally forgot. In the end, Aunt Nazi reluctantly retracted her order that everyone remain packed into the parlor, on the condition that no one headed out on their own or strayed too far. In any case, if 11 people are shut up in the same room starting early in the morning, the air is going to stagnate. Also, quite some time had passed, so everyone was starting to recover from the shock of that morning, and their sense of danger might have been weakening too. However, it was a certain fact that 6 people had been killed inside this mansion. What's the volume? Can you guys hear this okay? I guess we'll hear when, So it says it's pretty low. It says it's only 40 decibels. It was a certain fact that 6 people had been killed inside the matches. No one was completely negligent. So whenever they went out into the hallway for a breath of fresh air, trying to act tough, they would quickly get scared of standing there isolated, and would eventually return to the parlor. I guess it's like the north wind and the sun. If you force someone to stay shut in, they'll resist. But if you tell them to do whatever they want, they'll come back obediently. People really do like not doing what they're told. It's called reverse psychology. When the servants finished cleaning up from the meal, they returned obediently to the parlor, just as Aunt Nancy had told them to, and they sat on a sofa near the entrance, patiently awaiting orders. Maria, almost as though she had suddenly finished playing witches, had returned to the pure Maria I knew well, saying, What in the world happened back there? I hadn't felt even an atom of the presence of this person called Beatrice, who was supposedly standing behind me invisible. However, it felt like I'd glimpsed a little of that presence inside Maria. Foreshadowing? Whoa. You're right. When Maria starts talking about witches, her personality changes. You guys just now are noticing? Battler, you also saw it down by the beach yesterday, right? What, you mean that scorpion keychain? No, I don't mean like when her feelings were hurt. I'm talking about her having like a dual personality or something. Was everyone aware of like Maria having this like split personality, or that she starts tweaking when witches are involved, but me? It's like, oh yeah, don't worry, Battler, she's just like that sometimes. She just starts laughing maniacally, and also her face shape changes and she starts laughing this crazy ass fucking laugh. Don't sweat it, man. Yeah, don't worry, that happens sometimes too. That thing Maria did when she was talking about the magic circles does happen every now and then. It's freaky though. Apparently, Jessica had spotted that Maria a few times. I just happened to catch it at a bad moment and was pretty freaked out seeing it for the first time. So, what is that? Does she have a dual personality or something? Or are you saying that her spiritual sense really is that strong and she's being possessed by a spirit or whatever? No, I don't think it's that. Haven't you ever experienced it? When you were small, didn't you ever want to be someone other than yourself? And not to Maria's extent. Oh boy. When humans are born, no one has individuality. However, when they reach their growth period, their sense of self starts to be born. They want to be different than other people. But since everyone in their class is learning the same things at the same rate and being forced into the same lifestyle, of course they're not going to find anything that makes them different from everyone else around them. Once they realize that, the first thing they do is to start breaking the rules in what's called the rebellious stage. Since everyone else follows the rules, they want to show off their individuality by breaking them. So even those who try to act tough, mocking everyone around them and calling them childish, can actually be viewed as cute kids searching for themselves if you look at it that way. Well, I'm lecturing about all this like I'm so smart, but I actually got it secondhand from George Umineko. I myself was one of those embarrassing guys who thought it was cool to act like a little bastard. Well, that was when I was at the age where you try to show off for the opposite sex. The main feature of the growing period lies in an impulse to break away from your life as a kid, like a chick trying to crack open the shell of their egg. Do you know what makes children and adults different? Their ability to think? Age? Or do you mean size? No, it's experience. Adults can look down on children because children have very little life experience. The reason they snort at everything children say is because they think kids know nothing about the real world. Yeah, I understand that. I jammed. Thank you so much for the raid, howdy. Here. Oh my god, it's a little dancing glorp. What the fuck? What is that little thing? How was your stream? What were you up to? Hi Raiders, my name's Eve. Right now we're playing Umineko. Umineko is like a... How do I best describe this? It is a mystery visual novel. And I'm barely like into the first maybe 20 hours of the game, and I haven't cracked past the first like episode still. I've been reading through Umineko too. People happy? Really? How far are you? I don't want to... Well, you're probably much farther along than I am. About 35 hours in. Almost done with the second chapter. What the fuck already? Let me look how many hours I have collectively on this game on Steam.
You can't have a rainbow without
I'm 21 hours in, and I'm still not done with the first chapter. You play at a crazy rate. Damn. I'm slow as hell. Oh. But I heard like the first hump for Umineko is like always, or is the first episode, on account of the fact that it's like, it sets the tone and then the thing happens and it's like, whoa, oh my god, whoa. But yeah, if you need to go, what do you call it? Take a break, eat, drink, etc., please do. Play on your, oh yeah, like a little, like a little book before bed. Except it's Umineko. You ever see, I keep saying this every time someone comes in. Like, did you ever watch that video where the guy like compares Umineko to the Bible? I think he's so right for that, and I'm not even anywhere near close to finish. He was so right for saying that. Thankfully, I've forgotten like everything he said, because I watched that video like 2 years ago now, I think. But he was so right for saying that this thing is as important as the Bible. He's so right for that. But yeah, I'm just past the first part where everything happens. We're past, rather this part is right after the part where Battler starts laughing at everyone tweaking over Beatrice being real. When you're a kid, you talk like you've got life all figured out somehow, trying to act like an adult. No matter what kids say, adults just snort at them and say they're too naive, or that they'll understand when they get older or something. Well, it's probably true, but to a kid it's just annoying, like they're being looked down on. I get it. It's a question of knowledge and experience. Well, I guess you're right that there's no reason to respect a person for their age if they just wasted their lives. Therefore, during the period when they try to separate themselves from other children, they also try to take on personality traits different from those around them. Are you saying that's why Maria's tweaking so much? Hell no. And if knowledge and experience is what separates kids and adults, I get it. If they know something no one else knows, it becomes part of their identity. You know, when I was in elementary school, I'd learn things no one else knew. Get things no one else had, wear things no one else wore, and became a hero for it. I'll bet you've done the same thing, Battler. Yeah, there was definitely an age when I wanted to excel in some skill or other. I see. So that's because I was trying to separate myself from being a child, or going through my growing period, in other words. If you put a positive spin on it, the growing period forces you to separate yourself from others, thereby pushing you to gain skills and knowledge no one else has. Oh, totally forgot. Returning to Spog, Michael, Mosi, and Tsukimi, thank you so much for the follows. People happy. You guys are my favorite followers. Smile. I'm sorry if I sound a bit congested. I'm still recovering from a bit of a cold I had a week ago, for crying out loud. This is also interesting from a sociological standpoint. Because people hate being like everyone else, they try to learn skills other people don't know. In this way, society can acquire the broad range of skills it needs to survive. The quality of the gods' programming is truly surprising. Well, unique personality traits can also be negative, right? Like, if, say, everyone in the class was studying hard, but I was the only one slacking off trying to stand out. Okay, that last bit really was true about me. It's only recently that I've been able to thank the middle school teacher who slapped me after school. But, I'd try to jump over things no one else could, sprint as fast as I could, trying to lap those guys with good grades when we did a marathon. I just felt like doing it. It was in my nature that, if I couldn't study well, at least I could get back at them by exercising. It sucks too, because I just finished like being sick like maybe 4 weeks ago. So like another month and I'm sick again. Come on, man. What'd I do? What'd I do to deserve this? I guess not getting my flu shot. I need to go do that. There we go, I skipped over something. It's in my nature that if I couldn't study well, blah blah blah, go through a proper growing period. I guess boys really do tend to focus more on physical stuff. But you know, girls at the same age tend to focus more on mental, spiritual things. I'll bet there were groups of girls in your class that got really interested in fortune-telling and their spiritual senses. Well, that was more of a high school thing. It's more of a now thing, actually. Yeah, there were. And they'd come over asking me for my sign, my blood type, where I was born, my social security number, my mother's maiden name, and they'd laugh and go, "Oh, I thought so." This still happens. It's so funny. It's so funny. I was like, oh my gosh, that's such a Gemini thing to do. That's such a Taurus thing to do, etc., etc. It really got on my nerves.
女子は占いが
No matter which class you go to, girls like fortune telling.
決まって霊感に強いだの弱いだの感受性がどうこう見えないものが見えちまうだの
Deciding whether your spirit sense is strong or weak, what your sensitivity is, whether you can see the unseeable, that kind of thing definitely happened to me. Oh, bye, Jams. Take care. Good luck with your work stuff. Hope it's not too much of a drag. That's because fortune telling and spiritual senses are things that aren't taught in school. To girls who tend to be more introverted, it's a genre that's easy to build an identity upon, and one that holds a lot of interest for them. Excuse me. Just like how when boys enter their growing period, they start acting tough and rebel against adults. What I read? Oh, whatever. Just like how when boys enter their growing period, they start acting tough and rebel against adults. When girls enter their growing period, they start getting interested in that kind of thing. No, I didn't though. So Maria having so much interest in the occult, isn't that rare among girls her age? Even if we accept that, I wonder if it explains that creepy dual personality thing. Actually, I think I could probably accept that explanation more or less. Oh, oops. As you just said, becoming an adult means gaining knowledge and experience. So to gain that, it's necessary for children to learn all sorts of things and break free from childhood. However, there are certain convenient delusions that you see often in the world of children, both now and in the past. Are we talking about being a chuny or what? Being a chuny or what? You know what I mean? Yeah, they are. You see it all the time in manga and anime, right? It's kind of like that. Like you've got memories from previous life that start to resurface. Like you're being possessed by the soul of the great something something or whatever. Oh, or it could be that a sleeping gene gets awakened, or maybe a sealed power or memory returns. All kinds of things like that. For some reason, stuff like that's really popular at that age. What's that? Oh no, anime? Is it the anime and shows you guys just mentioned? All of those examples you've just mentioned are illusions that let children immediately add to their sum of knowledge and experience. If a 9-year-old girl says she has a 1,000-year-old witch possessing her, then she gains a 1,009-year-old identity. Basically, studying is annoying, but these delusions are convenient for people who want to brag about having a skill no one else has, amazing the people around them. Fraser kid or else they're gonna pretend they're possessed by a fucking 1,000-year-old witch. If you start hitting your kids like Aunt Rosa does, she'll turn out like Maria. So you could brag about something without having to work hard or study. I see. Isn't that a kid's greatest dream? Furthermore, in their desire to separate themselves from being kids, they always project an image of their ideal self. And it's not rare for that desired self to become an alternate personality. Even you, Battler-kun, you probably had a slightly different personality at home and at school, right? It'd probably be embarrassing if your friends at school saw how you were at home. At school, you try to project yourself as you want to be. At home is where you're your true self.
つまりキャラクターの使い分けと
So, in other words, I'm changing my personality depending on the situation.
人格の多重化は
Are you trying to say having multiple personalities is actually really common?
オカルトが好きな女子はそれを憑依と言ったり覚醒
A girl who's a fan of the occult might say she's being possessed or awakened.
正直ドン引きする
Honestly, there are some kids who change their personality so much it's creepy. Like Maria, yeah, like Maria right now, right? And some boys do it too, right? Guys who say they've blown their top and suddenly turn into some overplayed, violent character. I'll bet they think it's pretty cool, but it's painful to watch.
つまりおさらいするとだ
Let's sum this all up.
マリアくらいの年
So you're saying that even if a girl about Maria's age shows a creepy second personality like she did a minute ago, it's not actually a rare or unusual thing? That's bullshit. That fucking kid is possessed. It is not right for a kid to go and make that fucked up looking CG face we saw. Can I revisit those actually? No, I don't think so. Never mind. Simply put, that's right. Identity is an important factor when building up one's sense of self.
それをバカにしたりすると
If you make fun of it, it could actually cause children to go back into their shells.
だから
So it's important to go along with them to some degree.
それを丸ごと受け入れてあげるのが親の包容力というものなんだ
Although the broad-mindedness of the parent determines whether they play along in full or not.
兄貴
Aniki, I can't believe you're single. Hey, why are you Battler?
もう子供が中学くらいに上がってそうな貫禄さ
You can't see, you still can't, I'm not gonna forgive this. The love of his life who just accepted his proposal. Dude, come on. What the fuck? Oh. Sorry. I'm holding my phone, and I guess I must have opened it with my thumb touch. I was in the middle of watching a Pokemon short. That's what you probably heard. If you heard it, I mean. Yeah, but yeah, Battler, what the fuck? Hey, going back to this, Battler, what's your fucking deal? Dude. Okay, maybe George is nice enough to forgive this. Or maybe Jessica's gonna hit Battler upside the head. Aniki, I can't believe you're single. You sound like you've already raised kids through middle school.
じゃあローザおばさんもあの
I wonder if Aunt Rose also knew much about Maria's dual personality. Either way, that's still a really, like, insensitive thing to just say.
知ってたぜ
We're just gonna blow past it. Okay. She knew about it.
ここだけの話
Just between us, Aunt Rosa really hated it.
気持ち悪いしクラスでますます孤立を深める
She said it was unpleasant and that Maria was becoming increasingly isolated from the rest of the class.
だからマリアがオカルトの話を始めたり魔女み
So anytime Maria started talking about the occult or laughing like a witch, she'd slap her. Oh, maybe that's why she's happy now. That's why she's so giddy and shit, where she's like, because now her mom is near to slap her.
だからマリアもローザおばさんがいる時にはそういう話をしないようになったみたいだけど
Maybe that thing back there was just a little game from a girl facing her growing period. Just a girl trying to show that she was different and independent by holding interest in witches and the occult. And since she wanted to be different from herself, young as she was switching between her normal personality and the personality of her ideal, a witch. At first, I found that very disturbing, but after being lectured by George Aniki, it felt like this was a path everyone walked down at one time or another. Yeah, I mean, I can't believe I'm gonna tell you guys this, but I roleplayed Warrior Cats when I was in elementary school, and I would lick my wrist and like say like, dude, I'm a cat. Like in Warrior Cats. And I would do it in front of like my friends, and they would look at me really weird. And then I realized how fucking weird it was. And I just stopped. I'm like, okay, this isn't cool. No one else reads Warrior Cats besides like me and like one other person. My life might have been very different. Like maybe I'd be a furry right now if I had been surrounded by like-minded people. You and your friends did it too. It's actually pretty surprisingly common. Well, not surprisingly common, but more common than you'd think. I thought I was like the only person who did it, but like I've shared that experience with a couple of other of my friends. They're like, oh yeah, I knew some like that, or I did that too. Was the case. If they had experience like reading Warrior Cats or anything like that. I haven't told anyone, but when I was in kindergarten, I joined up with a little gang of kids trying to form an Earth Defense Force, saying we'd help protect peace on Earth. That's so normal. That's so normal, though. Wait, that's just a cute kid thing to do. At least you didn't roleplay Warrior Cats, Battler. Or at least you weren't like, my arm! I can't hold back my power! At least you didn't do that. You would chant, EDF, EDF. Just like usual, Maria was relaxing. Immersed in the TV, oohing and laughing just like any girl her age. But on the inside, another personality, that of the ideal witch she respected and blindly accepted, was sleeping. But that wasn't anything extraordinary. It was perfectly natural, apparently perfectly natural for a girl of her age. I don't think so, man. I've calmed down a little. The shock from my bizarre experience in the kitchen just now is fading away. If I hadn't talked to Aniki and Jessica, I might still be frightened by the idea that an invisible witch is standing right behind me. But can I really accept that as an explanation for what happened back there? If it had just been Maria, I could have explained it as the fickle delusions of a growing girl. But Genji, Kanon, and Kumasawa Bachan had also been there. None of them had denied what Maria said. They silently accepted that Beatrice exists. I was starting to feel a little uneasy. On Ava's position was that no 19th person existed, that the crime was an inside job tied to the family quarrels. On the other hand, Aunt Natsuhi's position was that the culprit was hiding somewhere outside the mansion. So she rejected the possibility of an inside job and supported the idea that a 19th person existed. I'm with Aunt Natsuhi. I'm with Aunt Natsuhi. I don't think anyone here, anyone in the immediate family, would be that desperate to kill 6 fucking people, in fact, for the inheritance. I don't think so. What do you guys think? Is it one of the 18 or is there a 19th person? And in the kitchen, Maria and the servants had also supported the idea of a 19th person. But according to them, this 19th person isn't human. They said it was the invisible witch, carrying out some mysterious plan. Is there a 19th person or not? And is the culprit human or a witch? For some reason, I couldn't just laugh off any of those possibilities. Not even the most ridiculous story about the witch.
Jessica.
I mean, the fact that it takes so much work to move all the bodies to the shed. Full offense, none of them could do that on their own. Whoa. Hold on. Now look at Genji. This guy's built like a fucking tank. This guy's built like a fucking tank. And what if Kanon is like fucking sandbagging? What if he's sandbagging and he's actually like, you know, that classic trope where like he's thin as fuck, but he's actually ripped as hell? Speaking of that, what about that like that meme in the fandom, in the Umineko fandom, where George is secretly ripped under his clothes too, even though it couldn't possibly have been him, because we all have like a solid alibi, the three of us, or the four of us, I suppose. It was Genji, man. It was 100%. It was Genji. Sleeper build cannon. His rippling, lean biceps. Sweat glistening off of his triceps and arms. Jessica. All I know about the story of the witch is that the adults made it up to keep the kids too scared to enter the forest. But is the story different here in the mansion? Uh-oh. I feel the same way you do, okay? I think it was just a stupid ghost story that the parents made up so their kids would listen to them. But I can't deny that the atmosphere inside the mansion makes it a little hard to say it out loud. After all, grandfather has proclaimed that she does exist. And because of their position, the servants can't doubt that. Even Uncle Kraus and Aunt Nancy don't want to get into a fight with him, so on the surface, they go along with it. It's probably fair to say that doubting the existence of Beatrice is taboo to those who live and work in this mansion. Ah, my nose! Why do I have to be congested? Unlike the rest of us who only come here once a year. Is that right? Jessica took a deep breath in admiration. It looked like Aniki had guessed right. It's just like you say. No one really believes it on the inside. But on the outside, they just accept that she exists. I mean, it's just like the way some people are about God. Even if they know God doesn't exist, they feel like it'd be uncouth if they actually said it out loud. Every Catholic and Christian person just like turned over in their fucking graves right now. How do you think the servants feel about it? Are they just going along with it because their grandfather, their employer, says that she exists? Well, I don't really know the details, but between the servants, the story about Beatrice has been treated like a sort of ghost story. Remember yesterday, when Shannon was talking to us down by the beach? The story about how one night when she was doing the rounds in the mansion, she saw something unsettling? She did say something like that, didn't she? Back then, I thought she was just being really nice to help improve Maria's mood. But it felt like she was serious when she said it. That's right. She definitely said it. She definitely said the same kind of thing that Genji and the rest had all unanimously declared back in the kitchen. In addition, some servants have also seen will-o'-the-wisps and glittering butterflies dancing around. Ken-kun also saw something like that when he went patrolling one night. And recently, you often hear servants talking about strange footsteps heard inside the mansion near midnight. We whispered together that the Beatrice sama in the portrait sometimes makes herself invisible and walks through the mansion. It happened a bit ago, but even I've heard these footsteps while patrolling at night that resembles these stories. That's right, she definitely said that. Exactly the same thing I'd been told just now.
でも怯えることはないんですよ。
Oh, but there's nothing to be afraid of.
ベアトリーチェ様は親方様と
Beatrice is just another ruler of this mansion, separate from the master.
だから変に怯えたりしないで敬意を持っていれば
So there's no need to be unnaturally
決して悪い
afraid.
ことはしないのだそうです
If you respect her, I hear she won't do anything bad. Battler smiling widely.
敬意を持
I don't know the meaning of the word respect. However, she can be quite terrifying if you don't respect her, right?
はい
Correct. Correct.
私が勤めを始める直前に階段を転がり落ちて
I've heard that just before I began working here.
ベアトリーチェ
Someone
様
who
のこと
spoke badly about Beatrice-sama fell down the stairs and quit after receiving a large injury to their back.
だから使用人たちはベアトリーチェ様のお怒りを
Because of that,
入れたのだ
there was a rumor between the servants that Beatrice-sama's anger had been brought down upon this person. I'm trying to find like a
敬わ
good
ないと
position for me to like play and stream in. But I can't get comfortable. Because if I put on this cardigan I have, it's a little too hot. But if I take it off, it's too cold. Woe is me. If you don't respect her, you'll suffer her wrath and get hurt.
つまり
So, to the servants, Beatrice's existence is just as credible as the story that, if you pull pranks on Inari, you'll receive Kitsune-sama's curse. Of course, even though everyone accepts that curses and the like don't exist in the modern era, people are still afraid and still have a little respect for them. You often see it when, in a residential area, someone is building a house, and they call a Shinto priest for a ceremony to honor the god of that plot of land. You might think that was just a big waste of time and money, but it's said that if the workers don't do that, a big accident might occur, so they never neglect to do it. You also hear about if an Inari shrine is carelessly removed during a town replanning, there'd be a curse by Kitsune-sama. I think I might have read somewhere that when the occupying forces were trying to expand an airport, they tried to remove an Inari-san that was in the way, and the workers kept getting struck down by mysterious fevers. Even in modern cities like Tokyo, it wasn't rare to see modern buildings packed all around an old Inari shrine, leaving the shrine itself untouched. And this wasn't limited to Japan. It's probably similar to how foreigners baptize babies. If I remember right by Christian doctrine, if unbaptized souls have even the slightest amount of sin, they'll still go to hell. Putting water on a child's forehead doesn't do anything but make them cry. But if by doing just that, parents can prevent their children from going to hell, they'll happily go through with that ceremony. In short, even in this modern society of reason, we were still unable to throw away every trace of belief and fear. I mean, yeah, that's fair. If hell was even 1%, has a 1% chance of being real, and like dunking my little baby into some water, some holy water, will prevent them from going there, sure, man, fuck it. I'll pay $100 for that. You could even say that we accept certain sorts of supernatural things, though in a more passive way. Maybe the only difference on this island is that Beatrice is the object of that worship.
じゃあつまり
So, in other
この
words,
島で
if anything happens that doesn't seem explainable in human terms, it's gone to the work of Beatrice.
と
Hmm,
シャノンちゃんも言ってた
I think Shannon-chan said it herself.
ちゃんと閉めたはずの窓や扉
Windows and doors and locks windows and doors and locks that were tightly shut would be open the next time you went to check them.
消したはずの明かりがついていたり
Lights that should have been on went out and lights that should have been out were turned on.
んで確かジェシカは
And if I remember, even Jessica was joking about it, saying it was also the work of Beatrice when she couldn't find her bag in the morning.
よく覚えてるな。
Your memory's pretty good.
普通なら
Normally you'd say
妖精さん
some
が
little
隠したとでも
imps took
言う
them, but on
と
this island it's
この島では
Beatrice.
ベアトリーチェがになる。ま、そんなくったらない話さ。
Uh-oh, girl, you said it's... Girl, you said it's stupid! She's gonna die next. It's... Oh, she's dead as hell.
このお屋敷も築30年くらいになるそうだからね。
This mansion has been standing for about 30 years by now, hasn't it?
それだけになれば
It's natural for things that old to get their fair share of ghost and occult stories.
学校の七不思議なんかのようにね。
Like the 7 mysteries at a school. Oh, of course, classic. Classic, dude. Like Hanako at the very last stall of the girls' bathroom. I don't know anything else. I don't know any other mysteries at a school. I just remember that one. The single mystery of a school, rather.
そこで
But that's where I'll
繰り返すぜ。
spin the chessboard around. Whoa, spin the chess. Oh, guys, the emote. Oh my god, look. Whoa, oh my god. Whoa. He said the line. He said the freaking line. Huh?
つまりこの島では人間にはできないこと。
Simply put, on this island, there's a rule that Beatrice gets blamed for everything or anything that couldn't have been done by humans.
人間にはできない。
Things that humans can't do.
人間は何人だ？
How many humans are here?
18人だ。
18.
つまり犯人はこの島のルールにのっとって
In other words,
この事
if
件
the
は
culprit
魔女の仕業
is using the rules of this island to make it look like a witch committed this crime,
つまりそれは19人目の仕業ですよ
which
と
proves that they desperately want us to think a 19th person did it.
気に入らねえぜ。
I don't like it.
全然気に入ら
I
ねえ
don't like it one bit.
気に入らないって。
What do you mean you don't like it?
仮に不可視の19人
Alright.
目が存在して
Let's assume some invisible 19th person exists and wants people to know they exist.
俺ならもっと完璧なタイミングでやるぜ。
If it were me, I'd do it with even more perfect timing.
完璧なタイミングでってのはどういう意味だい？
What do you mean by perfect timing?
あ
Well,
あだって事件は
the crime took place sometime between the middle of the night and dawn, right? Between night and dawn. I'm gonna look something up. Between night and dawn. Is there a word for that? Like twilight, for instance? Not the fucking movie series. I want. God damn it. No, definition. I want the definition of Twilight, not the fucking movies. A soft, glowing light from the sky when the sun is below the horizon, caused by the refraction and scattering of the sun's rays. Okay, never mind. I thought Twilight was like a time. My bad. Oops. Thought I was onto something.
夜勤をしてたり、あるいは部屋に帰って寝ていたり。
The crime took place sometime between the middle of the night and dawn, right? We had some people who were talking together until the middle of the night. Some people on night shifts and some people who'd returned to their rooms and were sleeping.
どいつもこいつもアリバイがあやふやで。
Everyone's alibi is really vague, so there's plenty of room to suspect that the crime was an inside job.
ジョージの兄貴も
George on a key on Ava. George on a key on Ava probably told you too, right?
内部犯行
That there's a good chance that this crime was an inside job? Yes,
まあね。
I suppose.
つまり不可視の19人目が実在して
In other words, if this invisible 19th person really exists and wants to let us know it, this first crime was a complete failure.
いや、 そもそも時間帯が
No,
ミス
in
テ
the
リー
first place, they choose the wrong time of day to do it.
不可視の19人目をアピールするためには
If this invisible 19th person really wanted to show
死
themselves,
んだ6人以
they
外
had
の
to make
12
sure that the crime took
全員
place
白であることが確
under
定している状況
conditions
下で
which
行われ
prove
な
that
け
the
ればならない
remaining 12 people were all innocent. What? Oh! Oh, right! If they're trying to prove that the 19th person is real, they would have done it when everyone was probably in the same place or something
疑
like
わし
that.
い人間がゼロにならなきゃ自分の存在をアピールできないんだよ
As long as there's a single human we can suspect, this 19th person's attempt to highlight their presence fails.
だから
That's why near midnight, when everyone's alibis are at their vaguest,
19人目にとって
the 19th person's existence is also at its vaguest.
にもかかわらず
And yet,
その時間
the culprit chose to commit the crime at that time.
そんな時間に犯行を起こせば
By committing the crime then, one of the 18 would obviously be suspected.
にもかかわらず
And yet someone handed Maria the letter and called themselves a witch, even though everyone denies they did it.
つまりベアトリーチェという19人目がいるように見せかけたい人間が18人の中にいると
Who would go so far to try to do that, though? Their motive would have to be for the money. Their motive would have to be for the money, right? It'd have to be for Kinzo's inheritance. That's why the other siblings are dead, right? They'd benefit the most because they'd get all the inheritance. But everyone reacted pretty strongly to that letter, and I don't think Aunt Ava has the guts. Would Hideyoshi have the guts? No, I don't think so. I don't think Hideyoshi or Ava has the guts to do that. Sure, they're desperate and selfish, but I also don't think that maybe, you know, they would kill 6 fucking people. In fact, why would they kill 6 people total? They would only have to kill the other siblings. Only the other siblings. The thinker.
なんだかぶっ飛んだまだおふくろ
Oops.
屋敷の外に不審者が潜んでいるって話の方が
In other words, you're trying to say that one of the 18 is trying to make it look like a 19th person called Beatrice exists. That's a pretty crazy idea. I think Mom's theory about someone hiding outside the mansion is a bit more credible.
まさかバトラはこの客間の中に犯人がいると
Battler, don't tell me you actually think someone in this room is the culprit. Battler? You do? Oh shit. But who? I don't think anyone has the fucking guts to do it. I don't think anyone has the guts to do it. Maybe Genji would do it, only on account of the fact that maybe he was under orders from Kinzo. Tannen was too... I think he loves his sister too much to be able to do that, for sure. Kumasawa is an old lady, so I think the 2 of them are out. The 3 of us have airtight alibis because we were all together during the... Well, no. We were all asleep, right? We were all asleep, I'm pretty sure. Or at least, the 3 of us were together. I think that the very least clears us 3. Was Maria with us too? I think she was, excuse me. I don't know, I don't think Aunt Ava and Hideyoshi would do it. Unless I'm completely mistaken about their character. In which case, oops, hehe. It was Nanjo! Oh my god, it was him! It was him! It was fucking Nanjo, of course. We haven't been hearing a lot from him lately. Suspicious. Paints a big target on his head. I think it's him. It was him. He was the one. Nanjo was the one in the Beatrice outfit. It was him. It was him.
何者かが俺たちにベアトリーチェが存在する
I do. Someone's trying to force us to accept that Beatrice exists.
そうさ。昨夜のあの手紙
That's
から
right.
もう事件は
This
始ま
whole
っていたん
thing
だ。
started as far back as the letter last night.
証拠も根拠も何もねえけどな。
I don't have any basis or proof. But with the chessboard
実話
turned
を作成し
around,
た限りじゃ
this is my best
俺の見
guess.
立てはこんなところだ。
飛びまくってる
Seriously? That's too crazy.
妙な推理小説
You sure you haven't been reading too many weird detective novels? He read, and then there were none by Agatha Christie, and now it's like I'm just like the main character.
でも
I'm just like I'm just like Sherlock Holmes. Oh, I miss you, Sherlock Holmes. However, it's an angle we can't ignore.
19人目が
Whether there's a 19th person or not,
その犯人は
the culprit's definitely planning something involving that rule about this island.
僕はね、今バトラ君の話を聞いていて
Uh-oh.
少しだけ
What do you mean something that's a little disturbing? You're about to tell us like the most blood-curdling story ever. Just now, listening to Badler-kun talk, I remembered something that's a little disturbing.
気持ち悪いこと
Something disturbing? Yes.
覚えてるかい？
Do you remember?
ベアトリーチェの手紙。
Beatrice's letter.
ベアトリーチェは利子の回収を
It said that Beatrice was going to collect interest.
そして利子とは後ろ宮家の
And by
全ての
interest, it mentioned everything of the Ushiromiya family. Does the interest mean human lives? What the fuck? That's fucked up. And she did pick at random. I was gonna say like, oh, maybe she picked... Maybe Beatrice picked based off of, what do you call it? Based off, who was the eldest and oldest, but I forgot it was called Devil's Roulette. So that can't be the case. Jessica and I thought back on what Maria had read aloud the previous night.
言ってたぜ
Yeah, it said that.
確かに言ってた
It definitely said that.
そして利子の回収を
That the collection of the interest was going to take place shortly.
ほっといたら
But if the riddle of the gold could be solved, she'd lose that right.
おじい様は黄金を授かり後ろ宮家を再興した。
Grandfather received the gold and rebuilt the Ushiromiya
つま
family.
り黄金を
In other words, according to Beatrice, everything created using the gold as capital counts as part of the interest.
つまり
Which means, all of us?
冗談きついぜ兄貴
I mean, it checks out. Hey, that's pretty scary for a joke, Anaki.
まさか
You don't mean
後ろ宮家のすべて
everything of the Ushiromiya family.
じい様が生み出した
In other words,
すべて
everything that grandfather gave birth
じ
to.
い様から血を分けた一族のことを指す
In other words, everyone with grandfather's blood flowing through their veins?
あの手紙をそう読み解いたなら
If you interpret the letter that way, these murders are just Beatrice legitimately collecting interest.
となればこの事件は
If that's the case, these crimes will continue,
利子の回収は
because the collection of interest is still only halfway completed. Does that mean this hasn't even started yet? Oh shit. Fuck. Fuck. There's a hi, Emery. George turned around looking over the parlor. There were still many people who held the name Ushiromiya. And because Goda and Shannon-chan had been killed, we knew that not even the servants were safe, despite lacking the Ushiromiya name.
私たち
So are they planning
全員を
to kill us all?
かよ
Destroy us all!
でもおかしいよ
Destroy us all! But that's weird, George-ni-san.
ならどうして6
In
人だ
that case, why only 6 people?
他に大勢 殺せたはず。
They should have been able to kill a lot more.
下手をすれば猫みを襲って全員を一晩で殺すことも
At
可能だったは
worst,
ず。
it should have been possible for them to assault everyone while they were sleeping and kill them in a single night.
どうしてそれをしな
Why
かった
didn't they do that?
特別条項だよ。
The special clause? What was the special clause? Retains the right to collect the gold and accumulated interest upon the termination of the contract. However, if someone's able to discover the hidden gold of this contract, Beatrice must abandon these rights for all time. Also, hi Aliana 00. Excuse me. Oh gosh, that was gross. Thanks for the follow. Howdy.
黄金の謎を暴く者が現れたら、利子の権利は
If someone manages to solve the riddle of the gold, their right to the interest will be
そ
lost.
して手紙の
And
最後には
remember how the letter
こう結ばれていた
ended.
はずだよ。おじい様の黄金の謎をみんなで解いてみ
A
よう。
town just stalled to solve the riddle of grandfather's gold.
ジーザス
Jesus!
ようやく
It looks like we're finally understanding the culprit's message.
つまり
In other words,
犯人は俺たち
the culprit's telling us to try and solve the riddle on that epitaph grandfather made. Jesus!
ぼやぼやしてれば
On top of that, they're saying that if we just sit around, they'll keep collecting the interest. I realize this is all based on several guesses that are way out there. But not everything that happens in this world fits together in a perfect line. Most of the events we don't understand are only individual points. By fitting them into a straight line, we're beginning to understand. When the points at either end of the line are really close, the line itself is more logical and easier to understand. And when those points are really far away, the opposite is true. It's the distance between these points that make us say our guesses are way out there. However, if the distances we span are too narrow, that means our thinking will be narrow too. Oh, oops. Is there a difference between making guesses and reasoning? Am I just using easily made guesses to try and force this crime into a pattern I can understand? No, that's not it. When you're lost in the dark and searching around with your hands, what you're doing is relying on your imagination and making guesses. Only imagination can find the points that need to be tied together. Reasoning is nothing more than the act of drawing lines between them. If you can't imagine, you can't reason. He's saying if you don't have any whimsy, you can't reason. If you don't have joy and whimsy, what's the point is what he's saying. That's what I'm getting from this. Okay, I fuck with this line of thinking, Battler. What I'm doing now might be way out there, but I'm sure it isn't a mistake either. Only the power of imagination can pull clues out from the darkness. And then I can use the power of reasoning to tie those clues together. It was a lot like the process of searching out an enemy's weak spot and striking. It's okay if I'm way out there. Find a weak point first. Then we can think about how to strike. Right now is the time to find points we can tie together later. Last crack. Okay, never mind. Another day of rain. For the time being, I put aside whether a 19th person existed, and announced our theory that the goal of the culprit might have been to make us solve the riddle of the epitaph. Uncle Hideyoshi seemed to be extremely interested, but Aunt Natsuki said it was ridiculous and dismissed it.
確かにそう考えるとあの怪しい手紙も納得がいく。
Of course. If you think about it that way, even that letter from yesterday makes sense. That motive seems to fit pretty well with the facts.
マリアちゃんに手紙を渡した。
Setting aside whoever it was that gave Maria the letter. Beatrice exists! Even though she was puffing up her cheeks in that cute way she'd been doing since yesterday, I couldn't think of it as cute. If I poked fun at her, it might suddenly transform into a creepy laugh. Yes, there is. You know for a fact there is gold. You know this for a fact, girl. Don't pretend that you don't know. There is no hidden gold. However, if the culprit is blindly sure of its existence, and if they're trying to make us solve the riddle before snatching the gold away for themselves, then I'll agree if it makes sense. However, if that were the case, why would they start by killing those most highly ranked of the Ushiromiya family? I see your point. If they wanted to make us solve the riddle, killing those closest to Kinzo doesn't sound like a good plan to me. That's true enough. And if we're going with that argument, wouldn't it have been quicker to threaten father in the first place? You think it'd be faster to just ask the person who wrote it, rather than try to force us to solve it? You've got a point there. Still, I think it'd take more than your average threat to make father spill the beans. Anyone who knows anyone who knows Kinzo-san well would probably realize that he wouldn't bow to ordinary threats. He's the man who bears responsibility for the Ushinomiya family and all its vast wealth. He's been exposed to many threats and attacks in the past. The family only prospers today because he was able to overcome all of them. That's freaking right, yeah! I can't even imagine our grandfather obeying someone because of a stupid threat. Jessica, watch your language. Sorry. Yes, Mom. Come on, she was just agreeing with you. She was hyping you up. In that case, what about this idea? Right. Is this one also way out there? What's up? What's the thinking, battler? I couldn't hesitate. Out there ideas are like bows and arrows. It might be hard to hit with, but it's a great weapon because you can hit enemies far away. You see, most people who've died in battles were killed by arrow wounds. In a battle, you can't just shoot off one arrow. You shoot a whole bunch of arrows at once, pushing forwards towards the enemy troops with a wall of them.
Wow, your team is new.
So keep shooting. Over and over. Hi Tofu, thanks for resubscribing for 20 fucking months? Ew. It's almost been 4 more months and it'll have been 2 years. I'll graduate then. And quit streaming forever. So let's hope we finish Umineko by then. It'll be a nice even number. It'll be a nice even number of 24. But thanks for resubscribing for 20 months. Yippee! Welcome back for 20 months. Yay! Hooray! Create a wall as you push forwards towards the truth. Hope you're doing well. Smile. Can you not say that when I'm what? I'm just joshing you, bro. I'm just kidding. LOL. We're just kidding, man. We're just joking. What if I'm not? LOL. What if I'm not joking? If the culprit is after the hidden gold, Forcing us to solve the riddle wouldn't be very efficient for them. I'm joking, okay, I'm joking. It'd be much quicker and easier to ask the person who made it in the first place. In that case, the question is this all a message directed at grandfather? In other words, these murders were a threat made against grandfather. If he didn't tell the culprit where the gold was, his family members would be killed off one by one. You mean 6 by 6? That's more. I think that's what he should have said. What if we weren't the only ones being forced to solve this riddle? What if grandfather was too? What? Eh? But he's the one who made it. Hmm? If you think about it that way, it explains grandfather's mysterious disappearance. If the culprit has... Wait, maybe I misunderstood it. Okay, never mind, I don't understand still. Lol. If the culprit's already attacked grandfather, then judging by the state the 6 corpses were left in, he should have been left on display somewhere with that horrible makeup added. But despite that, we still haven't found him. So does that mean grandfather's been kidnapped and is being held somewhere? How could... You aren't saying... How could... She's so bad, bro. I'm in love with her. That sounds interesting. So grandfather's being confined somewhere, and the culprit's saying will be killed off one by one if he doesn't tell them where the gold is. That's the thing, he doesn't give a fuck. He literally does not give a fuck. He hates you guys. It pains me to imagine how you find that interesting. Aunt Nazi glared at her, but Aunt Ava just smiled calmly. Since we still haven't seen him after all this time, I think it's almost certain that grandfather's gotten caught up in the crime. What if he's just hiding under the table or something? He's like, you guys can't find me here. If you think about it, you can't just ignore Battler-kun's theory, right? Be quiet, George. What the fuck? Hey! Be nice! What the fuck? You're being mean to your own son. Be quiet, George. In the first place, when did father actually disappear? Who was the last person to see father? It was probably me. Love Nazi. I know, she's so pretty. She's so pretty and her hair is perfect. It's a high ponytail. The perfect hairstyle. Everybody knows ponytails are like the most perfect hairstyle ever. This morning, when we didn't know where my husband and the rest were, we discussed the possibility of them being in father's study. And I went to check his room and greeted him there. Come to think of it, I've been holding the key to his study this whole time, haven't I? Genji, let me return this to you. Aunt Nazi pulled out the gold key and handed it to Genji. Looking at the key, Aunt Ava giggled. Hey, Genji. I'm sure the police will inspect father's room thoroughly. If there's anything hidden there, it'll just be exposed anyway. So maybe it'd be better if you just told us about it right here, right now. What are you talking about? It's quite shrimple, really. Father's study is a closed room with no way in or out except for that key, right? I want to verify whether that's true.
There is one entrance to Father's study. What about the window? Any other entrances or exits?
None. There's no way to get in except the entrance.
You're sure about that? There isn't some secret hidden door or anything.
I don't know. A secret hidden door definitely seems like a Kinzo thing to do. He would totally invest like thousands, tens of thousands of dollars for like a secret bookcase doorway escape path. He would totally like gig up and hey, check this out, Genji. Pulls down a book on the bookshelf and be like, and then slides open. I was like, whoa, so cool, right, Genji? You would totally invest in that shit. You can't tell me he wouldn't.
Since father isn't here, I am the highest ranked member of the Ushiromiya family. I am asking you as a representative of the Ushiromiya family head. Remember that when you answer me. Are there any ways in or out of the room other than the main entrance? As father's closest aide, I'm sure you'd know.
Natsuki looked a little offended at the part about the highest ranked family member, but she kept her mouth closed for the time being and waited for Genji's answer. I couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. Why was she going on and on about hidden doors?
You too, Kanon-kun, Kumasawa-san. If you know, won't you tell me? If there is one, it'd be better if you said so. Otherwise, a certain person might be driven into a corner in a second. If we assume that there's a hidden door, then my argument comes to nothing.
Aunt Ava didn't specify which person was about to be driven into a corner, but following the flow of the conversation, she was obviously referring to Aunt Natsuki. Mother, what are you talking about? Can you stop telling him to shut up? He's being Curious George right now. Come on, bro. He's catching strays for no reason.
George, stay quiet for a bit. What do you say? Genji-san. Kanon-kun. Kumasawa-san. Is there a hidden door? Or not? Genji-san, when you remodeled Father's study, you must have overseen the construction. I won't let you say you don't know.
There is nothing like that in the master's study.
You're sure? What about Kanon-kun, one who's allowed to wear the one-winged eagle?
That's right.
I'm sure. There is no such hidden door in the master's study.
They're just gonna say the same thing. No, she doesn't have a poker face. She doesn't have a poker face. Oh, never mind. I thought she was gonna be like, why are you so nervous? Why are you so nervous? Why are you so nervous? Never mind.
What about you, Dr. Nanjo? You've had a close relationship with father.
I've never heard of something like that.
Very well then. So you're ready? Let me begin. It's quite shrimpo,
really. Before she goes on this tirade, I'm gonna go pee. BRB. Probably do some squats on the way downstairs. Just because I'm still so freaking congested. Ah. Oh, I just heard my phone ringing. Sorry. Who the hell's calling me? If it's a spam phone call, I'm gonna be fucking pissed. Sorry if that was loud as shit. Oh my god, it's a fucking spam phone call. Fuck off. Okay, I'm not quite done with my BRB yet. Hold on. Okay, howdy. I sprayed my nose with some saline solution, then did push-ups and squats to clear up my nasal passage a little bit, so I feel a little bit better. And now I'm tired, so give me a second. Okay, I'll take another sip of my coffee. Alright, I also made coffee. I forgot to say that. LOL. Just what I needed. Okay, so what is she yapping about? What is so simple? Everyone tilted their head doubtfully, wondering what Aunt Ava was starting to talk about so proudly. Aunt Ava laughed triumphantly as though she were about to reveal a secret only she knew. Oh, thank you guys, thank you. Don't tell me you're just gonna be like, oh yeah, Natsuki was the one who saw her last, or saw him last. Therefore, she killed him. The end. Ha ha ha.
Natsuki-san was the last person to spot father, right? I forget the exact time, but I think it was a little before 9 in the morning. Nei-san, do you remember? I ran into you just as you were coming out of father's study, right? Yes, I remember. What does that have to do with anything? And when was the next time you went to visit father's study? That was after we found the bodies of Nissan and the rest, right? Together with me, you went up to the study to report that, and we discovered that he wasn't there. By the way, Nei-san, at that time when you went to enter father's study, did you notice anything?
Oh, never mind, it checks out. She was the only one with the key the entire time. Uh-oh.
Notice anything?
What are you talking about?
Come on. You picked up some trash, right? A folded receipt. I do seem to remember picking up some trash. How is that relevant? I got that receipt when I bought some candy at a store before arriving at the airport.
So you littered? Hey, you littered! Why'd you just throw that away? You gotta dispose of that properly, Aunt Ava, hey! Aunt Ava pulled a small bag of candy out of her handbag. Oh, the receipt from that candy you bought back there. But what does that receipt have to do with anything? She's gonna be like, shut up, George. What is up with his parents hating his ass so much? Dude, what is up with his parents? They hate him. They fucking hate him. What the fuck? What is your guys' deal? George, stay quiet and listen for just a bit longer. Uncle Hideyoshi's expression was a little strict. Apparently, he understood what Aunt Ava was getting at. It really was just a whim. I definitely didn't foresee anything. Or try to set up a trap for Natsuhine-san or anything like that. Are you gonna say like you put that thing in the fucking study at like, well, I put that precisely at 12 p.m. Actually, about that receipt. You remember bumping into me right after the last time you saw father, right? At that time, I wedged this into the door to the study. I was right. So, what does that mean? Are you saying no one opened the door until Aunt Natsu picked up that receipt? Wait a second, Aunt Ava! Wedging a receipt in would be obvious. It's possible that when grandfather opened the door, he noticed it, found it amusing and stuck it back in the door. Jessica hurriedly argued back. She still didn't really know what this all meant, but she realized that whatever it was would raise suspicions about her own mother. Of course, I folded the receipt up very small so that no one would notice it. But even if you assumed that he saw it fall, he would have no way of knowing how high up the door it had been stuck, right? I checked it while Natsuhide-san was taking the key out. The receipt was still stuck not 1 millimeter away from where I put it. I can't understand why you would pull such a childish prank. I'll bet you were the one who did that prank on the door to my room too. The door to your room? It was unpleasant to talk about, so I never mentioned it. When I woke up this morning, there were the signs of some prank on the outside of my door, with what was probably the same red paint that was scribbled across the shutter. There were some unpleasant marks as though someone had been tearing at the door. Wait, what's this? Why'd you keep quiet about this till now? My apologies. Since so many horrible things have occurred since then, I'd completely forgotten about it until now. I don't know anything about that. I'm not talking about your door, but the door to father's room, right? Between the time you confirmed that he was in his room and the time we confirmed that he wasn't, the door wasn't opened, even once. How did father get out if he didn't use the door? I don't know that. That's what I want to know. Natsuhine-san, other than you, who else checked to see whether father was in his room? The last time I met Kinzo-san was when we were playing chess. So I was with him until just before dinner. Who saw him after that? I did. I gave him his dinner last night. He really likes it when you go, "Here comes the airplane," and then feed him his favorite bite of dinner. Yes, Shannon and I were with him. So at that time, father was still definitely in his room. However, Natsuhine-san, when you found out he wasn't there, it looks like all ways in or out of the study were closed, right? But even so, you said you met with him this morning. I don't understand why everyone has become so gloomy. Could someone please explain it to me? Yes, Nanjo is us. He's our stand-in for us. He doesn't understand what's going on. But from my understanding, Aunt Ava planted a little thing at the very top wedge of the door, the receipt that is, and if anyone would open the door, that thing would just fall out, right? So the fact that it was still there means Kinzo didn't leave his room. But Jessica also argued that he could have seen it fall out, found it amusing, then put it back up there. But he also would have no idea how high up it might have been. And Aunt Ava checked it, and it was still there. So I think that's what's going on. And I guess they're trying to blame Natsuhi for like the kidnapping of Kinzo or something like that. Or that, I guess it's one of 2 points, that Natsuhi either did something, or there is a hidden door and the servants are lying to us. Father? Mother? Are you saying that what Natsuhi says about meeting grandfather this morning was a lie? Like hell she'd lie about that? Mom's guiltless. Why would she lie? She's trying to defend you. I keep telling you to watch your language. All at once, the whole room was in an uproar. Aunt Ava and Aunt Natsuhi confronted each other across the parlor table, with George confronting Jessica. What the heck's going on? Many people spotted him last night, right? But since this morning, the only one who claims to have seen father is Natsuhine-san. And then there's that strange fact we learned from my receipt. So, how can we connect these points together? Aunt Ava urged everyone to imagine it. Sure, that receipt could become an important point, but I don't know which other points to tie it to or how. If we try searching for the answer Aunt Ava probably wants, we'll find that Aunt Natsuhi lied and acted as though grandfather was in the room this morning. Has that fact been exposed by a whim of Aunt Ava's? I don't get it at all! Why would Mom have to lie? She had no reason to, right? That's what I want to know. But Jessica-chan, you can't be sure she had no reason to lie and say that grandfather was in the room. After all, you see it in mystery novels every now and then. That trick where people fake the time of death to create an alibi for themselves. I said that weird, themselves. What are you talking about? I've never heard of that. We still haven't found father yet, but it's pretty natural to assume he's already been killed. If that's true, there's no doubt we'll find his corpse soon. If, at that point, the time of death could be cleverly faked, Natsuhine-san will be able to create an alibi. Do you understand, everyone? This morning, thank you, Battler, thank you. I'm like trying to put it all together in my head, but if you ever wonder why like a game will sometimes repeat things, especially like mystery games, why they'll always repeat things, it's for dumbasses like me. It's for stupid players like myself. This morning, when Aunt Natsuhi confirmed that grandfather was there, she lied. And he was already dead at that time? And then she moved the body to some other location and tampered with it so that when we find it, we'll think he was killed just a second ago. Let me make sure I understand this. No, okay, so we know that this is not true. We know that Aunt Natsuki met with Kinzo. We know that for a fact. We know that for a fact. So the one who's lying is Aunt Ava. The one who's lying is Aunt Ava. That'd make it possible for her to create an alibi, even just by staying with the rest of us. Then she could say I heard someone screaming, dash over there, and become the first to find the body along with everyone else. Is that what Aunt Ava's saying? Yeah, I know that we know, but they don't. Obviously, yeah, I know that, but I'm just like, and it's pissing me off cause we know, but they don't. Ridiculous. After all, detective novels are merely books for the purpose of entertainment. You can only think of such an indiscreet idea because you read them all the time. Does she? That's right! Even if she did try to fake the time of death a little, all that would be blown away in an instant once the police did their autopsy. That might have worked in the past, but do you really think that kind of trick would work in modern Japan? It doesn't make sense. You think so? This morning when Dr. Nando looked at the corpses, he was only able to give a vague estimate of the time of death, right? Autopsy results are very easily affected by the environment and individual differences. It's a very relative estimate with an uncertainty of several hours. And, unfortunately, the police's scientific investigation will have to wait until tomorrow. It wouldn't be easy to measure the correct time of death so accurately, even in modern Japan. Isn't that right, Dr. Nanjo? Examining a corpse is an extremely difficult task that requires both experience and instinct. I've heard that there's a very high chance of a mistaken diagnosis. I imagine it's very possible for a misreading of just a few hours to occur. However, for an alibi, that's more than enough. It's an old trick. Okay, never mind. Forget what I said about Aunt Ava and Hideyoshi not having the guts. I take it all back. It's a trick that works well enough. Natsuhine-san, it's not like we want to suspect you, okay? We just want you to prove your innocence so that we don't have to suspect you. Oh, she picked up the gun. Oh, shit. What is this innocence you want me to prove? This morning, I definitely met with Father. And he told me to keep the one-winged eagle engraved in my heart. Are you denying that he said that too? I will certainly not permit that. I won't let you deny that Father said those words. Or maybe Father's body won't appear anywhere. Normally, a person has to be missing for 7 years before they're officially dead. That... Oh... Wouldn't that be a clever way to extend Father's nearly finished life another 7 years and keep all of his wealth for yourself? Guys, something's happening! Wait, this track is going off right now. This track fucking slaps. This track fucks. Hello? I can't let you get away with saying that! Relax now! Stop! I can't let you get away with saying anymore! I am Ushiromiya Natsuhi. Although I don't have the right to wear the one-winged eagle on my body, it is certainly engraved on my heart. What do you think you're saying to the wife of Kraus, successor to the head, and the one who will act as such in his place? What's this? Are you gonna shoot me with that gun? Go ahead. If only you'd just shoot. You're just desperate because you can't think of a way out, right? No, do not kill them! Absolutely the fuck not! No! Stop! Stop fighting! Stop it! Stop fighting! Stop! You can't do that! You have to stop it! Please! Please! No, 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 no! Do it. Just try to obscure the truth with violence. Phew! It wasn't like Nancy had been actually holding that gun at the ready and threatening anyone. But as she was egged on by Aunt Ava, she did hold it at the ready. And surprisingly, once things got to this stage, Jessica and Genji tried to stop her. Madam, please calm yourself. Mom, you aren't lying! I fucking love. I love it when tracks use the accordion. It's such a awesome underutilized instrument for a lot of video games, I think, or video game tracks in general. Methinks. There's no reason for you to listen to this. Calm down, Natsu-san. All you've gotta do is swear that father definitely was in that room. Why are you getting so worked up? That is correct. Natsu-san isn't lying. Shouldn't that be the end of it?
Then I want you to explain. How did father manage to disappear from the room? The window is closed tight from the inside. The same was true for the door, right? This morning, if you really met with father, then you must explain how father disappeared from this unopenable door closed room scenario.
I love unopenable room scenarios. I'm really bad at them, but I like them a lot. I like them a lot.
If you don't, that'd mean you're lying after all, right?
I think the original is like a closed room murder, I think it's called. Called. Locked room mystery. Here it is. The locked room or impossible crime mystery is a type of crime seen in crime and detective fiction. Crime in question, typically murder, is committed in circumstances under which it appears impossible for the perpetrator to enter the crime scene, commit the crime, and leave undetected. The crime in question typically involves a situation where an intruder couldn't have left, for example, the original literal locked room. A murder victim found in a windowless room locked from the inside at the time of discovery. Following other conventions, the classic detective fiction readers know presents with the puzzle and all the clues, and is encouraged to solve the mystery before the solution is revealed in a dramatic climax. Yeah, literally, she's like, I swear! I was like, you just gotta swear. It's like, what do you think she's doing right now, you guys? Okay, it's time to put in our thinking caps. It's time to put in our thinking caps. Let's assume that Aunt Ava's also telling the truth. Let's assume that Aunt Ava's also telling the truth, right? And that it did not, the piece of paper, excuse me, the piece of paper she put on the top of the door to the study didn't move. Because the premise only works if we assume this entire thing falls apart if she's just lying, and I think that'd be really weak writing. Really weak writing for the game. And I don't think they would do that. Did they check? Yes. If I remember this timeline of events correctly, let me open up sticky notes. If we remember the... Actually, why don't I... How do I share like my window for sticky notes, lol? I don't think I can. I'll just write it down. Timeline of events is that around the morning, 9 a.m., Natsuhi gets the key from I almost said Genji to Kinzo's study. Kinzo humors Natsuki and lets her in and praises her heart and pride. Kinzo humors Natsuki and lets her in and praises her heart, blah blah blah. Murders happen. They check for Kinzo. Kinzo isn't in his room because they check together because she still has the key up until this point, till she just returned the key. Kinzo isn't in his room, and apparently, yeah, I'm assuming because they checked it together. Everything is like locked tight. And now on Ava's saying the paper on Ava, the paper she planted says the paper she planted during the first meeting, I think. During the first meeting with Natsuki, or with Kinzo. Prior to that, I think? God, this is where it gets a little iffy for me. Aunt Ava says the paper she planted during the first meeting, or when she bumps into... And she bumps into Natsuki to the study, or on the way to the study. Is still there, and she didn't actually meet with him. What are the solutions to this? Okay, yeah, there's one. What if there's just an actual secret room? What if there's an actual secret room, but Kinzo just doesn't tell anyone. Just doesn't tell anyone. Even Genji, right? Wait, no, that can't be true. That can't be true. No, that one falls flat because Genji was the one. Genji was the one who oversaw the construction of that study. Genji oversaw the construction of that study. And again, the whole premise falls apart if the servants are lying. And I don't think Genji would endanger her like this. With the whole gun situation happening right now, I don't think he'd rather have the responsibility of her killing someone. I don't think he'd want that. I think he would come forward and be like, okay, there's a secret room. I think he would absolutely do that in this case. But the fact that he isn't, I assume there's no actual secret room. Genji oversaw the construction of the study. Claims there's no secret room. The windows were locked tight, so he couldn't have climbed out. The other thing they brought up was Kinzo left the room through the only door that we know, or at least are aware of. Left the study through the only door, right? And then saw the paper slip. And saw the paper slip / fall down and put it back because he thought it was interesting. But the counter argument to that is, how could he have known where to put it back, right? The chances of that happening are relatively minuscule, right? And then it also falls apart because Ava says it didn't move an inch. I can't think of any other solutions, but that's what we're working with. How far do you plan to mock me?
If you want to argue back, go ahead. That's right. Try explaining it right here, right now. If you do, I'll apologize for suspecting you. How did Father manage to get out from that closed room?
I cannot explain, and there's no need for me to do so.
Really? Then let me explain it. Let's take the best parts from my perspective and yours and come up with a more friendly explanation. I'll believe what you said about Father still being in his room this morning. However, the next time the door was opened, Father wasn't there. You don't have any objections so far, right?
No, Nazi, hear her out, please. Stop, stop, stop. I have no desire to hear anything more you have to say. Shut your frivolous mouth. She keeps talking anyway. She don't gav, bro.
My reasoning goes like this, okay? I can confirm that on both occasions, you were the only one to go through that door. And the receipt proves it. So, what's the answer to the puzzle of how Father left the room? The window. He was sent out the window. Natsuhine-san. You threw Father out of the third-story window of the study into the courtyard.
She's gonna crash out. Eek! Madam, please endure it. She has 4 people holding her back right now. Oh, Eva-sama, please stop this, stop! After that, when you left and said you were going to check the doors and windows, you took Father's corpse, which had fallen in the courtyard, and hid it. That was probably when you took some measures to pick the time of death, right? This ties in with the case regarding Krosny-san and the rest, and also the case regarding Beatrice last night. There's a really good reason, or there's a really good chance we got reason to suspect Natsuhi-san in all those cases. Normally, I wouldn't want to say this. You're in cahoots with her. You're in cahoots with her. And now that it's out of the open, there's nothing else I can do. Please, Natsuhi-san. Please explain how you can be innocent. Otherwise, I can't help but suspect you. Why me? Why must I, Shiromiya Natsuhi, be insulted like this? What? Looks like we've got everyone's views on record now. Oh, the thinker! The thinker, Ushiromiya, the thinker! Ushiromiya, quotation marks, the thinker battler. Whoa! He's thinking! He's fucking thinking! He's fucking thinking. He's doing it. I have this very specific Yu-Gi-Oh picture that describes how I feel right now. Yeah, it is. I'm pretty sure it was still storming outside. Absolutely, she would have been like wet, you know? Oh, I almost forgot to put back Flickergoon Kinzo. I'm sorry. There we go. There's Flickergoon Kinzo. Anyways, this is the picture I was talking about. Let me pull it up. This is me right now. I'm doing it. I'm thinking. Ah, my head. It works both ways. It's my favorite. It's so fucking funny. It's my favorite. You can leave it left to right or right to left, and it works. Ah, my head. I'm doing it. I'm thinking. It's useless. It's all useless. Neva.
ダメって何がだよ。
What do you mean useless? Jessica looked up at me, hanging on to my every word. Neva's expression was confident as ever.
全然ダメって何が？
Useless, you say? What is?
バトラ君、
Battler-kun.
聞かせてよ。
Tell me.
一方からしか見られないから夏日おばさんしかありえないって思い込んじまうのさ。
You're only convinced it was Aunt Nazi because you're only looking at the case from a single angle.
別に夏日おば
I
さん
mean, it's not like I'm defending her, but that bluff of a checkmate isn't gonna fly.
通用しねえレシートを軸にした推理はまずまずだとは
I think your reasoning regarding that receipt was passable.
筋は悪くない
It's not a bad thread of logic,
だが
but I'd only give it a grade of 65 at best.
これが答案なら
If this were an exam, that'd be bad enough to get you extra lessons in detention, right?
あら、じゃあレシートで封印されている扉をどうやって破ってお父様を失
Oh
踪させ
my.
られるというの？
Well, how do you think anyone could break through the doors sealed by my receipt and make father disappear? Other than by my theory.
エヴァおばさんの説は確かに面白い
It's true, yours is an interesting one.
そして
And if you could say for sure that there was no way to make grandfather disappear, then you probably would be able to prove that the last person to see him, Aunt Nazi, was guilty.
だが夏日おばさんが無実だ
However, since there's still a possibility she's innocent and these accusations are false, we can't be sure about that.
ならバトラ君は、
Hmm.
夏日姉さん以
Then
外の誰
Battler
のお父
Kun,
様を
are you
失踪
saying
させ
someone
ら
other
れる
than Nazi Hine-san made grandfather disappear?
姉さんしか
It'd be impossible for anyone else to do it.
私のレシートがそれを
My
証明して
receipt
しまっ
proved
た
that, right?
一度目に書斎に訪れた
After the first time she visited that study, and until the second time when we visited it together, the study was a perfect closed room. And when the seal was broken on the closed room, he was already missing.
これで夏日姉さんが犯人じゃないというならどんなトリックがあるっていうの？
If that doesn't prove she's the culprit, what kind of trick could they have used?
だから65点なんだよ
Like I said on Ava, only 65 points.
じゃあここで
So let's try spinning the chessboard around, shall we? Whoa, he said the thing! Where's the emote? Oh no, he said the thing! Whoa!
どうやって外部からじい様を失踪させるか
The question isn't how someone managed to make grandfather disappear from the outside.
どうやって
We should think about how grandfather disappeared from the inside.
扉にはレシートが挟まれていたから
The door had the receipt stuck in it, so it couldn't have been used.
窓も
He also couldn't have gone through the window because he can't lock it from the outside.
しかも
And when Aunt Ava visited the study, she checked to make sure it was locked.
だから窓も使用されていない
So the window also wasn't used.
その時点で確かに書斎は
At that point, the study really was a closed room.
これは認めるし
We have to accept this.
だがしかし
However, the study didn't remain a closed room forever.
レシートの封印さえ解かれれば扉は使用可能になり脱出可能になる
Once the seal created by the receipt was removed, it'd be possible for someone to escape by the door.
つまり
In other words,
夏日おばさん
the question isn't how Aunt Natsu made grandfather disappear.
どうやって
They need to think about how he was able to escape. Are you telling me he was just standing by the door the entire time, waiting for someone to like knock and open? It's like, now I can escape. Yeah. That'd be really fucking good.
じい様の書斎はただの書斎じゃねえ
Grandfather's study isn't an ordinary study, right?
源氏さんの話じゃトイレからキッチン
According to Genji-san, there's a toilet and a kitchen and even a bedroom. Almost like a little house.
例えば
For example, what if he was hiding under the bed and the two of you only thought he was missing? Aunt Ava, even you didn't check that far, right? And then the two of you went back down the stairs thinking he wasn't there. At that time, the receipt was already gone. In other words, if grandfather was hiding in his room the whole time, it was a closed room. Oh wait, in other words, if grandfather was hiding in his room the whole time, it was a closed room, and escaped after letting the two of you go past him, we can crack this closed room right open. What are you talking about? Why would father need to escape the room in such a bizarre fashion? Don't be so absurd. It might be absurd, but it still shows that there's a possibility that Aunt Nazi is being falsely accused. Your receipt wasn't perfect. In chess, we might call that check, but it isn't checkmate. But the thing that really pisses me off is how you're pressuring Aunt Nazi to explain it, then claiming that she must be guilty if she doesn't. If you want to go down that road, then why didn't you let me? Oh, Battler! He's doing the pose! He's doing the pose we all know him for! Oh! If you want to go down that road, then why didn't you let me? Ushinomiya Battler, spin the chessboard around one more time! Ah! He's doing it! On Ava, according to your own argument, you've got to explain to us why you and Uncle Hideyoshi couldn't have killed those 6 last night and then casually returned to the guest house. You've been trying to force Aunt Nazi to explain, so I'm sure you can prove your own innocence, right? Especially now that all of grandfather's wealth has suddenly plopped down right into your hands. That's right. You're suspicious enough yourself, aren't you? If you say mom's suspicious because she was the last person to see him, what about you, Aunt Ava? You were the last person to see Dad and the rest. Just like Battler said, prove that you two weren't the ones who killed them. Mother, I also think your reasoning was a little overeager. I'm sure the receipt was an important hint. But like Battler-kun said, that's not enough to prove that Aunt Nazi was responsible for some plot. We're all equally suspicious. It's not right for only Aunt Nazi to be persecuted. Our proud father crawling under his bed? You call nonsense like that an explanation? Yes. In that case, why don't you explain first? Who killed those 6 and how, and then try showing us proof you weren't involved. Ah! She has COVID! Oh no! Girl, are you okay? Does she have asthma? I think I remember reading that she has asthma or something. Okay, yeah. She said something. Yeah, okay. Milady! Milady! Jessica suddenly started coughing. At first I thought she was just choking after yelling too loud, but before long I realized how painful it looked. Jessica kept coughing and choking, down on her hands and knees. Jessica, hang in there. Dr. Nanjo. With your inhaler. Ah! Where's your inhaler? Oh, never mind. You're good. Dr. Nanjo's prepared.
Dr. Nanjo pulled a bronchodilator inhaler from his own bag, which was lying on the sofa, and handed it to Jessica. Come to think of it, 6 years ago, didn't Jessica sometimes break into violent coughing fits and have to use that? But 6 years ago, I never saw Jessica look like she was in this much pain. Aniki, was Jessica's asthma always this bad? It's gotten a lot worse these last few years. It's no problem when she's normal, but when an attack comes suddenly, she can't stop coughing anymore. Ah! Jessica! Milady, your medicine. Here. Taking the inhaler from Canon-kun, Jessica used it with a practiced hand. It looked like her throat would still itch for a while, but she had it under control. Are you okay, Jessica? You scared me. I could not imagine what it's like to have asthma. I had a coughing fit last night that lasted for like all of like 10-15 seconds, but it was so fucking painful afterwards. I was still coughing for like a minute or two afterwards. I can't imagine having to like deal with it every day of your fucking life. Jesus. It's no big deal. Don't worry about it. Beads of sweat covered Jessica's whole body and she couldn't hide her rough breathing. But it looked like her sudden attack had calmed down for now. This disturbance had made the dangerous atmosphere up until now seem slightly unfocused. But that's fine. That kind of battle of mutual suspicion is completely unnecessary. When you think about it, finding alibis for each other and looking for the culprit is probably meaningless. After all, we're just powerless, ordinary people. And when the police come tomorrow, they'll definitely employ cutting-edge techniques and investigate the case thoroughly, solving all of the riddles and arresting the culprit. Hey, hold on. Let me turn on my lights. Meh. That's better. Perhaps Battler's right after all. Just as Natsuhine-san is suspicious, I can't ignore the fact that I'm suspicious too. Arguing about that now will surely be unproductive. Everything will be fine if we just leave it to the police tomorrow. But don't you want to know too, Battler-kun, who the culprit is? I mean, yeah, of course I do. Don't you want to let them know the pain you feel from losing someone precious to you as soon as possible? I won't deny that. Even one day would be too long to let the wonderful bastard who's behind this go. But that doesn't mean that I want to suspect one of the 18. Even though I said what I said earlier, I don't even want to suspect you, Aunt Ava. To me, you're an awesome aunt who's always fun and playful. I don't want to trade insults with an aunt like that. I wouldn't want to do that with anyone here. Right? Everyone? I feel the same way as Battler. It's pointless to trade insults. It's probably just the stress built up because so many people have been crammed in one place since morning.
ってるんだよ。
Probably. It is only natural. It may not be my place to say it, but I think we should all relax as much as possible. And then the police never arrive. Smile. Wouldn't that be so awesome if the police just don't arrive? LOL. Ava! I think we'd better cool our heads too. The receipt's definitely a big clue for figuring out how father disappeared. We should tell the police about it when they come. That's right. Right. I just felt a little triumphant when I figured out that part with the receipt. Of course it isn't fair to only suspect Natsuhine-san, right? We're just as suspicious. But still, Battler. At least the part about the receipt is real, okay? Don't forget it. And try thinking deeply about what it means one more time, okay? Foreshadowing. Foreshadowing. Whoa. Aunt Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi stood up. It looked like they plan on leaving the parlor. They're gonna die tonight. They're gonna die now. They drop a fat foreshadowing like that, they're dead. They're fucking dead. In the end, it's pointless for us to keep playing detectives. After all, the police will reveal everything anyway. That's right. Even if we don't play this detective game, the typhoon will pass and when those lively seagulls return to the harbor, everything will settle itself. That's right. If you think about it, this kind of crime is completely trivial. It'll definitely be resolved, even if we do nothing. When the seagulls cry. Whoa! Umineko! Whoa! Natsuhine-san, I take it you don't want to see my face anymore. I feel the same. If I remember correctly, yesterday you had some rooms prepared for us in the mansion so that we wouldn't need to go to the back to the guest house, right? Those would each have a bath and a toilet as well as a lock and a chain to secure the door. There's even a bed to lie on. My husband will be able to watch TV without having to fight with Maria-chan over which channel to watch, right? Do whatever you want. And make sure to be cautious. Thank you, Nesa. And mind your own business. I'll be counting on you to keep an eye on everyone, okay? Why are you saying mind your own business when literally like 5 minutes ago you were all up in her grill like, you fucking killed father, it was you! Come on now. Be fucking for real. Because the culprit is definitely here. And Nesa, make sure you don't forget to keep an eye on yourself too. Have you finished taking your parting shots? Yes, I'm finished. See you, Natsuhine-san. Genji-san, let us know when it's time for dinner. Until then, we'll lock ourselves in with the chain. Genji, Kano, escort them to the guest room. We'll be fine. I hate shitty escorts. In fact, I'd be more comfortable if nobody leaves this room until we reach ours. Let's go, George. What? George is like, I'm good. 5 fucking at you. George! How dare you listen to your mother now?
この部屋に犯人がいるのよ。
George, the culprit is in this room.
そんなところにいるつもり？
Do you plan on staying in a place like that?
この部屋を出るということは親族の誰かを疑う
Leaving
の
this
と同
room
じ
would be
こと
the same as suspecting one of my relatives.
僕はあんな
I
恐ろ
can't
しいこと
believe
ができる
anyone in our
人間が
family is capable of something that
親族
horrible.
がいるなんて信じない。
ジョージ、
George,
あなたからも言ってやってよ。
darling, you tell him too.
ジョージももう一人前の
George is already an adult man.
そのジョージの
If his code tells him not to leave this room, then it's up to him.
好きにさせた
Let him do what he wants.
父さん
Father. They're dead. They're both dead. 1,000,000% they're fucking dead. Aunt Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi left. The only voice that called after them was the sound of the rain. The parlor was being buried beneath the savage atmosphere. When I looked at the clock, I was surprised to find that it was already evening. Had we really spent that much time worrying about needless things, talking with each other, fighting with each other? Feeling bored, I started scratching at my head when Maria and I made eye contact. I was a little surprised since I thought she was completely immersed in the TV.
今なら信じるぜ。
I believe it now? What do you believe in Beatrice now? I believe it now.
手紙も殺人もすべて。ベアトリーチェの
Letters.
仕業だ。
But the letter, the murders, everything, it was all Beatrice.
いや、むしろ頼むからそうだと名乗
In
り出てほしい
fact, I almost feel like begging her to come out and take credit for it all.
19人目の仕業ってこと
I want it to be the work of a 19th person.
じゃなきゃ俺たち18人はいつまでも互いを疑い合わなきゃ
Otherwise, the 18 of us will have to keep on suspecting each other.
これなら
I think believing in a 19th person is better than that.
扉も窓も開けずにじいさまを外へ連れ出すの
Bringing grandfather outside without opening the doors or windows must be a piece of cake for Beatrice, right? Maria, after taking a single, short breath, hung her head and then raised her face again. Oh, here we fucking go again. That's right. Wait, no. When she locks in, what voice do I give her? That's right. Locking a door is useless against a witch. Beatrice is familiar with all 72 demons. The 33rd ranked Gap gives the power to instantly carry the desired person to any location. All 72 demons? Are these the demons of Goetia or something else? They are. 72 sigils, okay. To her, taking a person out of any closed room isn't hard at all, you see.
魔女はすげえな
Witches sure are incredible.
頼むから
Tell her if she feels like committing another crime, to do it in a way that no human could.
俺に19人目を
And make me believe that a 19th person,
魔女の存在を信じさせ
a witch, exists. Okay. If I meet her, I'll tell her. Crap. Nothing's made sense to me for a while now. Just when I want to believe in a 19th person, I deny it. And just when I want to believe there's only 18 people, I deny that too. Even though I wanted there to be more than just 18 people here, I can't accept the existence of the 19th person. In short, even though there's more than 18 people, there's less than 19 people. What? The number of people in this mansion is 19 greater than X greater than 18. 19 and a half! 18 and a half! I mean... The number of people in this mansion is 19 greater than X greater than 18. So the number of people can't be represented by an integer. It's impossible for there to be anything after the decimal point. You shouldn't be able to show the number of people with anything but an integer. And yet, 19 is greater than X is greater than 18. How do you explain the fraction less than 1? It's no wonder. That 19th person was something that couldn't be seen. That's why, since you can only write the number of people as an integer, you couldn't see that person. That which cannot be seen. Because Beatrice has no body. Therefore, she's invisible. Is there a 19th person or not? Does the witch exist or not? 19 greater than X greater than 19. Or 18. I'm so stupid. The witch exists somewhere in that X. Jesus. Whoa! An hour. It's now 7 o'clock. Let's save real quick. The uncomfortable atmosphere continued even after those two left. It was thick with the idea that simply thinking about the culprit's identity would be the same as deciding whom to suspect. It had begun to feel like discussion of the case itself was taboo. So no one mentioned the case, at least out loud. However, those thoughts were what filled our minds. All that we couldn't say aloud made our heads feel like they were going to explode. So at least on the outside, the parlor had once again regained its calm mood. Everything was left unsettled. It feels like the rain's gotten a little lighter. Still pouring down! Even if it did stop, there's still no boat on this island. But it'd be nice if the boat came quickly tomorrow. I've had enough of this Western mansion vacation. Mom, when will the boat come tomorrow? Normally the boat to take them back would arrive at 3 today. They probably sent us a phone call to say that they would come after the typhoon passed. But unfortunately the phones aren't working. But they aren't children over there. They were told to both drop off and collect our guests. So they will most likely arrive first thing tomorrow morning. Probably about 9, I believe. It was completely black outside. When I looked at the clock, I realized that it was just past 7. I was starting to get hungry. In the kitchen, Kumasawa was cooking enthusiastically. She had laid out a variety of dishes, and while they didn't match the level of Goda's artful cooking, they were still quite gorgeous. It was an act of kindness from Kumasawa, who was trying to enliven everyone's low spirits with some food. She wasn't nearly as talented as a professional cook like Goda, but she was far from unskilled. On the contrary, since she had been brought up in a fishing village, the simple food she created was sometimes highly praised. Cannon arranged the food Kumasawa had finished creating on plates under her direction. Ganon also helped in the kitchen sometimes, but since he was rarely placed in that role, he was slightly awkward, even though he tried his best. Moe! Aw. Self-conscious about the fact that he couldn't cleverly arrange the food, Ganon's expression darkened slightly. But Kumasawa smiled, as though everything was fine. Oh, it's arranged beautifully. Ganon-kun, aren't you skilled? If it had been Shannon-san, it would look even more beautiful. Ganon stopped arranging the food for a bit and hung his head. Stop being emo! Shannon was the one who always assisted Kumasawa in her cooking. I know, it just happened, like 7, 8 hours ago, but get over it! I'm kidding. Fucking, that's so fucked up. Get over it! She died 8 hours ago! Get over yourself, kid! Tonight, Ganon was doing it instead. And as he remembered Shannon's face in her brutal end, he grimaced. Forget that for now. Genji spoke kindly to Ganon as he advanced to pawn. Nanjo had escaped from the parlor once the mood had grown sour, and Genji had become his opponent in a game of chess upon Nanjo's request. Yes. I'll forget it for now. Indeed. It's probably for the best. Genji purposefully refrained from facing Ganon as he spoke. He did so because he understood that it might make things tougher on Ganon if he noticed that someone was looking at his eyes. Nanjo also understood that and held back any thoughtless words. I wonder where Kinzo has gone. I hope that he is safe, but I do not know. However, I believe everything has proceeded as the Master hoped and arranged for. To distrust that would exceed my role as furniture and service to the Master. Aren't you scared, Genji? I am frightened that something bad will happen again. I have nothing to be afraid of. I serve the Ushiromiya family and that is all. Nanjo sighed through his nose and made a carefully considered move. Nanjo was very slightly dubious. Could Genji possibly be thinking that he'd be left out of this? He couldn't even imagine what was happening inside this mansion. But he definitely couldn't deny the possibility that Kinzo had devised something. If you liken this island to chess, Kinzo had opened the game, and as a result, 6 pieces had been defeated. Could it be that Genji was calm because he believed he alone was on the outside of the chessboard and therefore safe? No, I think he knows he's like one of the pieces, and whether or not he's taken out of the game, he don't gaff. He don't gaff. Nanjo thought about it. Isn't everyone just a piece on this chessboard lined up equally without any exceptions? Wasn't even Genji, who had gained more of Kinzo's trust than anyone. No, who was confident of his position as Kinzo's only close friend. Just another one of the pieces laid out on the chessboard? Genji, I am truly frightened about tonight. I hope with all my heart that we will still be safe when tomorrow morning arrives. And boom, Nanjo just signed his death warrant. Rest in pieces, my friend. The guest room Eva and Hideyoshi had moved into had originally been built to house guests before the guest house construction. So until a few years ago they had stayed in these rooms every family conference and were very familiar with them. The room was just like a room at a hotel, with a bedroom and a bathroom. So even though they were still shut in, it was far more comfortable than the parlor.
やっぱり家族だけだとリラックスできるな。
Yes, it's true you can relax more when you're alone with your family.
他のみんなも
Maybe it'd be better if everyone else also shut themselves in guest rooms and lock the doors.
夏日姉さんが客間を出るなって威張り散らしてるんだもん。
Natsuhine-san said that no one could leave the parlor, throwing her weight around.
誰も口答えなんてできないでしょ。
I'm sure no one will be able to talk back.
あの人、ずーっと冷や飯を食ってきたから。
She's always been treated so coldly. So now that Nissan's dead, she's getting excited about finally having so much power.
まったく。
Seriously. How shameless can she be?
まあそう言うな。
Come now, don't say that. Natsuhi-san's doing pretty well.
お前も
No need to jump on her ass like that.
さっきの
And about that receipt earlier, you still went too far.
だって
Oh, come
あ
on.
そこで言わなかった。
If I hadn't said it there wouldn't be another good time to say it. Ava, sulking cutely and looking at the TV, sat alongside Hideyoshi, who was lying on the bed.
でも、
あ
こうして二人きりになるのはずいぶん久しぶりよね。
Still, we haven't been alone like this for quite some time.
そうやな。
Alright,
思えば
come to think of it, both you and I have gotten pretty old.
ジョージが生まれてから何も
Since George was born, everything's gone by in the blink. They're reminiscing on their lives. Yeah, they're dead. If that little foreshadow wasn't like a red flag, this is like a fucking giant red poster, dude. Are you kidding me?
本当にあっという間よ。
It really
子
has.
供を作るの。
I wonder if we were too hasty in having a child.
Ava's eyes looked like they were staring off into the distance. Yes, she had thought of it as a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Her older brother Kraus had been unable to father a child for quite some time. 6 years passed after his marriage to Natsu without any signs of pregnancy, which didn't please Kinzo at all. Ava herself had thought that, since her name would be moved outside of the Ushiromiya register when she got married anyways, it didn't matter whether a successor to the headship was born or not. Then one day, she had a heavenly revelation. Or maybe the whisperings of the devil she had listened to in her greed. If she could give birth to a successor first, wouldn't she be able to remain in the Ushiromiya register? If things went well, might she have a chance to inherit the Ushiromiya family herself? When she proposed this to Hideyoshi, he had approved of it instantly. This wasn't because Hideyoshi also had greedy thoughts. For Hideyoshi, who had no close relatives, it was a chance for him to feel once more the long-forgotten thing called family. Oh, that's actually really cute. He wanted a family. So when they got married, he hadn't fussed over which last name they were to keep, and had quickly agreed to have his name entered into Ushiromiya family register. Hi, Clara. Howdy. Please pass the egg salad. Fraggle, Fraggle! Ah, somebody help me! It hadn't been easy to persuade Kinzo, but as his daughter, Ava knew Kinzo's personality well. So by choosing the time when Kinzo was most dissatisfied with Natsuhi, she was magnificently able to make him accept Hideyoshi as an adopted son-in-law. Looking at Hideyoshi, who had achieved success after starting from nothing, Kinzo might have seen a little bit of himself. He quickly grew to like Hideyoshi and approved his transfer into the register. George would eventually become the successor to the Ushiromiya family. They had raised him strictly with that purpose in mind. He had been worth their while and had grown into a fabulous young man who wouldn't disappoint no matter where he went. That was why he had not been permitted to fall in love with a servant like Shannon. So when she'd learned that Shannon was dead and the engagement was now invalid, the part of her had still been shocked by the gruesome cry. Don't say you were relieved. Bruh, what the fuck? Part of her had also been relieved that her dear George wouldn't be stolen by some servant girl. You shouldn't feel bad about that, Ava. You should feel really bad for thinking that.
I've hated Krasny-san since a long time ago. So full of himself, always swaggering around. So proud that he'd one day become the head. So I want him to get back at him. Was that just a childish emotion? But in the end, that emotion guided my entire life.
That's petty. Now that's fucking petty.
If that had been home, then it would have been fine. But because of that emotion, I got you and George involved. I used you.
Ava, don't blame yourself for that.
Hideyoshi got up and held Ava's shoulder. She could feel a warm understanding from him.
Well, I reached the halfway point in my life a long time ago. But you know, I have absolutely no regrets about how I've lived it. Not one. I think that since I've been with you, Ava, I've been able to relish an enjoyable life that other men never will.
He's got, what do you call it? He's got Riz. He's got Riz. Oh my god.
Hideyoshi backstory? After I lost my relatives in the war, you reminded me what the warmth of family is. So, I'm grateful to the Ushiromiya family, and think of it as my only one. In this life I've led with you, not a single thing's been wasted. It's really been a fun life up till today. He's dead. Yeah, he's dead.
Thank you, darling. Ava hung her head, burying her face in Hideyoshi's chest. Probably no one in the parlor could even imagine that the sight of Ava existed.
I'm the one who should be thanking you. Until today, there hasn't been a single day I've regretted being with you.
Me too. I'm so glad to have you by my side.
If they wanted to make this worse, they would kill Hideyoshi off, and only Hideyoshi, and they would make Ava like fucking distressed as fuck. George is already a fine adult. Even if I don't look out for him, he's a man who could do his job well on his own. I wonder, around New Year's, do you want to go spend some time in the Maldives? Or is it Maldives? Just us. No one else.
No way. Aren't you always saying that you're so busy responding to New Year's cards that you don't even sleep?
None of that this New Year's. I won't read New Year's cards. I'll just stay quiet and check to see if I've won the New Year's lottery. It sure be nice if we won a color TV this year.
No way. I don't want to waste time checking the lottery while in the Maldives.
Then none of that either. How's it sound? Just the two of us taking it easy like when we were newlyweds, just before George was born.
Yes. In that case, fine.
I hear the Maldives are wonderful. An island with nothing on it, surrounded by beautiful coral reefs and cottages lined up over the water.
Like when we were newlyweds, you say? Starting when?
Soon as I finished up some business. I won't know till I ask the travel agency, but probably before New Year's Eve.
No way. Right now, I want to go right now. Oh.
Yeah, they're dead.
Ava nagged at his lips in a peevish yet flirtatious manner.
The only sounds that filled the room were the distant voices of the announcers on the news, which Hideyoshi left on, and the obnoxious pounding of the rain against the window. At least they died loving each other. That's a way to go out, ain't it? That sort of scared me. There was a knock on the door and Genji-san entered. Madam, dinner is prepared. Will you eat in here again? Yes. Have it brought here. Is Dr. Nanjo still in the kitchen? Yes. He said he wishes to carefully deliberate over his next move. Do not worry. He's with the other servants.
Genji-san's good enough at chess to be Grandpa's opponent. I hear he's even better than Dr. Nanjo, right?
That's right. Long ago he played against me, but he must have let me win. Oh. Hey Maria, sounds like it'll be time to eat soon. Look at you. You've been watching TV all day long and you still haven't gotten bored.
Woo! I'm always watching TV, so I'm fine. Woo! Woo!
She's the equivalent of an iPad kid. This must be the fucking equivalent of what an iPad kid was. It's because instead of saying it's because you're on that damn, it's because you're on that damn phone. It's because you're always on that damn fucking TV. You're always watching that damn TV. Excuse me.
Food's coming, so we have to clean up the table.
Earlier, we had torn several pages out of Maria's notebook, and there was now a mess where everyone had been drawing together. Jessica began cleaning that up quickly. Still, everyone here really can draw. I'd never guessed.
Genji,
ask Eva and Hideyoshi whether they'd at least like to have dinner with us. Although they'll probably turn us down. Certainly. First father, now Eva-san. It's quite hard to gather everyone to the Ushiromiya dinner table. Natsu felt her headache start throbbing again and lightly held her temples. The distance from the kitchen to the parlor wasn't that great, so Genji had gone and come back by himself. The guest room was a little farther away. Natsu had warned him to avoid being alone whenever possible. And just now, Nanjo had also admonished him, saying it'd be better if he held a little more concern for his safety. Kainen accompanied Genji, and the two of them went to visit Eva and Hideyoshi in their guest room. Genji knocked on the door. You're dead. You're dead. Eva-sama, Hideyoshi-sama, dinner has been prepared. Yeah, they're dead. Yeah, fucking of course. He waited a short while for them to come out, but there was no response. No, it's the same. No, I just recognized the CG on the door. Or I just recognized this door CG, rather. And on the door, there's gonna be marks and shit. Kainen pointed under the door. Oh, never mind. So it wasn't the door, it's this. A Western envelope had been inserted under it. Normally, when something was inserted this way, it'd be interpreted as a message from someone outside to someone in the room. So since this might be a private note meant for Eva and Hideyoshi, it wasn't something that Kainen and Genji were supposed to take interest in. But this Western envelope was one of Kinzo's. The same kind as the one Maria had taken out last night and surprised everyone with. There can be no mistake. It is one of the Master's envelopes. Could it be? Even though this was one of Kinzo's envelopes, the letter Maria read aloud the previous night hadn't come from Kinzo. Genji continued knocking a little harder and called out in a loud voice. Eva-sama! Eva! It is Genji. Are you there? Please answer, Eva-sama. But there was no response from inside. Sometimes when the servants went to call some guests for a meal, they'd be sleeping so deeply that they wouldn't wake up. In times like that, the servants would stick a letter in the door to show that it was time to come out and leave the guests be. But despite that, Genji beat even harder on the door and called out Eva's name. Yet there was still no answer. Hannon stuck his ear up to the door, held his breath, and listened for any sounds coming from inside. I hear something that sounds like the television, but I don't sense anyone. The room might be empty. Genji took out a handkerchief and, careful not to touch it with his bare hands, gently pulled out the envelope that had been stuck under the door. It was sealed with a deep red sealing wax. Without a doubt, the mark in that sealing wax had come from the Ushiromiya family head's ring. Eva-sama! Eva-sama! Please answer! Are you still in your room? But there was still no answer. There was a chance that those two were aimlessly walking around the mansion. This was the home Eva had grown up in. There was plenty of reason to think that she had gone out on a casual stroll. Genji groped around in his pocket and pulled out the bundle of keys which contained the key that would open the guest room. He's worried. He's worried. I let him break the damn rules. Genji-sama. Hannon also understood what this meant. They would sometimes lock the door so they could go in and do things like make the beds, but only after they made sure the guests were out. To unlock the door for any other reason, and especially to do so when there was a chance the guests hadn't given permission and might still be in there, was an action unbecoming of a servant. And Genji had decided. If the only problem had been that his knock hadn't received a reply, he wouldn't have gone this far. But an envelope under the door was doubtlessly one of Kinzo's. Or rather, one of the western envelopes of the Ushiromiya family had. After last night, the sender of this envelope could be someone other than Kinzo. If it had been sent by someone else. Eva-sama, my apologies. Allow me to enter your room. After giving that final notice, Genji stuck one of the keys from the bundle into the keyhole. There was the sound of the door unlocking. And after slowly turning the knob, he slowly started opening the door. Light seeped through the crack of the door. Were they in the room? Or had they forgotten to turn out the lights? Clank. It was the sound of the door chain being pulled tight. The chain had been secured. The chain couldn't be secured from the outside, so it would also prove that they were in the room. The sound of voices on the TV seeped out of the room. The lights, the chain, and the TV. All of these things made it clear they were in the room, but there was no sign of them. Genji called out to Eva once again through the crack of the door, but there was no answer. Genji-sama, what should we do? As part of their job, the servants were able to unlock almost any lock in the mansion, but they had no way to open a door with a chain. The only way to get by the chain was to cut it. It certainly wasn't permitted as part of a servant's usual work. The creepy chill had already rushed up their backs. Cannon held his breath again and tried to sense someone through the door, but even so, he was not able to sense anyone. I will call Madam in return. Cannon, cut the chain. Yes! Damn, things are fucking dire. As Cannon hurried away to get a cutting tool, Genji called him to a stop. Not by yourself, bro! Yeah. Wait, Cannon. Return to the kitchen and take Kumasawa with you. You mustn't act alone. Yes. Certainly. It looked like Cannon was wondering why he had to do something so troublesome in the middle of this urgent situation. But Genji had said it out of wariness. He didn't care what happened to himself. But in the worst case scenario, he didn't want anything to happen to Cannon. Gulp! In the kitchen, Kumasawa was piling food on the serving cart, and Nanja was waiting for Genji, apparently wanting to show him a move he'd finally thought of that might turn the tables on him. Genji's appearance immediately told him that something was wrong. Oh? What's happened, Genji? From Overwatch. Dr. Nanjo, my apologies, but please allow this match to be suspended for the time being. Cannon, take care of the chain. Wawa. Yummy. Yummy. Okay. Oh, ow, my neck. Oh. I gotta stretch a little bit. Kumasawa, stop setting up dinner for now and accompany Cannon. I will go over to the madam. If you would please come with me, Dr. Nanjo. Has something happened? Genji took Nanjo, who still didn't know what was going on, and quickly left the kitchen. Kumasawa-san, my apologies, but please come with me. Oh, what's happened, Cannon-san? Kumasawa said almost exactly the same thing as Nanjo, unable to take in the situation, and chased after Cannon, who had flown out into the hallway. Together with Kumasawa, Cannon went to a storage room and looked through the tools packed in toolboxes and hanging all over the walls, trying to find something that could be used to get the chain. What are you looking for? Let me help too. We're cutting a door chain. Where was that large wire cutter? A door chain? Why would you do something like that? The chain to Eva-sama and Hideyoshi-sama's room. Even though they should be inside, they didn't answer when we called them. Excuse me. It took Kumasawa some time to figure out how cutting the chain and Eva and Hideyoshi not answering were connected, but she did realize that this was an urgent situation. That one will probably do the trick. Cannon took down a very large wire cutter that had been hanging on the wall. It was called a cutter, but maybe it's easier to understand if we said it was shaped like a large pair of pliers. Cannon remembered once being warned that this dangerous tool could easily cut through one of your fingers. Eek! Cannon took that and rushed up the stairs. He already knew instinctively. He should fight for every minute, every second to open it quickly. Perhaps it was already... You're with an old lady, wait! She can't run like she used to. Please wait, Cannon-san! Hurry! He does not give a fuck if she's old. Hurry the fuck up, Kumasawa! Time is of the essence! Kumasawa, okay, hold on! Kumasawa eventually caught up with him, gasping for breath with both hands on her knees. When Cannon changed his grip on the wire cutters and looked up at the door, he let out an ah, struck speechless. My stomach just fucking sank. What is this? Kumasawa screamed weakly, her face pallid. That was no surprise, because right there on the door, just like the magic circle that had been drawn on the shutter of the Rose Garden storehouse, there was another eerie shape drawn with blood-like paint. However, it would be odd to call this one a magic circle, because unlike what most people would expect, it wasn't a circle with shapes drawn inside it, but a slightly more complicated geometrical shape. However, those strange characters filling in the gaps, which weren't from the alphabet, were the same kind as the ones in that magic circle on the shutter. But the thing that had Cannon struck speechless wasn't how eerie the magic circle was. It was that something like this hadn't been here a short while ago. They speed ran the shit. Beatrice fucking speed ran that. Are you kidding me? How? We blinked. Like, this was all in the span of, I would say, like dare say maybe 10%. I read your comments at 10%. 10 minutes. There's no way. There's no way. What the fuck? First, he'd taken a trip back to the kitchen. Kitchen. After that, he'd gone back to the storage room to grab a tool and headed right back. Not even 10, 5 minutes! Put those together and it couldn't have been more than 5 minutes. How could someone add something this creepy during that period of time? And as though it had just been drawn, almost like the door itself was bleeding, several unsettling vertical red lines slowly dripped down, getting longer and longer. Kumasawa's knees gave way and she sank down on the spot. If Kumasawa hadn't done this first, then Cannon surely would have wanted to. It's the work of Beatrice-sama! How horrid, how horrid! Cannon gulped, then readied the wire cutter and approached the door. He didn't want to get close to this disturbing magic circle, and he really didn't want to touch the steadily dripping substance that looked like blood. But if he didn't get close, he wouldn't be able to cut the chain. Fighting this cold feeling, he gulped again, and after gathering his courage, he went even closer, putting the wire cutter up against the chain. Then pressed with all of his strength, managing to cut through the chain far more easily than he had anticipated. The chain fell into 2 separate parts, which continued to clang as they swayed back and forth. Cannon-san, there's an envelope by your feet. And isn't that the— oh right, this was the letter we already— oh, they didn't take it with them. Cannon hesitated for just a second over whether he should open the letter first or check the room, but he decided on fulfilling his original purpose. Cannon pulled a handkerchief out of his pocket. That's so he wouldn't leave fingerprints on the door. If his worst fears were realized, the police would want to investigate this room too. He slowly pushed the door open. He was able to more clearly hear the sound of the television, which had been seeping out faintly this whole time. Eva-sama. Ava was lying face up on. She's just chilling. Yeah, lying face up on the bed with her shoes still on. Yeah, she's chilling. She's chilling. Kumasawa, who had fearfully entered after Cannon and who was hiding behind his back, screamed a short eek again when she saw Ava like that. Ava's shoes had been the first part of her that Cannon had seen, so the oddness of wearing shoes in bed was the first thing to strike him. But when Ava's head shifted into his line of sight, Cannon couldn't help but let out a short scream like Kumasawa. Right in the middle of Ava's forehead, something had been placed. Something was going there? No. Right in the center of her forehead. I'm scared! I'm closing my eyes. I'm scared. I don't know. Was it an old-fashioned knife? I'm scared. That or some weapon like it was sticking out. Golden Slaughter! At the base of where it was stuck in, blood dripped down, staining the sheets on the other side bright red. Kumasawa's knees gave way once more, and she sank down on the floor. Her mouth kept flapping open and closed, but she couldn't even scream. Oh, see, she's still good. She's still good. See, if her portrait's like this, she's fine. She's fine. She's good. She's good. Relax, guys. Relax. I really hate that description. Something is growing. That is so disgusting. Ava was dead with some kind of weapon sticking out of her forehead. Both eyes were open wide, and the image of the person who killed her must have been burned into them. It was a Haimanglang, but the only mouth capable of naming that person had been shut for all eternity. Even though her forehead was the last place they wanted to look, they couldn't tear their eyes from it. Found on the bed of a guest room inside the mansion with a weapon resembling an ice pick sticking out of her forehead. Hey, we're skipping a couple of steps, right? I think we're skipping... What happened to the second and third? We're doing this a bit out of order, aren't we? Right there. The weapon was stuck into Ava's forehead, standing almost perfectly upright. And on the handle was a complicated design that you wouldn't expect to see on an ordinary weapon. That thing could be summed up with the word occult. It was a vulgar object with a design that might have been of some demon. What about Hideyoshi-sama? Hideyoshi-sama! Ava was on top of her bed, but the other bed was empty. Where was Hideyoshi? After taking a backwards glance at Kumasawa, still on her knees and stupefied, he checked the bathroom just in case. At the moment he opened the door, he was greeted by steam and the sound of the shower. What if he's just like, "Oh, Cannon, what are you doing here? Sorry, Ava fell asleep on the bed and I'm just taking a nice little shower right now. Was there something I could help you with?" That'd be so fucking funny. The bathroom was of the same familiar style as most hotel bathrooms. When taking a shower, a waterproof curtain was used to keep water from flying out. The waterproof curtain was half open. And lying tumbled down in the bathtub was Hideyoshi, completely naked with both eyes open and pointing right at Cannon. Just like Ava, a weapon with a demon-like design was stuck into his forehead. Since his head had been under the shower's hot water this whole time, his face wasn't half covered and filthy with blood like Ava's had been. The sight of him dead while still taking a shower was tragic enough. Just then they heard Natsui's voice coming from the hall. She was probably coming down with Genji. Found in the bathroom of the same guest room that Ava was in. Like Ava, there's a weapon resembling an ice pick sticking out of his forehead. You can't see either of them by looking through the gap of the door while the chain is set. You can't see them, so you can't reach them. Hey, Hayes, how could a... Hey? Is that supposed to just say hey? Hey, how could a human possibly kill them? You're fucking mocking me. Fuck you! Fuck you! Again with this graffiti. What about this letter? What does it say inside? I don't know. I haven't read it yet. We shouldn't touch it carelessly. The culprit's fingerprints might be left on it. We should hand it over to the police. They went out of their way to leave it... Excuse me, here. I'm sure they wouldn't have left fingerprints. As Natsui said that, she picked up the envelope. And before checking its contents, she entered the room herself where she found Ava dead. Ava-san! Madam, Hideyoshi-sama is here too. This is truly atrocious. Cannon, turn off the shower. Don't let this be any more pitiful than it needs to be. Yes, ma'am. Cannon gripped his handkerchief and twisted the valve, turning off the shower. In the bathtub, a small jar of body soap had fallen with its cap off. It really looked like he'd been attacked while taking a shower. There was still a small splash of blood clinging to the white bathtub, and the combination of red and white made a horrible contrast. Dr. Nanjo, I understand. No signs of post-mortem lividity. Rigor mortis hasn't begun either. I'd say it seemed that an hour or so has passed since they were killed. But even so, how a weapon with such a short handle could do that to the skull, I cannot imagine. Nanjo checked their pulse and their pupils, making certain of their deaths once more. As Cannon watched this business-like treatment, he thought, couldn't you tell at a glance they're dead without doing all that? Nanjo thought about removing the weapon, but decided it'd be better to preserve the scene and hand it over to the police, so he left it alone. But a close inspection of the base showed that it didn't have a blade. In fact, it was more conical than blade-shaped, like a unicorn horn or something. You notice that rather than a knife,
It was more like a short-handled spear, something with a shape better suited for thrusting than slicing. Rather than a short spear, you might call it a thick ice pick. At any rate, after looking at the scene, no further words were needed to describe what sort of terrible purpose such eerily designed weapons were originally made for. Nor was it necessary to explain how they carried out their function. Natsuhi, hoping to escape the repulsive steam filling the bathroom as soon as she could, covered her mouth with a handkerchief and dashed from the room. Just viewing their gruesome bodies for an instant had been enough to burn the image into her eyes. If she looked any longer, that image would surely remain in her vision for all eternity. The rising urge to vomit was exactly the same feeling she'd had that morning at the gardening storehouse. For a while, Natsu couldn't help but stand with her back facing the guest room, fighting that sickness in her stomach. At any rate, we can't let the children... We can't let George-kun see this room. Seal this room with all haste. Yes, we mustn't let them see. If George-san saw his parents in this brutal state. But they could tell that those fiercely racing footsteps in the hallway belonged to George even before he came dashing into the room. George and the others had been waiting in the parlor, but when they saw Genji speak to Natsu, when they saw her turn pale and fly out the parlor, they'd felt a sense of foreboding. And when they saw a large group of people gathered around the guest room, they were sure of it. George, I'm sorry! Father! Mother! This is another magic circle. Us seeing the worst fucking thing ever. Battler unknowing of the horrors that await him in the guest room. Haneva and Uncle Hideyoshi are safe, right? Hey, Cannon! What's this all about? Battler-sama. I've never seen him make a face like that before. Cannon didn't have to say anything. He would just scream after he ran into the room and told them everything they needed to know. Who did this? I'll kill you! I'll kill you! George, hang in there. Natsu touched George's shoulder with her hand, but he violently shook her off. George fell over beside Eva and buried his face in the bed in front of his mother's face, wailing. Then he pounded on the bed with his fist over and over again. George-san, hang in there. Battler? Battler-sama. Battler had his back against the wall of the hallway and was covering his eyes with his right hand and weeping without restraint. Horrible. That's horrible. He proposed to the girl he loved and lost her the next day. And on the same day, even his mom and dad were killed. Isn't that too harsh? Of course it's sad whenever anyone dies, no matter who it is.
But to Battler, those left alone by the depths of others were far more worthy of pity. Everyone here now had lost someone close to them. George wasn't the only one to be pitied. However, George's pain was far greater than everyone else's. Battler. His crying sprite is really good. He has a really good crying sprite. Oh, that is a really good sprite, dude. I know everyone dies sooner or later. If you're human, you'll eventually reach a time when you've got to fight the sorrow of losing someone close to you. But still, shouldn't that day be far in the future for Aniki? And shouldn't those tests visit him one at a time? Horrible. It's too horrible. That bastard! That bastard! Doesn't he have even a speck of human sympathy in him? Yes, it screams. Maria doesn't give a fuck. I have seen the original sprite. It's just as good, if not better. Battler, don't cry, don't cry. Maria tried to comfort Battler in a mechanical-sounding voice. Battler violently wiped his tears. Yeah. Damn it. I won't cry anymore. Tears of regret, tears of sadness. I won't shed them again. It's all useless. The witches got me backed into a corner. I'm always on the defensive. And that's useless, it's all useless! I'll spin the chessboard around. That bastard probably thinks we'll be running scared like sheep until tomorrow before we try anything. But guess what? I'll spin it all around! That bastard can't escape this island until tomorrow either! We won't be hiding away pissing ourselves. That bastard will! I'll expose you. You'll see. By tomorrow. No, screw tomorrow. Tonight. But for tonight's over, I'll be gripping you by the collar! At any rate, we'll unlock this room and leave everything as it is until the police come. No objections? Natsuko announced it as though she didn't care whether they agreed or not. If anyone had a right to object, it would have been George, but he looked as though he'd shed enough tears. George nodded slightly, still facing away from the others, and when he stood up, everyone else agreed too. Natsuko still hadn't opened that western envelope with the family head that she'd picked up, but now that they'd decided to leave this room, she decided to unseal it in the parlor where everyone could watch. As soon as they walked out into the hallway to head back to the parlor, some of them immediately felt something out of place, or sensed something strange. That's the door to the study, isn't it? Stinks? You noticed it too, Maria? Seriously, what's that smell? It's awful. When everyone sniffed the air, they did notice a horrible burnt smell drifting through the hallway, one that none of them had smelled till then.
Excuse me. I will go quickly to check the kitchen. I'm sure I turned the flame off. After noticing a burnt smell, it was natural that Kumasawa, who had been using the burner in the kitchen, suspected that her own slip-up had caused it. She hastily dashed away. Canon, go with Kumasawa. Do not let her be alone. Yes. After nodding at Genji's order, Canon followed after her. He wasn't running, but as he followed her, he tried to search for the cause of the smell in other directions as well.
What? Stinky! Stinky, someone ripped a fat one!
It truly is a stench that makes the nose wrinkle. But that doesn't mean we can just open a window for ventilation. Natsu was reluctant to open the windows in a situation where self-defense was so important. Let us run the fan. I don't believe there'll be any need to open the windows. George Aniki. Is it okay if I talk to you? If it's about finding the culprit, I have no problems. It seemed that George had managed to climb out of the abyss of sorrow. Yeah, I mean, crying your fucking heart out and then some will do that to you, yeah. Losing the love of your life is one thing, but your, like, immediate family afterwards is fucking crazy. He's too calm for this. I'm scared. All that filled his chest now was the quiet flame of hatred towards the culprit who had stolen the lives of the one he loved and his beloved parents. The chain from this room was set. From what I could tell by looking at it, I'm positive that it couldn't be opened from the outside. In other words, this was a perfect closed room. That does seem to be the case. In the case of the Rose Garden storehouse, they might have sneaked the shutter's key out of the servant room. Or maybe they had a duplicate key. I can imagine many ways they could have done it. But this chain is different. Among generally used locking techniques, a chain is the simplest one to create a closed room with. Only a chain will block everyone coming from the outside as long as it isn't physically broken. So does this mean the culprit couldn't have gone in or out through the door? It's fucking so easy. They stabbed themselves in the head. That's the only... Duh. They were fed up with their lives being so boring. They found some occult-looking ass knives. Everybody just stuck it in her head, died. And then he was like, well, I want to be clean before I die. This is what Hideyoshi said, and it was just like, and then killed himself. That's the only explanation. I hate and love closed room mysteries. They pick your brain so much, but I am fucking incapable of solving any of them. I'm just absolutely incapable of solving anything. Do I voice act? Yes. Smile. Thank you. Thank you for saying so. That's very sweet of you to say. Hold on, Wawa. That's interesting. Just a few hours ago, I seem to remember everyone making a fuss over how to enter a room without using the door. Back then, we were all losing our cool, wondering how grandfather had disappeared from his room. The receipt Aunt Ava stuck in the door on a whim proved that the door had remained sealed. And since Aunt Natsuki was the only person to enter or exit during that time, she was under suspicion. So how? The concept of a closed room murder in of itself is a paradox, you know? Not accounting for any secret stuff,
like a hidden door or otherwise, this makes no sense. They couldn't have gone through the windows because they're locked from inside the room. Likewise, they couldn't have exited out through the window because there's no locks on the outside. The door was chained, so there's no way for them to like sneak in. You'd have to be like an equivalently small, very thin guy to get through that slim thing in the door. And there's nobody that thin, obviously. Teleportation. They're just teleported in and out of there. That is what, the 22nd demon's power is what Maria told us? Aunt Ava proposed a theory about how Aunt Natsu might have thrown grandfather out of the window left by the door herself. But this door is much simpler. It was sealed from the inside by the door chain. The window had also been locked from the inside and the bodies were also inside the room. This time, it really had been, without exaggeration, a true closed room. That's right. If you include grandfather's disappearance, 3 cases have occurred, and all 3 times the door has been a point of interest. The first was the shutter. Okay, before more thinksies, I'm gonna go downstairs and get myself some more water real quick. Give me just a minute.
Alley-oop!
Okay. Sorry, I was eating a banana. All right. So, oh yeah, we were going over all the cases. The first was the shutter. Thank you guys, by the way. Thank you. There was a key in the servant room, and if we assume someone knew about that, this can't really be called a closed room. The next was the door sealed by the receipt. However, Aunt Nancy entered that room, so if a grandfather had left through the window or been thrown out, she would have been able to lock the window before escaping. Or like my theory, grandfather could have hidden until the receipt was gone and left the room later. Basically, this door can be defeated with a handful of desperate tricks. In that sense, you really can't call this one a closed room either. And now we have the door sealed with the door chain. Finally, we have to give up. The window, the door, everything had been locked. It was a perfect closed room. The first hadn't been a closed room because everyone could be suspected. The second hadn't been a closed room because Aunt Nancy could be suspected. Hadn't been a closed room because Aunt Nancy could be suspected. But this time, no one can be suspected. It was the perfect closed room because the door chain formed a seal that blocked everyone equally well. Do we have to discuss this on the Beatrice painting? Can we move somewhere else, please? I really don't want to be here. I'm scared, George. In that case, did the culprit carry out the crime without entering the room? I swear to God, I'm reading this, and then when I'm reading the text and my eyes aren't meeting hers, I swear to God, she's looking at me and blinking. But then when I look up and she's like, nothing's happening, and then I go back to reading and she's looking at me again. That's what I'm scared of. Good point. Oh wait, I didn't even read this. Carry out the crime without entering the room. With some method from outside the room? Good point. Even though the chain makes it impossible to open it wide enough for a crack, wide enough for a person to fit through, you can open it a small crack. Excuse me. Did the culprit knock on the door? That still doesn't make any sense. How would she possibly collapse on the bed? And then not to mention get Hideyoshi too. Am I missing something? Yeah, you are. If Aunt Ava's body had been lying right next to the door, then it might have been possible. But she was on the bed at the back of the room. And Uncle Hideyoshi was even in the bathroom. Looking from the crack in the door, you couldn't even see them. And you couldn't reach them with your hands either. Damn it. So useless! I don't have a clue! Something was tugging softly at my sleeve. It was Maria. Please don't be tweaking.
Woo! Satisfied?
What do you mean, satisfied? Fuck. God damn it. Now we have fucking tweaker Maria.
Since you didn't want to suspect any of your relatives, you made a wish saying you wanted the culprit to be Beatrice, right? Well, Beatrice granted that wish!
Just as you asked, she did something that was completely impossible for a human to make you believe in the witch. Now you're complaining? How selfish. Yeah, cause our fucking family's dead, you fucking crazy cracked out kid! I tapped Maria, who was laughing unpleasantly, on the head with my fist. Sure, thanks for granting that wish. I just now was to thank you, and also to teach you to stop laughing when it's inappropriate. More importantly, tell me. There was another mysterious scribble on the door to Aunt Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi's room. Is that another magic circle?
That one had a really memorable and characteristic design, so I'd hope you'd at least know what it was.
Ow! Stop it! You're being bad! Battler! I don't. Which is why I'm letting you take the credit. But whining and explain. You sure are violent, Battler.
I won't tell if you're too mean, okay? Ow, 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 ow! That's it! Stop hurting me!
First magic circle of the moon. What's it mean? What's this magic circle's effect? What's the Hebrew writing mean? One thing at a time, one thing at a time. Psalms 107, verse 16. I know the game's gonna tell me, but I want to look it up anyways. For he hath broken the gates of brass, and cut the bars of iron in sunder. So I guess you could interpret that as a cannon literally opening this with the wire cutter, huh? This magic circle has two effects. First, it can open a door regardless of which method has been used to lock it. That sure is convenient. So you're saying that they're trying to make it look like they're a witch because this closed room has a door that can't be opened without relying on magic? And the other effect? When you're blocked by unopenable doors in all directions, it opens a door. By using it in a difficult situation, it gives you a solution you hadn't even thought of until then. Generally speaking, you receive the powers of observation and discernment, inspiration and intuition. Yeah. Beatrice is trying to provoke you, since there's no way lowly humans like a battler could figure out how the door was opened. Yeah!
Ow! Stop it!
Okay, good work. So shut up. Sounds great. I'll accept this challenge from the witch. Maria? Oh no, George isn't on this shit too. Maria-chan, things like witches and demons don't exist in this world. Someone killed father and mother. I don't know whether that was someone I know or not. But either way, it was definitely a human. But how? How did they reach those two through that crack in the door? It couldn't have been more than 10 centimeters wide. Alright, what is 10 centimeters in freedom units? 10 to inches. So about 3.9, so we'll say 4 inches roughly. So that's almost a foot. So that's almost a foot. So 4. A foot is about this. I'd say a ruler is about this much. So, okay, I see. It's just a little bit taller than my phone, or longer than my phone. Yeah, no one, I don't think anyone, not even Maria, I don't think she could, like, what do you call it, slip in through there. At any rate, I can hardly stand the stench. What in the world could it be? Kinzo's cooking something. He just went out to like grocery shop in the forest for some ingredients for his like evil potion making in his study, and he just got back. He's like, I don't give a fuck if like half of my grandkids are dead or half of my kids are dead. I don't give a fuck. Let me do my shit, okay? Leave me the fuck alone. Kanon and Kumasawa, who had gone on ahead, realized the smell wasn't coming from the kitchen even before they arrived there. That was because they noticed an even thicker wave of stench rising up from the stairs leading to the basement, which they passed on their way to the kitchen. The boiler room. I wonder if there's something wrong with the boiler again. Those stairs led to the underground boiler room. The mansion's boiler was old and in poor condition. Both of them had witnessed problems with the boiler on several occasions, but they had never smelled the boiler belching out a stench like this before. Someone shat in the boiler room and it's just like going out everywhere now? Ew. Gross. Slam. That's my face right now. Fucking, oh my god, me too, Kanon. I'm scared as shit. What was that sound? The thing they heard from the basement was definitely the sound of a door closing. Kumasawa had phrased it as a question, but she already knew it couldn't be anything else. She was so surprised at the sound that her knees gave way yet again, and she cowered. After all, at that very moment, no one could have been in the boiler room. Just a few seconds ago, everyone had been crowded together around Ava in Hideyoshi's room. So who caused the sound of a door closing just now? No, Kanon! After taking a second to sort out the situation, Kanon ran down towards the basement. Since they'd heard the sound of a door closing just now, and there was no sign of anyone coming up the stairs, the person who'd closed the door had to be inside the boiler room now. If the boiler room had been a dead end, Kanon wouldn't have rushed in so hastily. But Kanon was a servant, so he knew. There were two entrances to the boiler room. One that opened to the mansion, and one that opened to the courtyard. If he didn't chase them now, they might slip away. Kumasawa reached the same conclusion long after Kanon did, but she couldn't let him go alone. If the thing in the boiler room was the culprit, an opponent who had easily killed 6 adults in the first murder, then no matter how Kanon confronted them, he wouldn't be a match. Even if Kumasawa joined him though, it wouldn't change anything. At any rate, after a delay, Kumasawa decided that she mustn't let Kanon go alone, and she rushed down the stairs. At the time, Kanon was already in the boiler room. It was characteristically damp heat that tormented him, or the boiler room characteristic damp heat tormented him. It had always been an unpleasantly smelly and hot place. Ew! And on top of that, the room was full of that horrible stench which made Kanon feel like he was going to be sick. There was no doubt that this room was the source. In that case, Kanon should have been searching for where the smell was coming from. However, he kept gazing straight forward as he grabbed a hatchet from a tool shelf just off to the side of the door. He hadn't stretched out his hand because he'd wanted a hatchet. He had wanted to grab a weapon. Any weapon. Oh shit. Why? Don't breathe like that, Kanon. I'm scared for you. Kanon gazed into the darkness where the naked light bulb couldn't pierce. Then, he answered. Is it fucking Kinzo? I just realized that the only person it could possibly be is Kinzo. If he didn't die off. Plus the stench, that would make sense. Whenever Kinzo's doing his fucking shit, it's always the stench that's with him. In roulette, you bet on a number or the color is red or black, vying for a payoff. However, low-risk bets like black and red only offer a similarly low payoff. The words coming from Cannon's mouth were swallowed up by the darkness. The darkness suddenly started to swirl glittering. Beatrice! It was such a fantastical scene. Golden, sparkling butterflies that hid in the shadows all over the boiler room. They flapped their wings, twinkling beautifully, and gathered in the darkness, disappearing. Cannon continued directing his words at the darkness as it swallowed the butterflies up. But as the butterflies gathered in the darkness, they probably, no, they would certainly laugh. But Cannon continued to speak without faltering in the slightest. However, if you bet on something with a lower probability, your payoff increases proportional to the risk. The master called succeeding despite an astronomical risk a miracle, and called the astronomical payoff gained as a result magic. I have no interest in what kind of magic you and the master were seeking when you spun that roulette. But you forgot something. You've forgotten that roulette. You forgot that in roulette, there's a pocket that's neither black nor red. Roulette has a special pocket called Zero, which means that the house takes everything in certain variants of the game. This means that all coins on the table will be swept up, just as though everyone has forfeit. I set my heart on just one thing. I decided that if Shannon were to be killed and I was left alive, I'd sacrifice this life of mine and bring this roulette of yours to ruin. This isn't one of the master's rules, and it certainly isn't one of yours. I made this rule myself. Cannon, no! I'm not furniture anymore. I'm the zero on your roulette! Cannon's face twisted with humiliation. It was clear that his defiance against his own weakness was being ridiculed somehow. Cannon's brow creased even further, and a fierce expression that he'd never shown to anyone appeared on his face. The hand grasping the hatchet was shaking. His sweat became drops which slid downward. It was clear that the emotion causing Cannon's hand to shake wasn't just anger. However, Cannon suppressed that emotion. I won't let your words lead me astray again. This is where the demon's roulette ends. Wait another 1,000 years in hell for your next summoner. Beatrice! No! Cannon! When Cannon raised the hatchet and tried to dive into the darkness, The darkness definitely sneered. It sneered at that courage as if it were vulgar, lazy, futile, and meaningless. Why is it getting louder? Cannon, his hatchet still held aloft, couldn't take another step after that. With a clang, the hatchet that he'd been grasping fell and rolled on the floor. And following that with a pair of thuds, Cannon's knees hit left, then right. That hand, which looked like it was trying to catch the sky now, that the hatchet had been dropped, gradually lowered, landing on his chest. And the other hand did the same. Right there, a handle with a demon-shaped design was buried into his chest. The same type of weapon that had been stabbed into Ava and Hideyoshi's foreheads was in Cannon's chest. Cannon? No! You can't take him away from me! Cannon was curled up in anguish, fresh blood dribbling from the corner of his mouth. It was makeup too extreme for Cannon's white skin. Around this scene, the glittering gold butterflies danced through the darkness, mesmerizing. And what the fuck was that? What was that laughing? What was that flash of, like, the portrait and then that weird fucked up distorted laugh? What the fuck? Scary. It was a beautiful, beautiful dance, a funeral march of tribute, ridicule, and contempt for a single boy's self-sacrifice. Cannon had already been prepared for his own death. But although he could do nothing but accept the death he received, he attempted one last measure of resistance. He grasped the handle of the weapon sticking into his chest with both hands, and gritting his teeth with an acute, unearthly pain, he pulled it out. For only a moment, a bright red spray gushed out. It made an unpleasant bloop sound. It probably resembled the sound of Cannon's soul as it was sucked into the swamp of the dead. No! No! Kumasawa screamed at the incomprehensible sight in front of her. Cannon was lying in a pool of blood. Kumasawa's heart was a complete mess. What a horrible fate. He wouldn't have been killed if I had been with him. What incredible luck. If I had been with him, I might have been killed too. As she screamed, her expression was filled with complete confusion, and all the muscles of her face were pulled up, almost as though she was smiling while crying. But no one could have made fun of an expression like this. What is it, Kumasawa? Answer me! The first one to dash in was Natsu, holding the rifle. Battler and Genji dashed in after her. Normally, they would have probably started discussing the origin of that violent stench filling the boiler room. But after they saw Cannon, who was lying on the ground as if he were drowning in an ocean of his own blood, the stench wasn't important anymore. Kennen, answer me!
南條先生をここに
Kenji, bring Dr. Nanjo here! Natsuki realized that even though Kennen was on the verge of death, he was still conscious, so she sent Genji to get the doctor. Natsuki, holding the rifle aloft, faced the darkness in the center of the boiler room and shouted,
そこに隠れているものは何者です
Who's hiding over there?
おとなしく出てきなさい
Come out quietly!
そちらから出てこないなら容赦なく
If you don't come out from there, I'll shoot without mercy.
ライトだ
We need light!
照らすぜ
Light that shit up, yeah, blast him! Battler, thinking quickly, took a large flashlight from the tool shelf alongside the door and used its light to cut through the darkness Natsuki was glaring into. But the light only shone on mechanical-looking piping in a door. The door had been left open a small crack, and it was obvious that someone had left through there in a hurry.
夏日おばさんあの扉はどこ
Natsuki, where does that door go?
源氏
Genji,
あの扉はどこに通じているのですか
where does that door lead to?
中庭です
The courtyard.
逃がすかよ
Battler, no!
この野
No! Like hell I'd let you get away! You damn bastard! Battler let out a war cry as he slammed into the door. Cool air from outside rushed in. There were some thin, rough stairs leading up, and he ran up them shouting,
待ちなさいバトラ君
Wait, Battler, wait, dude! It's dangerous to be on your own right now. Natsuki was also rushing up the stairs, chasing after Battler. They were in the courtyard. The courtyard of the mansion had been built strictly for lighting purposes, so it wasn't a very elegant place. Because it was surrounded on all sides, the air was calm and undisturbed, even though they could hear the sound of the strong winds. There was only the gentle, sorrowful rain. As he ran through the cold and scattered raindrops, dashing up the stairs into the courtyard, Battler looked in every direction. Of course, the odds of him finding a suspicious silhouette just standing around nonchalantly were pretty much zero. Battler spun, looking all around. He turned again and again. He kept spinning until he almost lost his sense of direction. He prayed he would see the culprit somewhere in the scenery. There was no chance. All he saw as he spun more and more was the mansion's heartless walls and windows. Furthermore, there were two entrances into the mansion from the courtyard, and neither of them were locked. Because the courtyard couldn't be entered from outside the mansion, the doors had been built without locks. He didn't know which one they had left through. Oh, we're so cooked. He had to give up. Battler pounded the wall with his fist, swearing.
バトラ君
Battler, we need to go back inside, dog.
一人で先走ってはダメです
You mustn't run ahead by yourself.
バトラ君
Battler-kun? Battler pressed his forehead against the wall, which he scratched at with his fingernails as he cried. Oh. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Hey, why don't go hit Yoshi? And now Cannon-kun! You killed a full 6 people! And that wasn't enough, so you want to kill 3 more! Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? Dave and Uncle Hideyoshi were always kind and fun. I just met Ken yesterday, but I'm sure I've gotten along fine with him. Why did you kill them? Why? Why? You know, when people die, Where do you learn that from? Archer? Not Archer, I mean Shido? You learned that from fucking Shido? People die when they're killed. This is a great line to rival that. You know when people die, they don't come back to life again, right? They aren't gonna quickly sprout up again like bamboo shoots. Why'd you kill them? Why? Battler was a boy who could understand the feelings of pain and regret in a person's heart, so he cried with all his strength. Natsu, who had always thought of Battler as a frank person, was a little surprised to find he had this delicate side. And at the same time, she understood how easily hurt the heart of a young person could be, so she held him. Oh. It's alright. I will definitely protect you, George-kun, Maria-chan, and Jessica. As a mother, and as the representative of the Ushiromiya family. Battler, after sobbing into Natsu's chest for a while, wiped his tears with a bitter smile, as though he had been like that the whole time, and tried to appear as though he had cried more than enough already. Let's go back down for now. Protecting ourselves is a higher priority than finding the culprit. Tomorrow the boat will arrive. After that happens, the police will come, and everything should be brought to light. Hey, wait a minute. He's still good. He isn't dead yet. He's good, see? He's fine. Relax. This hasn't been changed yet, so he's good. There's no way the culprit can escape this island, no matter how much they struggle. That's right. When the police come. When the seagulls cry. The crime will be solved. But for some reason, Battler felt a slight sense of uneasiness, as if the seagulls would never cry again. That couldn't be true. When the typhoon passes, surely the lively seagulls will return to the harbor again. Wait, Kennen got stabbed in the chest, right? Uh-oh. Hey, we still have, we still have 3 deaths to go. And assuming that these 4 are our main characters, that means Kumasawa, Natsuhi, Nanto, and Genji are our last ones. So meaning 3 of them are gonna die. Who's gonna be the one that stays with us? I hope it's well, no. If we're going by the fact that it's interest on the Ushiromiya family, Natsu's gonna die, Genji's gonna die, Kumasawa's gonna die too. So that means, well, I wouldn't say Nanjo's part of the, is he? I mean, he is a hired physician, right? Yeah, it says right there, Kindo's attending physician and longtime friend. Okay, so they all have an equal chance They've all got an equal chance. Also, hi Milk Bowl, thank you so much for the follow. My favorite follower, did you know that? Smile. Excuse me. I returned to the boiler room along with Aunt Nancy and told everyone weekly we hadn't found anything. We heard that Dr. Nanjo and Joe Donaghy had carried Canon-kun to the servant room. Wait, whoa, maybe he's good. Maybe he's good. Smile. The servant room had a first aid kit and sink, and could apparently function as a nurse's office. Kumasawa-san and Jessica had accompanied them. Stains from Canon-kun's blood remained on the floor. Judging by the large amount of blood loss and the ruthless shape of the weapon that had fallen carelessly to the ground, I figured that Dr. Nanjo's treatment would probably end in vain. The weapon was doubtlessly the same type that had been stuck into Aunt Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi's foreheads. But wait, isn't the demonic design on the handle a little different? There seemed to be some small differences in that part. But still, as far as the overall shape was concerned, the weapons were all of the same type. Though it seemed brutal, we'd left the weapon stuck into Aunt Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi to preserve the crime scene. So it was the first time we were able to have a perfect view of the entire weapon. As we expected, the weapon wasn't bladed like a knife, but shaped like an ice pick, or rather a thin stake, and it had a spiral-shaped pattern like a drill. It looked like something that might have been driven into the hearts of human sacrifices in some demonic ritual. Checks out, yeah. Including the handle, it was 25 centimeters long. Half of that was the stake-shaped part, which was stained with deep red blood. The length of the blood-stained part made it clear just how deeply it must have penetrated into Canon-kun's chest. But Anatsi and the rest didn't even look at the weapon, and instead stood in front of the incinerator where the horrible stench was emanating from. They must have dragged it out. Dragged out that thing which had been burning in the furnace. It was still smoldering, and kept sending out dense waves of that awfully unpleasant smell. Genji-san and Maria stared down on it. Hindo's corpse, I take it? Aunt Natsu probably couldn't stand to look directly at it. She kept shaking her head. No, I think they'd have a much larger reaction. Maybe it was like the bodies of one of the, would it be? One of the 6 bodies found in the thing, perhaps? But they did say they left it closed. Maybe it is Kinzo. I thought nothing could surprise me after everything that's happened. But this is... I stood there for a while moaning with a rising urge to vomit. The true source of that unearthly stench was a scorched corpse that had been cooking inside the incinerator. The clothes, the surface of the body, and the hair were all hideously burned. That grotesque corpse was in a state where not the face, nor the age, nor even the gender could be guessed at. When I thought about it calmly, I realized that a corpse appearing at this time could only be one person. It was grandfather, who had disappeared that morning and whose whereabouts had been unknown. I believe it is most likely the master. I agree. That he would pass away in such a state. It's heart-rending. But is there any proof that this corpse is early grandfather? It's burnt so black you can't even tell what sex it is. Adler, look at his feet. Nazi, with her handkerchief over her mouth and her eyes averted, pointed and told me to look at the burnt corpse's feet. Is he wearing like Nikes or some shit? Ew! Our grandfather had fucking 6 toes on each foot? What the fuck? That's not how I wanted to learn. Notice how there are 6 toes on each foot. Huh? You're right. Just as Genji-san had said, there were 6 toes on each foot. Each individual toe had looked so normal in its line that I hadn't noticed. The master was born with 6 toes on both of his feet. Consequently, the master was entrusted with the revival of the Ushiromiya family. Rest in peace. On the first Twilight, okay, so the 6, okay, obviously that was in the Rose Garden shed. I don't know about this. Those who remain shall tear apart the 2 who are close. I don't know what that could have been. I don't know who this could have been, or what this would have been. Gouge the head and kill. That was very obviously George's parents. This was canon just now. But what would have Kinzo's have been? I have heard that since long ago, cases of polydactyl were common in the Ushiromiya family. It's probably hereditary. Or would that just be something we know? I don't know. I guess that's just a fun fact we know about our grandfather Kinzo now. Even though I really don't want to know. Is it normal for someone who has an extra toe to have it on both feet, or is it usually just one? There's probably a study on that somewhere, maybe. Polydactyly literally means many fingers. Because of a little mistake by God when the person is born, one of their toes or fingers splits into 2 and the total number increases. But a big deal isn't usually made of polydactyly in the world at large. That's because it isn't a disease, just something people are born with. So while they're still babies, at about the time they turn 1 year old, they can be taken to the hospital and given surgery to make them normal. Even a child with polydactyly can be treated before they become aware, so they might not even remember it themselves. By the way, it seems that there's a possibility for this to occur in 1 out of every 2,000 babies, so even though it's not unusual, or not usually seen, it isn't that rare at all. Speaking of which, I think Uncle Hideyoshi mentioned something to me long ago. Something about how even Toyotomi Hideyoshi, the man who unified Japan at the end of the Son Goku period, had 6 fingers on one hand. According to Aunt Natsuhi, among the many Ushiromiya family heads, the ones most praised for their wisdom all had polydactyly. Because of that, when grandfather was born, his relatives were all excited at the thought that he might become another wise leader. And when the leading relatives all died in the Great Kanto earthquake, it was apparently argued that grandfather should be the one to restore the family, because of the auspicious sign of his birth. If grandfather hadn't disliked his position as the head so much, this 6th toe probably would have been pretty lucky for him. Come to think of it, I've heard about some countries where it's believed people with polydactyly should be treated as gods and revered. Yeah, literally, I was about to say, like, this guy you want to, like, be the head of the, what do you call it? You want to be the head of the family, fucking just loves groaning and crying about Beatrix and being, your smile is mine, Beatrix! Every, like, other hour he's doing that. This is beside the point, but it's fairly common in mystery novels for a corpse to be burned to hide its identity. But I guess that in grandfather's case, just toasting him wouldn't be enough. And grandfather's body was not simply burnt. It was just like Aunt Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi. The thing that had been stabbed into Kanon-kun's chest. His forehead too? One of those demons' ice picks was stuck into his forehead. Dog! Whoever killed him fucking hates him. Like, okay, let's look at all the red on them. Disfigured faces, disfigured faces, disfigured faces. Disfigured forehead, disfigured forehead. Only one half of his face. So fucking funny. Whoever did this fucking hates him. Burned in the incinerator with a weapon resembling an ice pick sticking out of his forehead. The old sorcerer's wish vanished before it could be granted. He always knew that this was one possible result of his risky gamble. Dad's ring is not on his finger. So the letter last night was telling the truth. Father. Father would probably be horribly disappointed. We gotta read that letter still, by the way. We still gotta read that letter. Nancy let her head droop and closed her eyes tightly. This room had also become a vital crime scene for us to hand over to the police. It was decided that we would leave grandfather's corpse here and lock the room sealing it. It isn't clear when grandfather's corpse started burning in the incinerator. Since according to Genji, the strength of the flames hadn't been that strong, the body must have started burning a long time ago. So that stench could slowly creep out of the furnace and fill the room bit by bit, eventually pouring out and climbing up the staircase. Battler! Putting aside whether he was rare or well done, grandfather had been brought out, killed, and burned, even though he had started out locked away in the closed room created by his auto-lock. You can't say that Battler doesn't have a tiny bit of whimsy to be able to come up with sentences like, putting aside whether my grandfather was rare or well done. There's probably no doubting this. However, according to Genji-san, the boiler room is usually locked. The possibility that someone outside our group had snuck in and committed the crime was overwhelmingly high. And there was also a good chance that this person was walking around with something like a master key. After all, the doors and windows throughout the mansion had been checked. But despite that, the culprit was able to strut around the mansion freely. I'm starting to think it was Beatrice. Oh, thinking music. Does this crime confirm that a 19th person exists? There's still that contradiction since they're trying to tout their existence without even showing themselves once. Excuse me. Along with Kirie-san's chessboard theory, I've been using this contradiction to deny the existence of a 19th person. By spinning the chessboard around once more, the very fact that this crime makes it perfectly obvious that a 19th person exists means that the existence of the 19th person is even less plausible. As long as that 19th person doesn't show themselves in front of us. If the culprit could get grandfather out through the door sealed by the receipt, if they could kill Aunt Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi from the other side of a door sealed by a chain, then could they possibly go so far as to create a fictional 19th person through strange tricks and devices? I'm gonna believe that canon is okay. Well, he hasn't been stricken from the record yet. He hasn't been stricken from the record quite yet. If we still want to believe that the culprit is among the 18, then the list of suspects has grown very short. The four of us kids, Aunt Natsuhi, Genji-san, Kumasawa Ba-chan, and Dr. Nanjo. One of these people has to be the culprit. What? We can't be sure of that. Just a second ago, we started doubting whether the corpse here was actually grandfather's, right? Maybe we can think of the other bodies in the same way. For example, the first 6 all had their faces horribly smashed. Some of the bodies had kept enough of their faces for us to confirm who they were, but the old bastard, for example, had lost his entire face as though the whole thing had been neatly peeled off. We only figured out which body was which by their clothes and surroundings. Did the culprit prepare a fake body beforehand and alter it to make it look like they died, even though they were actually hiding somewhere after committing the crime? That is really complex. And as fucked up as it is, I'd have to applaud them for preparing possibly 8 fake bodies. It may sound ridiculous, but it wouldn't be an impossible trick to pull off. Or is it 9? Let me count again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Possibly 10 if canon is cooked. Sorry, that was bad wording. That was a bad phrase to use, considering Kinza's state of affairs. Sorry, man. It's too early to give in to this 19th person. No. This witch. What if no one is dead and this is a giant surprise party? We know how much you love surprise parties, Battler. Or rather, not surprise parties. We know how much you love murder mysteries, Battler. We know you love them, so we organized this whole thing for you. No one's actually dead, Battler. Just like that one ending in Ao Oni, where it's actually just one of their friends in the Ao Oni costume. Maria, you mustn't stare so fixedly anymore. Come on, Battler-kun, you too. I'm worried about Canon's condition, and we mustn't remain in a place like this any more than necessary. Let's return. Maria didn't go out with everyone else, but remained in the boiler room. The thing she was staring so fixedly at probably wasn't grandfather's body, but his forehead, I bet. Yeah. The demon's ice pick sticking out of his forehead. It's probably the sort of item that an enthusiast couldn't bear to ignore. I tapped her on the head. Hey, Maria. What's Beatrice after? Is it all of our lives? Oh boy. Beatrice will revive very soon. Wait, Beatrice will revive very soon. At that time, none will be left alive. How can you laugh at something like that? Do you think you're the only one who's safe? Why don't you feel like you're in danger? Why aren't you scared? Beatrice made a promise. She said she's gonna take me to the Golden Land. It's a wonderful place where you have no obligations. Everyone's always together and everyone is always nice to everyone else. I'm looking forward to it, yay! The time will come very soon now. Hit that stupid fucking face up. That scared me. That just genuinely scared me. Right when I was about to say I hate that stupid fucking face of hers. Just what kind of person is Maria? I only know what Maria was like 6 years ago when she was 3. She was once pure and obedient, a good kid. And then there's this new Maria 6 years later, and the Maria I knew didn't seem to fit together. Who is she? This witch who calls herself Maria? To Maria, who obstinately believes in the witch, this series of unsolvable crimes is proof that the witch actually exists. Every time something occurs that would be difficult for a human, it becomes a little harder for the rest of us to not believe in Beatrice. It must be an intense pleasure for Maria to see her relatives, who once firmly denied the witch's existence, start acknowledging that witch's existence one by one. Is that why she's in high spirits? Maria? Let me ask this one more time. Probably answer the same anyway, but I'll ask just once more. Yesterday you were given a letter in the Rose Garden. Who gave it to you?
Oh, like I said, Beatrice. Adler still doesn't believe. Ooh.
Maria only repeated what she had already said. Maria met with the 19th person, the witch. Is that really a 19th person, or did one of the 18 just get her to say that? All that's certain is that Maria has been with the rest of us constantly, always had an alibi, and hasn't done anything suspicious besides start tweaking whenever the mention of a witch happens. She's simply overjoyed at being Beatrice's messenger, and certainly isn't the 19th person. Supposedly. That's right. I wonder what's written in that letter we picked up in Aunt Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi's room. Natsu should still have it with her. Whoa, why is the clock like this? What the fuck? What the fuck? Why is the clock all the way up there? What? In the end, Canon-kun did not regain consciousness. Even though Dr. Nanjo and the rest did all they could to heal him. He's dead. I'm sorry, Sharky, he's dead. Found in the boiler room with a weapon resembling an ice pick sticking out of his chest. How presumptuous of lowly furniture like that. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's only 8 people left, bro. There's only 8 people left, dog. Come on. Of course, there was very little that could be done on an island like this without medicine or proper facilities. Excuse me. However, Canon was the only human ever to confront the culprit. If only he could give us some kind of clue. However, at the time they carried Canon away, it was already too late. My sincere apologies. Without proper facilities, there was nothing I could do about such a serious wound. That's perfectly understandable. Thank you so much for giving it your very best. Dr. Nanjo's shirt had been sprayed by a violent spurt of blood, so it was easy to imagine the devotion with which he had tried to save Canon's life up until the last second. Poor guy. Jessica was crouched in the corridor crying softly. She had probably been taking care of Canon-kun until the moment of his death. George Anake tried to approach her with words of comfort, but when Jessica pushed him away, he stopped trying to force her to talk and left her alone. If only I hadn't let Canon-san go alone. Oh. Do not let that bother you. If you had been with him, you probably would have been attacked as well. So, like, are we genuinely all, like, just gonna die? Like, actually? Like, it feels like it. Went it all with the novel, and then there were none, I don't know how that thing goes, but I'm sure it does end with and then there were none. Hey, don't say foolishly. Genji, you care about him. Take that back. He foolishly rushed on ahead and paid for his mistake. How can you say it like that? Canon-kun spotted the culprit and bravely stood up to them. If only Kumasawa had gotten with him, the culprit might have hesitated and chose to run away. Emotion-filled words that I never thought I'd hear coming from Jessica tumbled out. Hey, why is she catching a stray? Hold on, why is Kumasawa catching a stray? Come on, dude. Crashing out is just in the family, I think. it's just in the family. Crashing out. That's an innate ability of every Ushiromiya. Jessica. You shouldn't talk to her now. It's the same for me. And probably you as well, right, Battler-kun? We don't know what's going on. And it feels like our hearts are going to split open. There were tears in George Anaki's eyes again. Seeing Jessica break down crying probably brought back the pain of losing his parents. I'd done my crying all at once, so I didn't feel like crying anymore. However, I understood how great the pain in their hearts was.
It's okay, Jessica. You'll be able to meet Canon again soon.
This face is creepy to me now. It's just creepy to me now. It scares me. It genuinely scares me. I don't like it one fucking bit. Stop it. I don't need you trying to console me like that. Oh, there she goes again.
Beatrice will resurrect the dead and even the life that's been lost. So you'll definitely be able to meet him soon. And everyone can live in peace.
So the one who killed Canon-kun is this Beatrice who supposedly gave you that letter yesterday? Where is she? Where's she hiding? I'll find her and tear her apart. Tell me! You know who the culprit is, don't you? What do you know and what are you hiding? Tell me! Please stop, milady. Wait, are you fucking hitting her?
Beatrice exists!
Let go of me! Fucking let go of me, Genji! Maria knows who the culprit is. And she's hiding their identity even though she knows. She must be telling them what we're doing, guiding them as they kill us. What if she's right? What does the messenger title responsibilities come with? And what if it grants her special powers, like being able to talk telepathically with Beatrice, right? Jessica, be silent! Jessica grabbed at Maria. Jessica. Genji tried to stop her, but Jessica couldn't be calmed. The next thing I heard was the sound of Aunt Nancy slapping Jessica's face. Whoosh. After that, only Jessica's sorrowful, sobbing voice resounded throughout the hall. Maria-chan. I know there's no way you're the culprit. You've been with us since the beginning, and there's no time for you to communicate with any culprit. So I want you to tell me something. This Beatrice who handed you the letter yesterday, who was she? Although those words seemed kind, they clearly showed that George still had some remaining doubts about Maria. He didn't actually grab at her. However, he felt exactly the same way Jessica did. Anike, I already asked her the same thing a second ago. My answer is the same as before. I want to hear it from Maria's mouth. Who is Beatrice?
If I told you, you wouldn't believe me anyway.
What do you mean by that? Could it be the culprit someone we know well? And you're keeping silent because you're covering for them for some reason? Who gave you that letter?
I got it from Beatrice, you stupid motherfucker!
I'll say it no matter how many times you ask. I get the letter from Beatrice. Yeah! George Oni-chan, do you refuse to believe in Beatrice because she's not an opponent you can hit? You want to turn your feelings of helplessness into violence and beat someone up. She won't be satisfied unless your opponent is a human you can hit.
So even if I tell you the truth, you won't accept it. So it's pointless for me to tell you. You won't believe. But I'll keep on saying it. Because it's true. Beatrice exists. Ah! The door to the golden light will be open soon. We're gonna go there. Beatrice promised. In that world, Mama's nice, Papa isn't a deadbeat piece of shit, and he's also nice. I wanna go there now! Everyone's afraid of Beatrice, but that's only natural.
So calm yourselves. Beatrice said so herself. By the time the typhoon has passed, I'll have ended everything, she said.
Ouch!
Maria, I don't mind you being talkative. Let's leave it at that for now. I'll bet this is all a pretty happy situation for you since you're always going on about how witches exist, but keep that to yourself for now. Don't try to force that on other people. You know, I've been creeped out by this girl for a while now. But there really is something wrong with her. Don't you think so too, Battler? Kenshi-san? Yeah, I mean, yeah, no one's gonna disagree with you. She's tweaking. She's constantly tweaking, bro. What about you, Mom? Maria knows who the culprit is and she's hiding it. Maybe she hasn't done anything directly, but she's definitely working with them. That's right, she's a spy. We can't let her stay with us any longer. Yeah! Maria, you must realize there are times when indiscreet discussion is best avoided. If you keep adding oil to the fire, even I will get very angry. Aunt Natsu glared at Maria with frightening eyes. Maria was used to Aunt Rose's loud style of scolding, but she apparently hadn't built up resistance to Aunt Natsu's quiet sort of scolding. She shrugged and kept her mouth shut. A desolate feeling filled the room. It felt as though things would just get more complicated if anyone else spoke. How many people have died already? 6 in Dad's group. 2 counting Ava and Hideyoshi. Another 2 counting Canon and Grandfather. There were a whole 18 people on this island, supposedly, and 10 of those people have been killed. That's more than half of us. And right now, there's absolutely no proof that the remaining 8 people will be safe. At any rate, this is no time to quarrel. Now that we're certain the culprit can enter and leave the mansion at will and strike out of nowhere, We must give our undivided attention to surviving until tomorrow. I agree strongly with Aunt Natsuki. We can figure out who the culprit is at our leisure tonight. For now, though, we're better off finding a place to barricade ourselves in. As I said this, I pointed out the clock to everyone. It was already 8 at night. We'd been receiving shocks over and over again since the early morning, and our bodies and minds were both completely tired out. There's still a long time until tomorrow. We needed to find some place to barricade ourselves in so we could rest our bodies and get even the smallest amount of relief. I agree. Everyone's already pushing their mental and physical limits, myself included. I believe it'd be wise to take that into account as we move forward. That's right. There's a high probability that the enemy has got the equivalent of a master key. Were Shannon, Canon-kun, and Goda-san holding master keys? Yes. They were supposed to have them on their person during work. We didn't want to disturb the scene, so we didn't investigate that closely. We can't eliminate the possibility that someone stole the key from them, or a key from them. In the first place, we know the culprit may have visited the servant room at some point to unlock the garden shed shutter. It's conceivable that they obtained the master key from there earlier on. There were many servants serving the Ushiromiya family. Because of that, there were several master keys. Furthermore, every time one employee started or finishing working, the keys were passed between them. We had to acknowledge this probably had gotten a bit sloppy at times in the past. Even if they borrowed a bundle of keys from the pockets of one of the murdered servants, is there any safe place that even those keys couldn't open? Because of the nature of our job, we've been entrusted with keys to all of the rooms. All of them in the mansion and in the guest house. We're fucked. Yeah, no matter where we go, we're fucked. It's pointless. Fine. Who cares about locking up? If you're gonna come, bring it on, damn it! I'll beat you at your own game! The enemy won't approach us from the front. I don't know about the first 6, but if you look at what happened to my parents and Canon-kun, and even grandfather, the enemy has only gone after isolated people. They don't have the power to assault all of us openly in a secure room. That's right. It's just like Aniki says. And maybe Aunt Natsu's rifle can serve as a deterrent to stop them from attacking. I hope that is so, but... I know you want to say something, Maria, but keep it to yourself and stay quiet for a while. We were probably wanting to say something about how witches weren't afraid of things like guns. But if she were gonna say it out loud, the atmosphere around here would start to get pretty edgy. She was about to know, she was like, no, battler! Guns are witches' one weakness! I had noticed and decided to put a stop to it. If I may, I do know of just one place that cannot be entered even with the servant key rings. Where's that? Oh, right, of course. That would be the master's study. I'm against this! I don't even want to think about going in grandfather's creepy room. How many keys can gain access to that room? Just the one, right? 2. I always have one on my person. The other is held by Master himself, but just now I found this on the corpse in the boiler room. Oh, burnt and filthy study key. Then he showed it alongside with his own key, which he had once lent to Natsuki. Normally it would have been proper to leave the master's key for the police, but because of the master's orders to protect the safety of the study, I borrowed it for the time being. I see. Which means that Kinzo-san's study is the only place where we can be safe. It would appear that way. I don't even want to think about being shut up in that strange room all night. It appears we must acknowledge that this room is safer than anywhere else. Even though grandfather locked himself up in that safe room, the culprit brought him out and killed him. We can't be certain it's truly safe. According to your theory, grandfather cleverly found a way around that receipt trick and left the room of his own free will. If so, the room might be a good place to barricade ourselves in after all. You're too optimistic, Aniki. I thought he brought up a pretty interesting point, though. After all, this gives us a chance to question the anime, the witch herself, about how the sealed door had been opened. If we assume the culprit used some technique to kidnap grandfather from his study, they'd have to show us the same trick again if they wanted to assault us in the study. And that'd give us a chance to make the culprit prove how they did it right before our eyes. If she's really a witch, we'll be forcing her to use her little magic trick to open the door right in front of us. But that's probably impossible. I spin the chessboard around, it's obvious that the culprit is acting in a way that makes us think they're a witch. If she really is a witch, all she's got to do is appear in front of us and wow us with a colorful display of magic. Since she's avoided doing that, everything must be the work of a fake witch who wants us to think she's real. Therefore, a culprit who used a technique other than magic to defeat the closed room couldn't open the door before our very eyes. Is grandfather's room big enough to stuff 8 people in? Yes. There is a bed, a sofa, and blankets. It is not luxurious. It'll be more than suitable for spending the night. There's also a sink, a bathroom, a refrigerator, and a liquor cabinet. Whoa! That's incredible! But isn't that weird? They're saying he built another house inside his house? Pretty cramped for the last house of someone like a grandfather who bought a whole island and realized all of his dreams. That's right. After some point in time, father probably felt he couldn't feel at peace in any other place, even inside the mansion. We always sneered about how he shut himself up in there, and this time we're the ones who are gonna shut ourselves up. Jessica spat the words out. Jessica-chan, it sounds like you'd rather go search for the culprit than stay up somewhere, and stay shut up somewhere rather. Of course. I don't think we'll be able to find them if we just start searching on our own. In the end, we can't do anything but wait. But it doesn't matter where we wait, does it? I'm not gonna run away or hide. Why don't we just take it easy in the parlor watching TV or something while we wait for this Beatrice-sama to appear? It's perfectly fine if she doesn't appear. There's no need for us to be the ones who expose the culprit. Well said. We shouldn't take needless risks before the police arrive. Thank you, Dr. Nanjo. Yeah, I think we should all move to Grandpappy's study too, man. It's our best bet. We can sleep in shifts and shit. We have no proof it's safe since father was taken out from there. But I can't deny the possibility that as battle reasoned, grandfather left the study of his own accord and was attacked outside. Yeah, we know this trick. Yeah. I couldn't explain what motive could have made grandfather sneak out of his own study in such a troublesome way. Plus, grandfather couldn't have even have used that trick unless he knew that the receipt was wedged in the door. Aunt Ava hadn't pointed out that last part, but it's clear how absurd the theory was. So does that mean the sealed door formed a closed room just as Aunt Ava claimed? Is it an undeniable fact that Aunt Nazi was the culprit? If Aunt Ava were here now, she'd probably make that claim openly and blow my strange theory away. And anyway, I had to admit that a room with both a bed and a toilet that all 8 people could be shut up in, and with only 2 keys, both of which were gathered here, had to be the safest place in the mansion right now. At the very least, I figured this would be better than just staying shut up in the parlor and hoping nothing would go wrong. Have we been safe only because we've been shut up in the parlor? What if leaving that room and moving to an unexplored location is actually more dangerous? It's useless. It's useless. It's all useless. Your filmsy head's about to break out in a fever. I keep spinning the chessboard around right and wrong. We'll keep switching places over and over, and I won't be able to believe anything. And it seems like the culprit is one of the 18. I want to believe in Beatrice. Once I start believing in Beatrice, I start wanting to find the culprit amid the 18. I keep spinning around forever in the end. Oh, oops.
Wait, go back.
Won't have taken one step from where they started. Okay. How far back in the past was it that Kirie taught me about chessboard thinking? The concept of examining the situation by spinning it around and thinking from the enemy's side. I seem to remember being so interested by it back then. I used it to guide all my thinking. Oh, by the way, Kirie was Dad's co-worker back then. I never dreamed that she'd someday be added to her family. Didn't Kirie-san tell me something once? I get the feeling she once said that while this chessboard thinking was one way to look at things, it wasn't all powerful, and it wouldn't be good to rely on it too much. Chessboard thinking is my own interpretation of something called game theory, which I read about in a book long ago. It's a very interesting subject, so you should tackle it yourself when you get into college, Battler. I want to try it! If I could study and perfect my chessboard thinking, it'd be fun to be able to read any opponent's moves, wouldn't it? But you can't believe in it blindly. Game theory is a very deep and complicated subject. Chessboard thinking is just my interpretation that skims the surface of that theory. In order to thoroughly read your opponent's moves like you're imagining, you should study your opponent. Additionally, while chessboard theory is convenient and practical, it's not perfect. It has many weak points despite its convenience. Weak points? Yes. Chessboard thinking is founded upon game theory. When you thoroughly investigate game theory, it boils down to math. Do you know what the weak point of math is? It's noise. In math, when you write 1 + 1 = 2, that process will always result in 2, no matter how many billions of years pass. Nothing more, nothing less. That's because there's absolutely no noise mixed in. But for example, unlike math, the Japanese language has noise mixed in, huh? Kanji are a good example. Old kanji and new kanji are slightly different, which represents an introduction of noise created by the changes between time periods. Isn't history the same? There's dozens of policies that seem foolish in the modern era but were meaningful at some point in the past. Because rules of chess are fixed, when a pair of experts are discussing one particular layout, it's possible they could reach the same conclusion whether they're from 100 years in the past or 100 years in the future. However, if the rules of chess had gone through massive changes over time, it's possible that a discussion about the same layout would have changed as well. Events in the world of humans are normally full of noise. Aren't human emotions that way? Even if the exact same thing occurs more than once, there's no guarantee that humans will always act in a predictable fashion.
The moment we try to use a math-based theory to predict someone's actions, you must be aware that our theory has built-in weaknesses and limits. Simply put, chessboard thinking is extremely weak against noise and fickleness, as well as mistakes or incorrect knowledge.
That's right. Kirie-san definitely said that. Chess has always been a game where both sides play by the same rules and fight with the same conditions for victory. That's why it's possible for both sides to predict the other's moves. It's possible to read your opponent because you can always suppose they'll make the best moves they can find. Ah, goodness. Oh god, I'm getting so thirsty. My throat's getting so dry. But what if your opponent is fickle or a bit tired? Makes a move that can hardly be called the best. What if this game actually has a special rule, some unknown thing that only the enemy knows about and can use? In fact, what if the opponent actually has some goal other than victory? Think from your enemy's perspective. That's the basis of chessboard thinking. Which means, if you misread your enemy, the answer you draw from this process will be complete rubbish. Useless. So far, I've used chessboard theory to get several vague bits of information about the culprit behind the case, so I think. However, I don't know anything about the culprit. Am I just playing around in a labyrinth of thoughts? If Kirie were here at a time like this, she'd probably be able to notice something with her much sharper thinking ability. Now back to reality. Until the very last moment, Jessica resisted moving into grandfather's study. But in the end, Aunt Natsuhi persisted, and we decided to move there. Everyone was completely wrapped in paranoia by now. Kumasawa had prepared dinner at one point, but during the time we were discovering the deaths of George Anaki's parents, both the kitchen and parlor had been left empty. Someone suggested the food might have been poisoned while we were gone. Because of that, we were unable to even touch the food that Kumasawa had taken the trouble to make for us all. Sorry, Kumasawa! The manner in which the first 6 were killed was still unknown, but it certainly could have been poison. Certainly that would allow even a single person to carry out the murder of 6 large adults. Furthermore, this idea made it easy to imagine there being only a single culprit, who'd been afraid of Aunt Natsuhi's rifle. And this was very good for our emotional stability. But fatigue and hunger were even harsher than we'd imagined. Then Kumasawa made a proposal and we all went together to the kitchen. There we gathered some canned food and other things that would be hard to poison to take in with us. All of Kumasawa-san's efforts to reward us with just a little dinner on this savage day regrettably came to nothing. The food piled up on the serving cart looked just a little sad. Oh, I'm sorry, Kumasawa. We all started climbing the stairs. Aunt Natsuhi, who was in the lead, warily stared into the darkness with both eyes and the barrel of the gun. Once we dragged ourselves up to the 3rd floor, just as Aunt Natsuhi had warned us beforehand, there was a mixture of a chemical smell and a sickly sweet aroma, a stench hanging in the air that felt like it was eating into our heads. What, dude, we need to read that damn ass letter. You see, this kind of stench probably would give you a headache if you were shut in with it for the whole night. I know it's a little late, but I'm with Jessica. I vote against going into grandfather's study. It felt like the stench was floating out from this magnificent door. It was the door to the forbidden study which should defend against any who would enter. When Genji-san unlocked the door, Maria stared at the door and the doorknob with great interest.
Whoa! Cool ass door.
It's got the scorpions on it! This is the safe room! This is the fucking safe room! Oh my god! Oh my god, we're safe in here, we're actually safe in here, Pog! Whoa! Looks old and strict and like it'd stop any jokes cold. Perfect door for grandfather's study. The power to ward out spiritual menaces is strong here. Beatrice probably couldn't open this door. Huh? What does that mean? Maria pointed at the doorknob. Yeah, the scorpions! A scorpion crest. No, a design like a magic circle arranged around a scorpion was inscribed there. That's right. Isn't it just like those keychain charms Maria gave Jessica and me yesterday? The fifth magic circle of Mars is a strong ward against magic. Additionally, this magic circle was very diligently constructed and is full of power. Such a magic circle can be quite troublesome to beings of magic like Beatrice. Isn't that comforting? You're saying we can escape even Beatrice's clutches in this room? Little witch here sure is reliable. Then how did Beatrice get grandfather out? This is battle of reasons. Beatrice can't go inside. However, she has both magic and familiars. Using them, she might have been able to get grandfather to leave the study of his own accord. Oh, I've read about that in manga. A bunch of scenes where vampires were frightened of crosses so they couldn't get close. But their familiars were just fine, so they made their familiars attack. The scorpion keychain charms I gave you yesterday also had the fifth magic circle of Mars on them. The power dwelling within them was weak, but they should be enough to protect you until we leave the island. I know it sounds like you've lost yours, right? Scorpion keychain charms. Yeah, the charm I gave you yesterday was something I got from Maria. I heard it would repel magic if you put it on your doorknob, and at the time I thought it'd be better if you had it. Is that so? I thought it was an odd thing for you to be carrying around. Aunt Natsuhi put that on her doorknob? Yes. Last night after hearing about it from Jessica, I hung it from the doorknob on the inside of my door. Then Aunt Natsuhi, you're very fortunate. If you did that, Beatrice probably couldn't even lay a finger on you yesterday. I think Beatrice must have been really annoyed. Beatrice annoyed? Couldn't lay one finger. Natsuhi thought back on that eerie scribble she'd seen that morning, as though someone had been tearing at the outside of her door with blood-soaked hands, and gasped in surprise. Could it be that this witch who called herself Beatrice tried to enter through the door to Natsuhi's own room? The magic repelling charm had been hanging from the inside, so she couldn't break through the door, so she was annoyed. So she scratched at it? Quit it, don't talk about that! Witches don't exist. The culprit does. And they're human just like us, okay? If you need proof,
Why don't we dice her up and see if her blood's red?
赤いかも確認してやろうじゃねえか。
Damn it. Damn it.
よくも
Hi, Kev. Thank you so much for the raid.
Howdy. Were you playing fucking Hello Kitty? I'm Fav. Hi, Kim. How are you? But howdy.
Hi guys, we're playing Umineko right now. If you've ever planned on playing Umineko in your entire life, like ever, get out of here now! Leave! Leave! I don't care if you play Umineko if you're 50 or 60. I don't care if you play it when you're that old. Get away! Get the fuck away! Get the fuck away! We're in deep shit! We're in deep shit, so get the fuck away from this stream! Get the fuck away! You ever want to play this for yourself? Leave now! No!
But otherwise, welcome. Smile. Oh, have you played Umineko, Kim?
This is my first ever experience with Umineko. I love this game so far. It's so dope. It's so dope.
I shall unspoil, but have a good stream. Bye! Bye, Fav. Take care.
Oh my gosh, my throat.
I'll leave, but only because I had to eat dinner. Have a good eats. And thank you again for the raid, Kim. Have a good dinner. People happy.
Bullshit.
My name is Aya. Thank you so much for the follow. Howdy. Meow. Oh, thank you for the lurk. People happy. Have a good one.
Okay.
How could you do that to Canon?
Click. Genji unlocked the door. 8 people entered Kinzo's study. Grandfather's study. I'd heard rumors about it beforehand, so I wasn't that shocked. He had done nothing more than fortify it thoroughly with his occult hobbies. Hold on. Sorry, I'm getting messaged on Discord. If Grandfather's hobby had been chasing after pop idols, these walls might be buried underneath. Imagine instead of Kinzo being obsessed with magic, he was obsessed with like fucking K-pop idols instead. Please, instead of a poster of fucking Beatrice, just like a poster of like, I don't know any K-pop idols, sorry, I don't know. It's like, I don't know, G-Dragon. What if it was a picture of him instead? Even if I didn't understand it, I did realize that this room was a bundle of all his pastimes. Even so, I couldn't help but remain dumbfounded by the smell of his creepy medicine and the sweet stench that seemed to melt my head. Thud. Click. When the door was closed, it automatically made a clunk. I see. This is the auto lock that's activated whenever the door is closed. And there were only two keys that could open this door from the outside, both of which were in this room. In other words, it had become a closed room. The shutter, the receipt, the chain. And now the auto lock. This fourth door had the most magnificent luck yet. And this was doubtlessly a closed room. Just to make absolutely sure that the room was secure, we checked all over for ways in or out. The window was tightly locked. That should have been enough, but just in case, we tried knocking all over the walls. After all, we had talked about there being a hidden door in this room, but we couldn't find anything suspicious. Grandfather's study was very large. Even though we called it a study, it wasn't really a single room. It could be divided up into 4 basic sections: a study section, a bedroom section, the toilet and bathroom section, and a section for cooking that had a sink. A study really does have enough to live in. I see how Grandfather could live his whole life in this room without ever leaving. Oh shit! I gotta check my Valorant shop! I almost forgot. Oh shit. Sorry guys, give me a second. Smile. Launch, please hurry. Master! Fucking hurry the fuck up now! No! Why is that launching? You're pissing me off! I'm hissing right now. There it is. Alright, what's poppin'? Neptune Guardian! Wow! I fucking hate this game. Another day. Another failed shop. Can't say I'm surprised. Womp womp. I see. The study really... Oh, I already read that. Now we can tell Grandfather could live his whole life in this room without ever leaving. It seemed Grandfather wasn't in the habit of watching TV because there was no television or even a radio in this room. Can't do anything except pass the time listening to the sound of rain until tomorrow morning. Dr. Nanjo looked closely at the chessboard that sat on the table in front of the sofa and muttered. It was apparently the partly finished chess match he'd been playing with Grandfather till yesterday. The black had the white pretty well cornered, and it looked like checkmate would be reached within a few moves, the last part of the endgame. Even though checkmate had almost been reached, the endgame had been rushed, and in the end was never completed. To be fair to them, Sharky, to be fair to them, they're all books, or I'm sorry, not old books. They're all grimoires and filled with occult stuff. And I think the last thing they want to do is like read about the paranormal or like occulty stuff right now. I wouldn't blame them to not want to. Kinzo-san. It seems we weren't able to see this match through after all. Dr. Nanjo. I was Kinzo-san's friend for a long time, but I never knew about more than half of him. I believe 2 Kinzos existed. A wise one, and one fucking obsessed with Beatrix. I never understood anything about him. Especially when it came to Beatrix-sama, it would seem like his personality changed. Sorta like Maria. In the direction of Kurosawa-san's upward gaze, a portrait of Beatrix could be seen. It wasn't massive like the one hanging in the entrance hall, but small, made for this room. Grandfather probably spent every day in this room and so much of his time talking to the witch in that portrait. Who was Beatrix to Grandfather in the first place? Right now, you couldn't just explain it away by saying it was a story made by the parents to frighten children away from wandering into the forest. While eating the can of food we brought up from the kitchen, we talked together about who Beatrix was. Whether the culprit was Beatrice herself or someone pretending to be her, whether they were a witch or human, that was besides the point. The woman in this portrait was strongly related to the roots and background of this case. You couldn't talk about this case without talking about her. That's right. Mom, you picked up. Yes, finally, we're reading the damn letter. Finally, read that shit. Read that shit. Let's give it a try. Yes, please. Please, please. Genji-san pulled out a paper knife out of a drawer in the study desk and handed it to her. Watching her open it, George Aniki grimaced slightly. After all, it was a letter left at the site where his parents had been murdered. There was a good chance its contents would say something unbearable to Aniki. Natsuya also seemed to realize that, so she glanced over the contents first without reading it aloud. We were a little frightened she might grimace after reading something shocking, but she just frowned unhappily. What does it say? There is one unpleasant sentence. It must be trying to provoke us. Natsuya, after deciding the contents could be shown to the children, set it openly on the table. Everyone stared at it at the same time. Praise my name. That's it? Praise my name? That's part of the epitaph, isn't it? Oh, oops. I wasn't done quite yet. Those who remain shall praise my noble name. Those who remain shall tear apart the two who are close. Wait a minute. I just realized. No, never mind, that can't be it either. I was under the impression that this was all gonna be separate days. I just realized this is probably hours since it's all happening at once. It took me that long, I'm sorry. I did not realize that. It's probably Beatrice declaring herself the victor. Damn it. I'll bet you were hoping another weird magic circle would show up, huh?
It wasn't a magic circle.
But my expectations haven't been betrayed. What could it mean? I wonder if she wants to tout her own existence. That seems reasonable. With this letter, we now know that the author of last night's letter is the culprit. I think the identical envelope is more significant than what's written here. Without a doubt, this is the type of envelope and sealing wax the master used. Oh, I don't know what's going on anymore. This is the first time I've seen anything like this since I started working for the Ushinomiya family. On my last night's letter, Beatrice is claiming to be grandfather's oldest confidant. Grandfather often said the same thing in the past, right? I spoke to Genji and Kumasawa, who nodded together. Guess that means you two know more about her than anyone except grandfather. Could you tell us? For a long time, I've purposely avoided this topic. But now that it's come to this, I can no longer do so. Tell us everything you know, Genji. Oh boy. Genji didn't answer. Did he remain silent despite his knowledge, or did he know nothing at all? Still, I had a good guess. The ghost story of the witch Beatrice had long been deified among the servants. He'd probably been very close to grandfather and his occult hobbies. So there was a good chance that he'd been indoctrinated with even weirder things, and had increasingly come to defy the witch. Or deify, not defy, I'm sorry. As grandfather's most trusted servant, who had sworn loyalty to him, he might be the most influenced by the illusion of the witch that grandfather created. So there was only one reason for Genji to remain silent. He could speak, but it would definitely cause a backlash, so it was better if he kept his mouth shut. And it wasn't like we'd believe him anyway. Something along those lines. A short while ago, Maria had been more than willing to speak bluntly and unrestrainedly, and that had earned her a scuffle with Jessica. It was natural for Genji to keep his silence. Was she... Oh shit! Was she father's concubine? His concubine? That could be possible. For ordinary poor people, polygamy isn't only viewed negatively from a moral perspective. It's also an unmaintainable financial situation. But that isn't the case for the very rich. It's possible for them to have another lover in addition to their real wife. We can't deny the possibility grandfather had another woman in his life besides grandmother. Maybe when grandmother was alive, I hear she was pretty full of it. She thought he was cheating on her. I always thought she meant grandfather's imaginary witch. Now this is getting really interesting. You told me, didn't you, Genji-san? You said Beatrice has been working for grandfather since before the mansion was finished. I heard that the construction of the mansion was completed in 1952. That means this person called Beatrice was in a relationship with grandfather since at least 30 years ago. That concubine of 30 years ago, or maybe a relative or hidden child with that person, hold some kind of grudge and be planning revenge? I see. This is starting to sound just like your standard Western mansion mystery. It's a filthy topic, but the easiest line of reasoning to accept. What do you think, Genji? The master surely had feelings of deep love for her. There can be no mistake that he cared for her more than his late wife. Oh! Who's this person called Beatrice? And what's she doing now? Why'd the music stop? I've heard that she passed away before the mansion was completed. She's already dead? Yes. The master was deeply stricken by grief at her loss, and he devoted himself to the art of black magic as a means to revive her. The master loved Beatrice-sama from the bottom of his heart. It was that madness which drove him to do all that you see here. As Genji said this, he spread his arms as though asking us to look at this room, filled with the signs of grandfather's madness. Another track. We were all at a loss for words. It's a really pretty track, too. Normally, black magic seems like it'd just be creepy, and it's really hard to imagine why someone might be enraptured by it. Since Kinzo was just an eccentric who had restored the Ushiromiya family amidst his madness, nobody had tried to understand him. The only thing on Grandfather's mind had been the loss of a beloved woman, and his inescapable sorrow. Earlier this room had seemed creepy, but in an instant it had changed into something we could understand completely. Oh wait, you're right! The portrait isn't that creepy anymore. It's something he got commissioned out of love for Beatrice. And all of this was for her. The creepy grimoires, the magic circles, the medicine, all of it. It all existed simply because he wanted to revive the face of a single woman who had left this world over 30 years ago. The master only told me about Beatrice-sama's story once when he was very drunk. Although I've forgotten the details. Damn it, Kurosawa! It was, a deep, deep love enough to make a woman like me jealous. When Kinzo-san succeeded the headship of the Ushiromiya family, his marriage to his late wife had already been decided by the few surviving family elders. So, he was forced into a marriage with some woman who would benefit the Ushiromiya family? That is correct. Kinzo was installed as the head who would revive the family, and had to bear the entirety of that heavy responsibility. Let me save. Excuse me. Yes, it'd be rude to say any more than that. That was when Grandfather truly fell in love for the first time. Just how deep was his affection for her? That was easy to see just by looking around us. This room was covered with piles upon piles of things having to do with black magic. And Grandfather spent every day shut in here, immersed in his research and isolated from the outside world, never regretting 1 minute of it. You couldn't help but recognize the depths of Grandfather's love for Beatrice. You have to admire it, yeah. I had it all wrong, Genji-san. What do you mean by that? I've always thought that maybe you servants believed blindly in the witch because you were influenced by Grandfather's creepy hobby. That's not how it was, right? By acting as though Beatrice's soul at least had been restored, and existed inside this mansion, they might have hoped to soothe Grandfather's heart. With closed eyes and the expression of one remembering something from the distant past, Genji had broken his long silence. In making that confession, he probably felt like he was betraying his one and only master in the most serious way, even though that he was dead. Beatrice has revived as a witch, and she's in the mansion even now. Genji had said it, had believed it, had made people believe it, and would take that with him to the grave. This might have been the last service he could offer up to his master. The legend of the witch, the mysterious tale of Rokenjima that was still whispered of amongst the servants, its true nature was a sad lie. Kinzo and Genji for keeping this up, oh my god. It was an act of kindness towards a grandfather who had lost the person he loved above all else. It's too bad that her vengeful spirit is trying to kill all of us now. I mean... So... I remember denying the witch's existence in front of Father on multiple occasions. I understand how much that must have wounded him. Right now, I can understand very well. If I thought I could revive Shannon using black magic, I'd immediately become the next owner of this room and start researching. Aniki! Another strand of tears dripped from George's eyes. Maybe his tears were infectious, because Jessica had tears rising to her eyes too, and she sniffled.
Beatrice said it. Very soon she'll be able to revive people. You'll be able to meet them, she said.
Very soon the door to the Golden Land will be opened. In the promised land that glitters gold, the souls of all the dead will be resurrected, along with the love that's been lost. But we're all gonna die though, if that's the case. None will be left alive, we're all gonna fucking die. Then I will sleep in a world of peacefulness for all time. Did she say that? The Beatrice who gave you the letter?
You don't believe, do you?
If only grandfather were here, I'm sure he'd be happy. I should be jumping for joy right now that Beatrice is about to be revived. In that case, sure, I believe. If grandfather gave up half of his life for this research, trying to resurrect the soul of the woman he loved, and spending the rest of his life believing, I'll believe too. When you love a single woman for so long, the people around you catch on to it and it becomes the truth. Maybe you could just say they're being polite for the sake of your feelings. Right here. Now, I'd like to call that magic. Oh.
It isn't just being polite, it really is magic. She's a witch. It looks like nobody can see a Beatrice after all.
Some time passed. As we listened to the sound of the rain, we considered what kind of love and madness must have possessed the owner of this room as he spent half of his life here. I can't believe I'm getting a lesson on the depths of love and what it can drive a person to do in the middle of a fucking murder mystery. This is like really sweet, but also really fucked up, dude. Uh-oh. If you ask me as a woman, then while I'd like to be understanding a father's feelings of true love, it did leave mother in an awkward position. I agree. Hi, Luria.
Keep all happy.
Yeah, cheating's cheating still, regardless. One way to make it pretty. Yeah, that's right. Gotta feel sorry for grandmother. Was there any rumors about a child between Beatrice and grandfather? The keyword Beatrice has been hidden in every corner of this case. I have to pee. BRB. Maybe I'll grab another banana on the way. Yeah, their poor mom. Oh my gosh. Poor fucking her. Jeez. Alright. BRB. Okay. Hi. We'll probably have to wrap this up soon. My mom's going to bed. And it can't be loud. And if there's ever any loud moments, you know I always put my all into this. So I'm gonna start going, yeah, ah, like Battler. Ended up just eating some salmon and rice. I was apparently left over from a few days ago that I didn't notice. I just microwaved that for like 20 seconds. The keyword Beatrice has been hidden in every corner of this case, so it's natural to suspect some relative of hers. Excuse me. No. I've not heard of anything like that. If there was one, a memento of his most beloved person, he surely would have given them all of his affection. Since he ended up immersing himself in such black magic, or in black magic instead, maybe we should assume there was no such child. Oh, fuck the creepy ass music. And thank you guys, by the way. Fucking damn it. Come to think of it, that reminds me of a rumor I heard. You know it, right? The story about how grandfather heavily supported an orphanage called the Fukuin House? Enough of that? That's nothing more than slander which would desecrate father. Hey, come on, tell us that, Nazi! I think even you'd agree that this is no time to hide things from each other. Wait, isn't the Fukuin House, the orphanage, the one where Canon, Shannon, like most of the servants are from? At least that work here? It's a worthless story. Father made massive donations to an orphanage and had the orphans employed as servants at the head family, to give them some on-the-job experience. The story in question is simply some drivel spread by fools who claim that father was using those orphans for some filthy hobby. For a while, some guys even said he was collecting human sacrifices for his black magic. And he really is doing weird experiments and ceremonies in this room all the time, so I half believed it myself. And the servants who came from the Fukuin house are... There are several of them. But Shannon and Cannon were the two scheduled during the family conference shift. To resurrect Beatrice, he brought in servants from an orphanage as human sacrifices? After all, everyone grandfather selected as a servant was young, about the same age as Shannon or Cannon. I was sure it was because the grandfather had some bizarro hobby. Jessica! Mind your words. Sorry. When Aunt Nazi scolded her, the atmosphere instantly went sour, and everyone went quiet. However, something was tugging at the back of my mind. Sacrifices. Sacrifices. Human sacrifices brought over from an orphanage. What is it? Freaky words like sacrifices don't pop up often, and yet I've seen or heard that word recently. Some part of my memory is tugging at me. It's the witch's letter, bro. Or the portrait epitaph, bro. It's this. Hey, Beatrice. What do you know? I had arrived in front of the portrait of Beatrice. It wasn't as massive as the one in the entrance hall. That portrait, which must have been drawn by some famous painter, was still just as intimidating in the smaller size. Yeah, the epitaph. Yeah, there you go, battler. Sacrifices. Here. What the hell, Battler? You're creeping me out. 6 sacrifices. Both of my eyes were as wide as plates. Everything's been predicted right there from the very beginning. Everyone crowded around, and the same expression of shock rose to all our faces. That's right. It's there in the epitaph. On the first twilight, offer the 6 chosen by the key as sacrifices. There's no doubt. 6 people died in the beginning. And even on the shutter where the magic circle was drawn, no, where the Hebrew was written, it mentioned the offering of sacrifices.
I've been saying, bro, come the fuck on.
That's right. Maria said it right at the start, right after we found the 6 bodies. When Maria was in the parlor watching TV, she said it.
The carpet isn't human. It's just the sacrifices chosen by the key.
This has nothing to do with the location of the hidden gold. It's the instructions for a resurrection ceremony using black magic or something. After all, this epitaph requires a large number of deaths. It sure does. Even reading through it quickly, there'd be 6 plus 2 plus 5. 13 people who have to die. How many people are normally on this island? It changes depending on the shifts for the servants, but there's Father, my husband, Jessica, and me. And 2 or 3 servants. Today and yesterday there were 5 of them, but there aren't normally that many. Which means that normally there wouldn't be enough sacrifices to carry out this ceremony. No, wait. There's that rumor that grandfather was collecting servants from an orphanage to be used as sacrifices in some creepy ceremony. So what does this mean? He increased the number of servants to increase the number of sacrifices? And waited for the annual family conference when even more people would gather? Is it now the only time of year the ceremony could be held? Oh, fuck. There we go, Maria's laughing.
Haven't you ever heard of people making bets to test their fate?
Like throwing a sandal and saying that if it lands right side up, tomorrow will be sunny. Or saying that tomorrow will be a good day if a coin lands heads up. There are many little superstitions like that. Sometimes when your luck is down and you get bored, and you roll the dice and get 3 6s, you want to believe it's a portent of some miracle. When flipping a sandal, you have at worst a 50% chance. Even if you get it right side up, it's not worth much. But if you carelessly roll 3 dice and they all come up 6, you might think that's a small miracle.
Magic works the same way. You must pray earnestly for an extremely unlikely result. And the feeling from all those stored up prayers gain magical power and become incarnate.
The magic their grandfather was trying to perform was probably like that. The key randomly selected sacrifices in the lottery. So, to reduce the chance that he himself was selected, he chose the day with the greatest number of people on the island to carry out the ceremony. Ridiculous. Are you saying this entire situation was caused by a mere ceremony for some bizarre magic? Natsuhi yawned. She couldn't quell the fear that a scorpion charm might be the only reason she was still safe. If I hadn't received that charm for Jessica and hung it from my doorknob, would I have been killed mixed in along with those 6? The strangest part is, even though I hung the charm from the inside of my door, they couldn't get through it. The culprit noticed the charm from outside the door and gave up trying to open it. A human couldn't have perceived that. A charm meant to stop something that wasn't human had done exactly that. Impossible, impossible, impossible! But Natsuki-san, the epitaph certainly does continue to fit even after that. On the second twilight, those who remain shall tear apart the two who are close. Yeah, okay, figures. It checks out to be Eva and Hideyoshi. It could also be George and Shannon, maybe. We must reach that conclusion. And after the culprit killed him, they left the words from the third twilight in a letter there. Oh shit, right. Never mind, it is that. That's right. After carrying out the second twilight, they left the third twilight in that place. The third twilight was just like Aunt Natsuki just read. In the third twilight, those who remain shall praise my noble name. If you read it this way, it just keeps on going, doesn't it? On the fourth twilight, gouge the head and kill. Gouge the head and kill. George Anaki's parents were killed with those demon's ice picks gouged into their heads. But if they were the second twilight, someone else must have been gouged in the head. That's Kinzo, her grandfather. He was burned in the incinerator and her eyes were so drawn that we didn't notice. But his forehead, his head had been gouged. Grandfather was the victim of the fourth twilight? Then Canon was... It's all coming together! It's all coming together! I thought Canon-kun's case was unexpected, or an unexpected counter with the culprit, but that's wrong. From the very beginning, they planned to lure someone out alone and drive that thing through their chest. If the culprit has followed the epitaph this far, does that mean 3 people still have to die? Gouge the stomach and kill. Gouge the knee and kill. Gouge the leg and kill. Yes, you could read it that way. I wonder about that. After those 3 die, it reaches the 9th twilight. Take a look. In the 9th twilight, the witch shall revive, and none shall be left alive. We're all gonna be killed by Beatrice. I don't get it. Wouldn't that mean everyone dies no matter how many people there are? What was grandfather after? Doesn't this mean the ceremony would kill him too no matter what?
It's okay if no one's left alive. At the 10th twilight, we finally arrive at the Golden Land.
The 10th twilight at Journey's End, you shall attain to the power of the Golden Land's treasures once and for the last time. The witch shall praise the wise and bestow 4 treasures.
Grandfather wasn't afraid of dying. Look at the second and third of the 4 treasures.
One shall be the resurrection of all the dead souls. One shall be the resurrection of the love that was lost. So grandfather believed he would eventually be revived even if he died partway through the ceremony? Ridiculous, that's insane! When you die, it's over, right? The dead don't come back to life. Isn't that a miracle humanity's been chasing after for thousands of years and still hasn't accomplished? Is this what it means? Something like you'll be able to meet them in the afterlife where they'll be restored? What you're saying now is right. Would that mean that grandfather whose remaining life is slim and who's been driven mad by love is committing suicide? Oh, a massive forced group suicide? Hey, why aren't you saying anything? Genji! Genji! Hey, why are you so quiet, bro? Genji! Gulp. Genji, you're scaring us. Genji, is such a thing possible? I don't know. The Master is a man who sometimes has the wisdom to see 1,000 years into the future. However, there are times when that appears to be nothing more than madness to commoners like me. Should we take that for a yes then? What do you say, Kumasawa-san? I don't know anything. That's right, I don't know. Do you think I would be on this island today if I did know? I would have faked an illness or done anything to take this day off, that's right. At least she's honest. Like me too, girl. You kidding me? What about your opinion, Dr. Nanjo? You've been grandfather's friend for many years. I feel the same as Genji-san. Kinzo-san was a man who far surpassed ordinary people. I've even felt a sort of inhuman power from him at times. Even I don't know what Kinzo-san was thinking when he wrote that epitaph. All we can say is that even if father did write the script, someone else is carrying it out. That's right. At the very least, there's another culprit who attacked grandfather and Canon-kun. Furthermore, that person is still continuing the crimes just as the epitaph says. The letter in the beginning that we didn't think deeply about. What was it that was written there? Beatrice had proclaimed something inside it. She proclaimed that according to her contract with Kinzo, she would collect everything of the Ushiromiya family as interest. But she also revealed a special clause. If someone discovered the location of the gold grandfather had hidden, that right would be lost. When the letter was read, grandfather was still alive. But at that time, it had already been sealed with wax by the head's ring. Which meant grandfather handed over the... That's right! He threw the ring out from his window. He just tossed it out. It's like, take it back! Take it back! If we take a straightforward approach, maybe we should assume Beatrice is carrying out that strange contract with grandfather guaranteeing her that right. In other words, this was the same as saying grandfather knew of and approved of the contents of that letter. It's basically a joint message from Beatrice and grandfather, telling us that Beatrice will start collecting interest if we don't solve the riddle. In other words, grandfather and Beatrice were demanding that we try and solve the riddle of the epitaph. And if we couldn't, they were saying that the massacre would be carried out according to the epitaph. What does that mean? What do they want? I don't have a clue what it means. What? What do you mean another letter? Maria was pointing at the top of the table where the canned food everyone had been eating just now still lay. What? What in the... Where did it come from? Aunt Natsu let out a hysterical cry, looking between her own hand and the table, because the envelope she had just opened was still grasped in her hand. So why is there still an envelope on the table? What the fuck is going on? This is the devil's work going on right now, dude. What the fuck? What's going on, Maria? Where did that envelope come from?
Just now I looked and it was lying there.
I don't know anything. This isn't funny. There's only the 8 of us here. There's no way some 9th person snuck in. There wasn't enough time during the few seconds we gathered around the portrait, right? Why is it dark? Oh! Get back, all of you! Back against the wall! What? Aunt Natsu was pointing the rifle at Genji and the others, bellowing at them. Genji-san was overpowered, his face looking like he didn't have a clue what was going on. Of course I felt the same, but a few moments later I reached the same conclusion Aunt Natsu had. What is this track? Damn! Until just a few seconds ago, there had been no letter like this on the table. Nobody entered this room. That means someone among us placed it there during the few seconds when everyone was looking away, preoccupied with the portrait. Battler-kun, open that envelope and read what's inside. Sure. I picked it up. It was still sealed with wax. Even without disturbing the contents, I realized that this was an as yet unopened envelope, an unknown envelope. Without relying on the knife, I tore it open and pulled out the letter inside. The contents were as follows. Are you enjoying the riddle of Kinto-sama's epitaph? As you are all probably aware, you have very little time remaining. Please abandon any naive hopes of escaping after the storm passes. This game can only end with my victory, or yours. When time runs out, I will win by default. There will be no ties. I gotta save, man, I gotta save! Make sure that you do not misunderstand your current situation. That's what it says. It isn't clear who put this letter there. However, I have been able to narrow down the list of suspects. It's you all? Who's you all? But no, it can't be the same. What? Adam, that's just too horrible. Just before I moved towards the portrait, I set a can of food down here. At that time, there definitely wasn't anything as strange as this letter there. And at the time, Jessica, George, and Battler were already in front of the portrait. And they didn't leave the spot in front of the portrait until the letter appeared. So the person who set that letter down is one of you four. Is she pointing the gun at Maria? Imagine being a knight and being held at gunpoint, dog. Beatrice is here.
We aren't Beatrice. Beatrice exists.
Silence. I don't know whether I should suspect one of you or all of you. But without a doubt, at least one among you is the culprit. You're going along with this, Jessica? Hello? There can't be a 19th person. There's no way witches exist. Even when Kanon-kun was killed, yeah, that could be explained if Kumasawa-san was the one who did it. You guys are... No, you're all being delusional right now. Stop! 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 I'm making a mistake, my lady. Why would I do something like that? I don't have the slightest idea how my parents were killed in that room. When they were killed, everyone except for the servants had an alibi. The only ones who didn't were the servants. Does that mean it's okay to suspect them? Yes, now that you mention it, they have no alibi for any of the cases. Should we really be so quick to make that judgment? At this time, in this room, in this place, in this moment, in this minimally small bit of time and space, it's obvious. Only one of the 4 of them could have set the letter there in our blind spot. We can't tell who put it there, but it's obvious that one of the 4 did it. Natsu-san, please calm yourself. A lot has happened today. I understand how much strain's on your mind right now. Dr. Nanjo, it truly pains me to call you suspicious. However, you are father's personal doctor and his closest friend. You've been by his side for many years, and you might even know about Beatrice. Could you be hiding some kind of old obligation? No, stop! Stop suspecting each other! Look at what she's doing to us! Look at what Beatrice and Kinzo have done to us! We've turned on each other! We're supposed to be surviving together! Calm yourself! It was pitiful to watch Dr. Nanjo frantically plead for his innocence. It was probably a normal reaction that anyone would give if they were suspected. Kumasawa was the same. Ever since Jessica voiced her suspicions of Kumasawa murdering Kanon, she's been totally flustered. That was why Genji's still calm appearance looked so bold. Aunt Natsu pointed the barrel of the gun. Genji, you were grandfather's #1 subordinate. Was Beatrice an illusion you showed to father with you as the performer? If by suspecting me you recognize me as the master's greatest servant, then I count it as a great honor regardless of the circumstances. However, I am not the one who put the letter there. Do you expect us to just accept that? You must be the ringleader. Maybe Kumasawa and Dr. Nanjo are your accomplices. And Maria-chan too. This fucking 9-year-old kid.
La 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 la. I like witches and clanging and cursing other people. And making fucked up weird faces and going hee hee hee.
Not content to just suspect the adults, Aunt Nancy pointed the gun relentlessly at Maria too. Maria acted as though nothing had happened. Maybe she thought she'd be fine even if she was shot. Maria-chan? At this point, we can no longer remove someone from suspicion just because they're young. So for the last time, let me ask the question that everyone's had since last night. Yesterday, who was the Beatrice who handed you that letter?
Beatrice is Beatrice.
Maria, don't dodge the question. Make it clear. Who gave you that letter? Yeah, she's... Pull the trigger, Nazi. I know you want to.
The 1,000-year-old golden witch.
If you want to know what she looks like, just turn around.
See, she's right there.
Beatrice. Don't mess with us, Maria. Enough, Jessica. You too, Maria. Don't you understand the situation? What are you hoping to gain by saying stuff like that? Stop stirring each other up pointlessly.
I don't understand. What do you all want the culprit to be? You only believe in Beatrice when you don't want to suspect one of your own. You're trying to settle a grudge because someone who's close to you's been killed. Only then do you want to believe in a human who can attack with violence and deny Beatrice. That's why you can't see her. Beatrice exists.
You all can't fucking see her. Stop! Stop! She's gonna shoot someone for real! I don't want to label you as the culprit, but there's no longer any doubt you enjoy making the situation unpleasant and are providing assistance to the enemy.
Then what are you gonna do? Shoot me? I don't care. I don't care. Very soon the door to the Golden Land will be open. And everyone will be resurrected.
Right now, that is nothing to be afraid of.
Mom, she's really suspicious. Stop! Stop!
Do you fucking hear yourself saying shoot a kid? Shoot a 9-year-old kid? Do you hear that right now, Jessica? Hot Nazi, please calm down. There's no reason to shoot Maria. Please remain composed. The letter was meant to provoke us, but it's nothing to be afraid of. Even the culprit is scared of what'll happen tomorrow. Right now, this island is free from the reach of law, but that's only because it's isolated by this typhoon. Once the typhoon passes, the law will return. So you mustn't shoot. How can you stay so calm? How can you accuse a 9-year-old child of being in cahoots with the murderer? I mean, she's being suspicious as fuck, but I don't think she'd want... Okay, maybe she would want everyone killed, but I don't think she directly did it, is what I'm trying to say. One of these 4 is the culprit. Maybe all 4 of them are working together. How can you stay so calm when one of these 4 might be the culprit who killed your parents? Even I have the desire to find the culprit and kill them. But that would be simple barbarism. I will leave the judgment of crimes to the law. So no matter how suspicious they are, you mustn't pull that trigger. I feel the same as George Anaki. Natsuki, get a hold of yourself for a second. Anyway, it'd be bad to shoot. In times like this, I hear you should tilt your head back and say, "Stay cool" 3 times. Let me make this clear. Witches don't exist. Not in Rokenjima, not in the Ushiromiya mansion. I declared as Ushiromiya Natsu, representative of the Ushiromiya family. There's no witch here. I won't accept Beatrice. No matter what you're planning, I won't let you lay one finger on my daughter or the rest of them. That is my duty as a mother and as a representative of to the family. Those words were the final words of farewell that settled everything. To protect her daughter, Aunt Nancy would regard any suspicious person as an enemy. The only reason George, Annika, and I were standing on this side was because by coincidence we had a clear alibi regarding the letter. If I hadn't approached the portrait, they'd also be at the other end of that gun barrel, treated like a criminal. But even though part of me thought that, part of me was thinking that chasing out the suspicious people from this room would finally guarantee our safety. Andy-san, Kumasawa-san, and Dr. Nanjo. All of them were on grandfather's side. Maybe you could also say that once Maria started blindly believing in Beatrice, she was also on grandfather's side. That's right, they're all suspicious. Not us too, Battler, no. Oh, wait, never mind. But is this really okay? If we throw out all of the suspicious ones in such a lawless way, we still have the right to defy the lawlessness of the witch? Or will we still have the right? I'm scared. But Natsu didn't tell them to leave with her own words. But with wordless pressure, she induced them to say that themselves. Because if Dr. Nanjo didn't say those words, this cold silence would surely continue forever. Calm yourself, Natsuki. I understand your feelings well. I myself feel like there's something wrong with my head after all of these strange repeated incidents. I understand well why you want to suspect us. If you really have nothing to do with this, my actions now would be beyond rude. However, please understand just this once. Very well. Let's leave the room. What do you say, Genji-san? Shall we return to the parlor and continue our chess game? Number one, I don't give a fuck, warrior. If that is what you wish, by all means.
I don't wanna! After all, that means you have to leave this room knowing that the wolf is among us, right? I don't want to, madam. Please forgive me.
It was obvious what Kumasawa-san was trying to say. If she was innocent, then she was being ejected into dangerous territory along with the culprit. In the current situation, urging her to leave this room along with the suspects was almost exactly the same as letting her get killed. However, Kumasawa-san really was suspicious just for being the first one to discover that Kanon-kun had been murdered. At the time, everyone except Kumasawa-san had an alibi. Unless we could prove the existence of some contraption, or the existence of some 19th person, Kumasawa-san was by far the most likely suspect. I didn't want to believe it. However, Aunt Natsuki and the rest of us were in such a difficult situation we couldn't help suspect her as well. So we didn't say anything to stop Aunt Natsuki from trying to oppressively chase them from the room. We had stopped her from shooting, but we were passively agreeing to chase the others out of the room. On top of that, Maria spoke to the fretful Kumasawa-san.
It's okay. Beatrice is kind to those who respect her. You believe that she exists, so it'll be okay.
I'll watch TV in the parlor. Let's watch it together. It sucks here anyways without TV. It looked like Kumasawa found Maria's roguish laugh very frightening. However, the other three had agreed to leave the room. Kumasawa couldn't fight the flow and had to agree, crying as she went, "No! We made an old lady sob and we kicked her out from like one of the only safe spaces." Well then, Natsuki, that'll be all for tonight. Let us meet again tomorrow. Yes. Please understand at least for tonight. When the police come, all of us will surely apologize for our rudeness. You may play chess, but do it in a safe place if you can. Kenji. How dare you have the audacity to accuse him and then still give him orders? That is so fucked. Kenji, I leave them in your hands. Certainly. Oh, it can't be helped, can it? They always say that the most frightening bears are those with their children. My sincere apologies, Genji. Kumasawa. Let us meet again tomorrow. Yeah, they're all dead. They're all fucking dead. They're all fucking dead. Please forgive your cold aunt.
I forgive you.
Madam, the keys to this room. I will hand both over to you. Genji-san pulled 2 golden keys from his pocket and handed them to Aunt Natsuki. And I will also hand over my bundle of keys to the inside of the mansion. To the servants, those keys were probably proof of their position. Being placed in charge of those keys meant they were trusted, relied upon. When they were forced to return them, it meant that they had lost that trust. Thinking about it this way, to Genji-san, who had worked here for a span of many years, there could be no greater shame. However, Genji-san's usual indifferent expression remained on his face. Genji. I had planned that after father passed away, I would reward you for your many years of hard work and allow you to retire. To treat you like this, it makes me feel ashamed from the bottom of my heart. I have already received the master's favor. Everything I have done until today has been in repayment for that. Do not worry over it. Well then, shall we, everyone? Good night to you all.
Good night. Good night to you too, battler.
Maria. Wait a sec. Knowledge of guilt made me call Maria back. I groped around in my pocket and took out that scorpion keychain.
Wait, he kept it? I thought he threw it away.
You little liar. So you still believed in it a little bit, you little bastard battler. This repels magic, right? Or wear it.
Can you say you dropped it?
I got ticked off and just bluffed that I'd lost it. There's no way I'd lose the precious charm you gave me. Maria silently took the charm. I was unable to say anything after that. Well then, everyone. Good night to you. We watched them leave, our expressions completely worn out. We weren't even able to respond. So Maria keeps the charm, which means Kumasawa, Genji, and Nanjo die now. They're dead. 100% are they dead as hell. Until the door closed and we heard the auto lock, we were unable to breathe. And we were finally allowed to take a breath. Two sheets? The paper had been tightly stuck together, so I'd mistakenly thought there was only one. There were no characters on the second sheet. The thing drawn there was a magic circle written with a red ink like blood. Just like how every magic circle up until then had been different. This magic circle was one I'd never laid eyes on before. It's Triforce! Triforce of Wisdom! Inside the circle, a large triangle, a small triangle, were fit together in a simple design. There's the Triforce of Wisdom, Courage, I don't know what the third one is. And just as before, there was writing in Hebrew, and it seemed clear that it held some kind of meaning. I wanted to know what that could be, but we had just chased Maria, the only person who could understand the meaning of magic circles, out of the room. I thought of this magic circle as Beatrice's second message. It means we're gonna die next, right? Because every time there's been a magic like circle written, death has followed shortly after. After chasing out all the suspicious people, all we had to do was stay barricaded here until morning, and everything would probably be over. Once the typhoon has passed, when the seagulls cry, will everything be resolved? But the letter which had unexpectedly appeared in the study forced us to reject that naivete. It had made it very clear that if time ran out, it would mean the witch's victory. When time runs out, is the witch planning to take on the offensive? Is she planning to display some fearful magical power? Maybe something that could have been used to kill 6 adults all at once? And time's supposed to run out anyway. I don't know anything. With this, we should finally be safe. Finally. Definitely. Even as she said that, Aunt Nancy couldn't stop gripping that rifle. There was no release in the tension of her expression. Of course, none of us felt like breathing a sigh of relief. At least not until we could hear the cry of the seagulls once more. Jesus, that scared me again. Oh, the clock is... Uh-oh. Gulp. After we chased them out, nobody wanted to say anything. All of the suspicious ones had been driven away. Even though we knew there might be some innocents among them, we still did it. We chased them out of this paradise, where people don't have to suspect each other. But our motive for chasing them out was suspicion of one person towards another. The worst kind of crime for a human. If we had accepted the existence of a 19th person, of the witch, then we all might still be talking face to face, trusting in each other. That instant, we had agreed to chase out all of the suspicious people. But had that been the right thing to do? During this endless silence, we could do nothing but be quietly tormented by that sin. We were supposed to trust each other! We were supposed to trust each other! This is the room where there is probably supposed to be the most love, as was said by Kinto's devotion, and spending half of his life in here, was filled with hate and suspicion. Disgusting. I just said Haktua unironically. I'm so sorry. Aunt Natsuhi faced the door without letting go of her rifle for even an instant, sitting far back in the sofa. She'd probably spend the night staring at the door without a wink of sleep. Jordanike gazed through a gap in the closed curtains by the window, looking down at the courtyard of the mansion that surrounded it. I didn't know whether he was checking to see if a suspicious shadow would become visible through the window, or whether he was wondering to himself about something. Jessica was sitting sideways on the sofa next to Aunt Natsu with a dead expression on her face. And every once in a while, just as though she'd remembered something, she'd take out the inhaler she had used during her asthma attack and stuck it in her mouth. I just heard it from Moniki. But apparently Jessica liked Canon-kun. Oh, fucking hell. I thought it was one-sided. I thought Canon was the simp. Oh, brother. I just heard it from Moniki, but apparently Jessica liked Canon-kun. It was apparently so vague that she didn't even know she liked him! You know. It's the kind of thing other people tend to spot before the person in question realizes it. Which means she might have first learned of her feelings when the person she liked died. It must have been so terrible. So sad. Come to think of it, Canon-kun was the one who handed her that inhaler. Maybe she was remembering that. I was fishing around grandfather's study, thinking I'd researched the meaning of the magic circle on the letter's second sheet. Even though we were shut up here in a defensive position, my rebellious nature made me want to find some key, some way to resist. After all, we've got plenty of time before the morning. Who could fault me for how I used that time? No one else showed that much interest in this magic circle. Its meaning was unknown, and once we understood it, we were sure to find some messages that would cause unnecessary anguish. I felt the same way, but I couldn't just ignore it, so I killed time by going through the motions of researching it. You sure are enthusiastic. Did you find anything that might serve as a hint? Not a thing. I mean, the first tough part is finding a book written in Japanese. How many languages could grandfather read? It's just incredible. Aren't you tired, Battler-kun? You should take a rest while someone else stays awake. Aunt Natsu said she'd stay up all night for us, but there's no way her body can handle that. We should take turns sleeping. And you sleep first, Aniki. I'll keep researching till I get sleepy. You mean that magic circle just now? Yeah. We've got plenty of time to kill anyways. I thought it'd be interesting to find out what kind of message Beatrice-sama put in it. Give it a rest. Mess around with stuff like that and you'll end up getting possessed by something weird. Don't worry. I've been certified by Maria. Said I got no spiritual talent at all. Were we too cruel to Maria? Yes! You pointed a fucking gun at a 9-year-old kid and you encouraged it, Jessica. You should absolutely feel like shit, and yes, you were very, very much too cruel to her. You fucking kidding me right now? But Mom, if Maria wasn't involved and there's a culprit besides her, then she's obviously a soft target for the murderer. If she's killed because of this, then we've just left her to die. And gloomy silence settled once again. It looked like Jessica regretted letting her emotions take hold of her and snapping at Maria. She's always been like that. Always acting tough and then regretting it later. I understand how you feel, but Maria was in close contact with the culprit. And she might have been siding with him, talking like that over and over to further confuse matters. I'm relieved we chased them out. That's pretty harsh on Nazi. Couldn't have just been the nonsense of a 9-year-old girl. It probably wasn't very convincing to hear that from me. I mean, I myself thought Maria was creepy on several occasions, even doubting her true nature. And when Maria was chased out of this room, I couldn't deny I'd felt some relief. If that is the case, tomorrow we will apologize for what we did. I will take full responsibility for chasing them out of this room. It's not something the rest of you have to worry about. I could feel the tragic determination in Aunt Natsue's words. To protect her own daughter, she had resolutely chased out the suspicious ones. And if as a result she had to watch the people who had unfortunately been suspected die, so be it. She was prepared to take full responsibility. Why does Maria have to keep saying stuff like that? She's bringing about her own ruin. I think the reason she adores witches and magic so much might be Aunt Rosa. Aunt Rosa? What does she have to do with this? Didn't you realize it too, Battler-kun? Maria-chan's real father ran off somewhere a long time ago. Although Aunt Rosa tried to confuse the issue by saying he's on a foreign business trip. Talking about Rosa-san's family has become a kind of taboo in the Ushiromiya family. I think Aunt Rosa thought about remarrying. But I also believe Maria-chan may have become her shackles and made that quite difficult. After all, she sometimes got really emotional and hit Maria-chan. I agree with you there. It looked like Aunt Rosa was trying hard to like Maria, which means that she didn't really like her. She didn't even like her own kid. She might have thought of Maria as someone who stood in the way of her remarrying. What? What the fuck? I think that emotional rejection from her mother must have left some deep scars on our young hearts. So she learned about this occult hobby from somewhere and immersed herself in it to bury the holes in her heart. Did you know? To Maria-chan, the image of a witch isn't negative at all. Remember yesterday at the beach when she showed us her notebook? Yeah, it was full of all those fun-looking scribbles. We were down by the beach doubting the witch, and Maria got all riled up and started explaining about witches. Not one of the pages had shown a picture of an ugly witch. They were all brightly colored, beautiful, cute witches who looked like they were having fun. There was absolutely nothing sinister about them, like a boy might have imagined. They were beings adorned with beautiful dresses who could grant anyone's dreams with their mysterious magic and who made everyone happy. The sorrow of not being loved by her mother. Had Maria sought help from witches as beings who could give her happiness and save her? Someday a witch would come, and using her wonderful magic would bring Maria happiness. Even though she believed that, as she grew older she had to face reality, as her fleeting dreams were sliced to ribbons one by one. If something claiming to be the witch of Rokenjima appeared in front of a girl like that, whispering that she'd take Maria to the golden land where Maria could be happy, now that it's come to this, I want to confess what's in my heart. Throwing out Maria-chan, Kenji-san and the rest too. It was probably the wrong thing to do. I think. Say it with your whole chest, dude. Don't just be like, probably, maybe the wrong thing. It was the wrong thing to do, 100%. Say it with your chest and say it proud, George. Come on. It wasn't pleasant. Since Jessica had been the one to face them and slam them with words of rejection, her conscience must be tormenting her a lot right now. And how do you all explain that letter? No one could have said it there except the 4 people standing behind us. I made sure of that with my own eyes. If those 4 are innocent, how is that letter placed in a closed room with 8 people? That's right. When you put it that way, those 4 really do seem suspicious. But it's all useless. It's all useless. Useless? What is? Right. Might not be worth anything anymore, but let me spin the chessboard around again. Oh, spin the board! If one of those four really was the culprit, isn't that weird? That's right. Wasn't setting that letter openly on the table the same as confessing that one of them was the culprit? You're right, that's weird. If they were going to do it, you'd think they'd put it in the crack of the door, for example, to make it look like someone had slipped it in from the outside. Of course they should have known that they'd be suspected if they didn't make it look like the culprit was someone outside the room. Exactly. If the culprit was one of those four, setting that letter right in the middle of the table would be both risky and meaningless. Putting aside whatever trick was used to set it there. If we assume that the culprit is someone other than those four, in other words, someone outside the room, then they had a lot to gain from that letter. Enough, battler. It's meaningless to discuss such matters now. She quickly guessed what I was getting at. Maybe she simply thought of it long before I had. If the culprit's outside the room, then they'd be totally stuck the moment we shut ourselves up in a closed room like this. That's right. It's the same as my theory about how grandfather disappeared from this room, isn't it? That theory was that grandfather left the room of his own accord. If the culprit used some tactic to lure him out and grandfather left of his own accord, then... Maria said it herself when we found the magic circle on the doorknob. Beatrice couldn't get through this door. But she could induce someone to leave of their own accord. Which would mean we fell for the culprit's trap completely. We're fucked. Even if we open the door right now and rush them back in, they're all dead. 100%. Genji and the rest aren't fools. When they try to protect themselves, they should find the next safest place after this room. They'll be able to hide themselves there. Aunt Natsu hadn't answered the question. Aunt Natsu realized herself that if the culprit wasn't in her group back then, the letter would make sense as a trap. However, it wasn't worth the risk of calling back the people she had once thrown out. Right now, her greatest and only duty was to protect the children. By thinking in order to do that, a few sacrifices were unavoidable. Hey, Natsu? Let me say something a little harsh, okay? At that time, what if by coincidence Jessica had also been standing behind you? Would you have chased Jessica from the room too? It's true that a lot of brutal things have happened. But as a mother, you thought you should protect your daughter no matter what. Because of that duty, you chased them out even though you knew that you'd eventually be held responsible for it. It's not like I'm condemning that. But, I was just thinking about what a great mother Jessica has. Literally, points a gun at her like 30 minutes later. That's right. You've been dealing with these incidents since morning and you've been pulling all of us along this whole time without losing your composure. If you were all confused too, the rest of us would probably be in the culprit's grasp by now. So I think we all have to thank you. Thank you. So what you two are trying to say is that you wanted to act as Maria's mother too? Too little too late, buddy. I always thought of Maria as a real little sister and adored her. Yet, a few things happened, we got confused, and I said a lot of mean things to her, hurting her. Please. Let's stay together with Maria. With everyone. There is no culprit among us. The culprit in this case is the witch Beatrice, okay? So let's stop suspecting each other. It's too late. It's too late. It's too late. Aunt Natsuki closed her eyes for a short while. Was she coping with a throbbing headache again? Or was she thinking of something? My precious daughter. But when I finally received a whole 12 years after I married my husband, I would become the worst kind of demon to protect you. Is this foreshadowing? I should save. I think that might be foreshadowing. Scary, scary. That was some pretty strong language at the end there. She realized very well that her words were an idealized view of what a mother should be. But even so, she was strongly resolved to protect her daughter, even if she had to become a demon. That was her guilty conscience tormenting her. Today's been so long. So many things happened in one day, and we've been driven into a corner so thoroughly. I wonder if we have the right to greet tomorrow the way we are now. There it is. Oh shit, he found it. The magic circle! Inside the book I'd been flipping through, I found the same magic circle that had been drawn on the second sheet of the letter. Dojanaki peered at it as well. The third magic circle of Mars. Psalm 77, verse 13 of the Old Testament. What God is so great as our God? The meaning of the circle is a discord. Yep, of course. Agitate internal divisions, and cause the enemy to bring about their own downfall. Of course. Wait a sec. Seriously? Could there be a more fitting way to describe our current situation and mental state? We couldn't help but be stunned into silence. So this letter was a trap. How did they place it here? There wasn't anyone in this room except for the 8 of us, right? Let's ignore how they got it in here for now. The culprit was just after one thing. They wanted to spread the seeds of doubt inside this impregnable room and use us to throw the sacrificial sheep out. In that case, they're after the people who went out of the room. Mom, what should we do? 4 of them are in danger. It wasn't surprising that Aunt Nancy remained unpleasantly silent. Even if this was all a trap by the culprit, even if the 4 who had been chased out of the room were in danger, it had nothing to do with the safety of the 4 in here. And there was no way to prove the innocence of the 4 people we'd chased out. If we're willing to let them die, then we shouldn't leave this room no matter what. That way is safest. At that time, the piercing sound of a phone rang through the room. It was the antique extension phone set on the table in Grandfather's study. It rung right after we started talking about the letter being a trap. It was natural we'd think of it as an SOS from the ones we'd chased out. Then Aunt Natsuhi spoke. Why a phone call? The phone should be broken down and that's right! Oh shit, I forgot about that. Pick that shit up! It doesn't matter if that's Maria calling for help. If the problem with the phones was the culprit's work in the first place, then this call is probably. With that one sentence, the ring of the phone, which had once sounded like a scream for help, now started to sound like a ghastly lure from some unknown person. Aunt Natsuhi hesitated over whether to pick up the receiver. Let's pick it up, Aunt Natsuhi! I don't know if we should. The phones might have been fixed for some reason. It could still be an urgent call from Maria-chan and the rest. That's right. And if it actually is a call from the culprit, bring it on! Why don't we listen to what they've got to say? It's just a phone call. What if this is like the witch equivalent of inviting them into the room? No matter what they babble through the receiver, it's not like it's gonna hurt you. If you don't pick it up, then I will. Hello, is this the residency? Hello, is this the residency of Kinzo Ushiromiya? Yes, we just wanted to reach out to you about your mansion in Rokkenjima. Yes. Have you ever considered investing in solar energy? Fucking Kinzo hangs up the fucking phone. It's another fucking Genji! Make it so that the solar companies will stop calling my fucking house. It's pissing me off. That was the 7th call today. In the span of 4 hours, mind you. I'll take it. Hello? I stretched out my hand to take the receiver, but Aunt Natsuhi grabbed it before I could reach. We all held our breath, trying to figure out who the person on the other end of the phone was. But for a while, Aunt Natsuhi kept saying hello. A silent phone call? There's no way Maria and the others would do something so creepy, which means this phone call possibly really be. Natsu stopped repeating hello and strained her ears, because she thought she heard something far away on the other end of the receiver. What was that? Huh? Is someone getting murdered? Singing? What do you mean singing? I don't know. Faintly from the other end of the phone, I can hear someone singing. I wonder what it could be. Give it here for a sec. Hello? I half forced the receiver from the stunned Aunt Natsuhi's hand and pressed it against my ear. At first I didn't hear anything, but because I'd been told about it beforehand, I noticed. It sounded far, rather than someone speaking in a quiet voice. I can barely hear it. It sounded like a girl singing a song. The voice did sound like Maria's, but that just made the situation even more inexplicable. At the very least, the one who had made the phone call hadn't been Maria. After all, Maria was singing far away from the receiver. So the only one who could have made the call would be Genji-san, Kumasawa-san, or Dr. Nanjo. And yet they weren't saying anything. Why? For what reason? The person who made this call, who was it? Hey! Hello? Who is it? Answer me! Is that Maria singing? Answer me! What's happening? What is it? I don't know. All I can say is This is probably a trap and Maria's in trouble. After yelling into the receiver several more times, she realized it wasn't getting anywhere and hung up. After that, she dialed quickly and clicked her tongue. It's not working again, isn't it? Judging by Nazi's reaction, the outside telephone line still didn't connect. Let's go! Even if we know it might be a trap, we have to go. Yeah, definitely. Jessica, Aunt Nancy, stay here! When Annika and I tried to dash out, Aunt Nancy stopped us. Hold it! Cannot let you go alone. I'll go too. We're gonna leave Jessica by herself? Why don't we all just like go at this point? But I'll be the only one left out? Nice try, but I'm going too. It might be better that way. If the goal of that phone call was to split us up further, it wouldn't be a good idea to leave someone to watch this room. There's no time to argue. Let's all go! Aunt Nazi raised the rifle high and took the lead. I couldn't go unarmed myself. I found a 3-pronged candlestick and raised it, or stand. Although the pins on it used to fit candles were short, it was almost like a 3-pronged spear. He's got something at least. The 4 of us left the study. We left the study, which should have been the safest place inside the mansion. By doing this, we'd been lured out even though we had barricaded ourselves in a safe, closed room. Perhaps we were doing exactly the same thing Grandfather had done when he disappeared from his room. Maria! Where are you? Please, Maria! I listened closely but didn't hear anything. The mansion was vast, and since the passing typhoon was making its last stand, the sound of the rain was even noisier than before. Maria-chan said you wanted to watch TV in the parlor, right? Let's try going downstairs. That's right. Let's try there. Be mindful of your surroundings. Yeah. Yeah. With Aunt Nazi in the center, her rifle readied and her finger on the trigger, we moved in a group, our backs together, checking our surroundings in all directions. It was just as though the magic of that magic circle designed to spread discord had worked. We split up, and furthermore had been dragged out to dangerous territory. In other words, even now we were doing just what the culprit wanted us to do. This was a separate world where it couldn't be odd for anything to suddenly occur. Aunt Nazi nervously pointed the barrel of the gun at every dark spot and shadow. It felt like that motion was out of fear rather than caution. But the rifle she held in her hand should have been a trump card that the culprit feared. I've been thinking. That's better. It wouldn't be impossible to stick one of those ice picks into someone's chest, like in Kanon-kun's case. But splitting the skull and sticking them into the forehead, like in my parents' case, wouldn't be that easy. You think the culprit had that kind of animal strength? They probably had some kind of weapon. A device that can shoot or pound in those ice picks. That handle was too short to be driven in that deeply by human strength alone. Either way, they have enough force to break through a skull. I heard Kanon's wound reached as far as his lungs. If you happen to see your opponent, don't go forwards. You mustn't move away from my back. Just how sinister and frightening was the weapon that could shoot those creepy ice picks? And could I do anything to combat it with just this candle stand in my hand? In the first murder, the culprit probably assaulted all 4 of our parents at once as they discussed the inheritance problem in the dining hall. And there were 4 of us here now. But it seems like I wasn't the only person thinking this. Jordaniki, Jessica, and of course Aunt Natsuhi were stretching their senses to the utmost limit in the highest and worst state of tension, slowly advancing one step and another. What have we done now? So the seeds of doubt spread by that letter, we threw Maria and the rest into the middle of this terrifying world. I think I hear singing. I hear it! 100% I hear it. I'm not tweaking, I promise. We finally reached the first floor. The parlor was just across the hall. When we listened carefully, we could hear it faintly. Maria's eerie singing voice. She wasn't singing naturally as though she were in a good mood. She was singing mechanically like she was at a graduation ceremony, and she'd been ordered to. She was singing a common folk song, one that everyone has probably sung in school at one time or another. But why that in the middle of the night, alone with all her heart, over and over? Why? Right after leaving the study, we had called out in loud voices, asking Maria where she was. But this time, no one said even a single word. We hid our breath in the sound of our footsteps and intensely focused on our surroundings to the point of being completely high-strung. We stepped forward. The door to the parlor was closed, but we could hear Maria's singing voice through it. Aunt Natsu put her hand on the handle of the doorknob when Jordaniki stopped her. I'll open the door. Aunt Natsu, Battler-kun, ready your weapons. Understood. Take care. They might attack as soon as we open it. George-san, watch yourself. Then, I'll open it. Aunt Natsu took the bundle of keys from our pocket and gave them to George. None of us had a clue which was which, though. George had to fumble around loudly and test several of the keys. Since we had hidden our footsteps, preparing to make a surprise attack on the room, this felt almost fatal. The whole time we could hear Maria's voice from the parlor singing the same song over and over. It was like a broken, crazy cassette tape. We'd been in that room almost constantly since morning. All the frightening things had occurred outside that room. That left us with the impression that only this room was safe. That baseless impression was quickly falling apart. I'm scared, I'm closing my eyes, I'm covering my face. It's open. I'm scared. Thank you. I'm scared, George, Jessica, move behind me. I'm scared, I'm covering my face. Natsu, let's jump in at the same time and split up in different directions. If we just stand right out over the door, the ice picks might fly right through the center. I'm ready. Open the door! Just open the door! I'm scared. I really wish I could say no. I readied myself. If they're gonna be throwing ice picks, I'll welcome this candle stand. Natsu and I ran into the door. Our both were flying into the parlor, quickly spinning up left and right, and searching the parlor. Someone might have been waiting for us. What our eyes landed upon was an incredibly strange sight. The parlor was stained with blood. This place where we spent almost the entire day, where we pressed in together to protect ourselves from some unknown malice. had been stained with fresh blood. An ocean of blood. On the floor lay Genji, Kumasawa, and Dr. Nanjo, their entire bodies stained bright red with blood. But the only way we could identify them was by their clothes. That was because this is how the whole tragedy started. Their faces, just like our smashed up parents in the shed. You couldn't tell where their eyes stopped and their noses began. It was as though they'd rudely plunged their faces into tomato pot pies all squished up. Here we go again with Golden Slaughter Dog, and that wasn't all. Their bodies had other wounds. It was the ice picks. And Genji-san's stomach. Dr. Nanjo's knee. Of course it's his knee. The 6th twilight was the stomach, and on the 7th twilight the knee was gouged. That's right. Gouge the stomach and kill. Gouge the knee and kill. Gouge the leg and kill. Now even the 8th twilight is over. And the 9th twilight. What was it again? Maria was there. She was facing the wall in the inner part of the room, standing stock still, completely alone. She faced away from this horrible scene, standing by the wall singing her song over and over. There was nothing else in the room. Just the corpses of the 3 who had been brutally killed, and the phone receiver which was still off its hook, proving this was the room the call had come from. Just that, and Maria. We're back to the scene as she kept on singing while facing the wall. We couldn't even scream at this bizarre scene. We could only stare shocked with our mouths hanging loosely open. Maria? Jessica called out to her, but she showed no reaction. She kept singing on and on. We had come here trying to save Maria from some approaching danger. So now that we had found her, we should have been running up to her, hugging her, joyous she was safe. And yet not one of us could do that. Everyone thought it, but they couldn't say it. Yes, that's right. Even if that's crazy, it couldn't be. Maria! Stop singing! Are you listening? At some point, Natsu and I had pointed our weapons at Maria's back. I yelled at Maria in a violent voice, but there was no reaction. She just kept singing. With the candle stand still readied, I ran up to her and forcefully, violently slid my hand down on her shoulder. And I pulled on her shoulder, forcing her to turn around. I'm scared! I'm covering my face again! Oh, never mind. We're good. Maria's small body was quickly pulled down and fell. As though unhappy at having her singing interrupted, Maria looked into my face with her usual expression. Even in this gruesome situation, she was just like normal. Maria, what is this? Who did it?
Beatrice!
Cut that crap out! I threw the candle stand I'd been holding against the wall. The violence of that reckless sound should have gone straight into Maria's heart. But her expression didn't change at all. That's right, this updated. Oh my god, everyone is fucking dead. His face had been smashed. Oh god. Gouge the stomach and kill. Gouge the leg and kill. Oh no. Quit it, battler! Maria-chan, this time you should have seen the face of the culprit who killed these three. Was the culprit the same Beatrice who gave you the letter?
Ooh, Beatrice.
In that case, it's certain. There is a 19th person. Beatrice does exist. Maria, will you at least tell me this much? How did they kill these three people? Did they used to kill them in such a brutal way?
I don't know.
How could you not know? It happened in this room! Are you trying to tell me you were so absorbed in singing you didn't notice? Calm down, Battler-kun. Maria-chan, talk to me, okay? Jordaniki, as he always did, crouched down next to Maria so that their eyes met, and he talked to her very kindly. Maria-chan, why were you facing the wall and singing?
Beatrice should have faced the wall and keep singing for a long time.
So did Beatrice come here? Were Genji-san and the rest still alive then?
Everyone came into the parlor together and sat down. Genji-san made sure to lock the door.
And how did Beatrice get into the parlor?
Beatrice is a witch, so locks don't matter. She turned into butterflies and came in through the crack in the door.
Huh? Are joking at a time like this? Like hell that happened! What are you saying? You can't believe it. That's why I didn't want to say. No matter how I say it, you won't believe me, battler. But Beatrice is a witch. She can do anything with her miraculous magic.
That's why Beatrice doesn't care whether our door's locked or not.
And then, after Beatrice appeared, what happened to everyone?
Beatrice talked to us. She said grandfather's study was protected by a powerful force, and she couldn't enter no matter what. So she told us she'd select 3 sacrifices from the 4 people in the parlor. Everyone said no, Kumasawa-san kept saying, no way, no way!
But Beatrice chose. And when she did, Beatrice said I'd be fine. Why do you think?
It's because of the scorpion charm with the 5th magic circle of Mars, the one Battle used to pray for my safety, the one he put his feelings into. Because of that power, Beatrice couldn't do anything to me alone. So she decided to use the other 3 as sacrifices. After that, Beatrice spoke.
Face the wall and sing a song for me. You will sing lots and lots of songs, so no matter what happens, no matter what you hear, you won't hear, you won't hear, you won't know. Sing lots of fun songs for me.
So I was singing the whole time, over and over. So I didn't hear anything, didn't know anything. And then you all came.
You're asking us to believe that? You think we're stupid? Then who will you suspect this time? You gonna suspect me? You gonna try killing me right here? Even if you do that, Beatrice won't stop existing. Now that the 8th twilight is over, Beatrice will revive. Are you serious? I've had enough of that talk! As if witches could exist. As if I'd let myself get tricked! I won't accept it. Beatrice doesn't exist! I won't accept it! So I won't let her exist. I won't let her revive! A legend will remain a legend forever. I won't acknowledge something like that!
Quit it, battler! It's not like Maria killed them or let them die. Beatrice came and Maria had to obey.
unable to resist. Huh? Natsuki?
さんがいない。
母さんどこ行ったの？
Hey, hey, dude, no. Hey, everything got fulfilled. Everything got fulfilled. You can't take her away from us. Wait, right. None will be alive. Never mind. It doesn't matter. We're all gonna die anyways.
Just now she left by herself reading a letter.
A letter. That makes sense. The culprit must be so exhilarated now that we've reached the 8th twilight. They might have left a letter so that they could brag even more. We were so wrapped up in questioning Maria, we forgot to look for a letter. Yeah, why didn't she tell us? Jessica tried to chase after her and tug at the handle to open the door, but it resisted strangely and wouldn't open. What's going on? Open up! It was only natural. Once he had picked up the candle stand which Badler had thrown at the wall, which had fallen to the floor. She had then skillfully wedged it between the doorknobs and the double doors like a bolt, holding them closed. The intricate design of the candle stand caused it to get caught solidly, and it made a sturdy seal on the door. The tragic scream of a daughter for her mother. Did it reach Natsuhi's ears or not? Huh? Oh, fuck, here we are again. Natsuhi's figure was alone in the entrance hall. It was the place decorated by the portrait of Beatrice. Natsuhi threw down Beatrice's last letter, the one she had read in the parlor, readied her rifle again, and in a voice that rang clear, yelled in the massive space that was the entrance hall. I am Ushiromiya Natsuhi, representative of the Ushiromiya family. Show yourself, Golden Witch Beatrice. The entrance hall was dimly lit. Other than a faint light which shone on the center of the room, everything was blotted out by the jet-black darkness. In that darkness, butterflies glittering in gold squirmed, twinkled, and sneered. Natsuhi gave one more huge gulp and pointed the cold barrel of the gun at the gold butterflies. So you finally shown yourself. I still can't believe that something like you really exists. That isn't a problem. I, who bear the title of representative to the Ushiromiya family, and you, who claim to succeed the headship of the Ushiro family, are here right now. Whether you're a witch or not is a trivial matter. Come, let's settle this. Which of us will truly succeed the Ushiromiya family? I, Ushiromiya Natsuhi, or you, Beatrice. Allow me to respectfully accept a request for a duel. What? That's what they that's what The cold butterfly slowly formed a human shape which walked into the dim light. Natsuhi readied the rifle and glared. The witch raised her golden staff overhead and laughed. Natsuhi's finger slowly squeezed the trigger. And go! Battler made an all-out dash to the door and rammed into it, crushing the candle stand that had been barring it, making it possible for a big gap to be opened in the door. He kept kicking the candle stand through that gap and the door was finally released. It scared the shit out of me. At the time they heard it, they certainly heard the crisp sound of gunfire ring out once. Jessica, you can't run off by yourself! Is that the sound of a gun just now? Did Aunt Natsuhi shoot? At whom? At the culprit. Noise had come from the entrance hall, and the entrance hall looked like a stage. Like the heroine of a tragedy on the ground and bathed in light. Arrayed in the beauty of that silence, Aunt Natsuhi lay face up crumpled on the floor. Half crazed, Jessica ran up to Aunt Natsuhi. On Aunt Natsuhi's forehead, it was almost as though a sparkling shard of pigeon blood ruby had been placed there. And from it one stream of blood makeup passed by her eye and began to traverse her face. The faint smell of gunpowder smoke came from the barrel of the rifle that Aunt Natsuhi still grasped. Then she shot herself in the forehead? What? What the fuck's going on? I don't get it. Why did Aunt Natsuhi run away alone, and why did she shoot through her own forehead? Maria-chan, Aunt Natsuhi left the room after reading a letter, right? There's no letter here. What did Aunt Natsuhi read, and why was she lured out here? I don't know. Who cares about that? Why did she kill herself? Why did she leave me all alone? Jessica clung to her mother's corpse, crying earnestly. My body was consumed with an anger I didn't know what to do with, and I snatched the rifle from Aunt Natsuhi's hand. I spun around, pointing the barrel of the gun into the darkness on all sides, as though I was pointing a light from a lighthouse trying to find the culprit. George Anake, even in this situation, was trying to calmly figure something out, but that might have been a fruitless effort. And only Maria was completely indifferent. Is this all some kind of predetermined fate? That's not it. It's all a prelude to a wonderful world. The door to the Golden Land will finally open. On the 9th twilight, the witch shall revive, and none shall be left alive. And on the 10th twilight, at journey's end, you shall attain to the power of the Golden Land's treasures once and for the last time. But thus everything is over, Beatrice. Congratulations. So lead me to the Golden Land you told me of. Right now. There all of the dead will be revived, and even the lost love will be restored. So in Maria's eyes, it's just as though all of today's tragedies didn't happen. It's as though all the time she spent deprived of love never happened. Stop it! What's so fun? What's to be congratulated? There were 18 people on this island, and 14 are dead! Only the 4 of us are left. I'm definitely not gonna die. The night's over. Now until the typhoon passes and the seagulls gather again at the harbor, I'm definitely not gonna die! I'll stay alive. I'll stay alive no matter what! And then he immediately dies afterwards. That'd be so fucking funny. Please, that'd be hilarious.
Give it up, battler. Don't I use this against witches? Survival knowledge stuff doesn't matter cause it's over. The journey's already ended. Look at the clock.
The clock? Hearing those words, I looked at my wristwatch. Both the needles were almost touching near the top. And very soon it'll be 12 at night. In other words, 2400 hours. When you think about it, isn't 2400 a strange time? It can be called 2400 and also 0. It's the hour at the culmination of the previous day, and at the same time, it's the hour 0 as the next day begins. Maria suddenly called out happily and ran towards the darkness. It was almost as though Beatrice was somewhere in that darkness and Maria was running up to her. As Jessica hugged her mother's corpse, Mr. Ordonike stood there confused. I looked down the barrel of the rifle, gazing into the darkness. The space in front of Beatrice's portrait lay in that direction. And the thing Maria was running up to was the portrait's subject. You've got to be kidding me. This is just impossible. I could fall for something like this. Witches don't exist. I won't accept it. Something like you shouldn't exist. Because this is a human world. You think I could accept something that's not human? I definitely won't accept it! When I pulled hard on the rifle's lever, the cartridge was ejected, fell on the floor, and a new cartridge was loaded. And then I sighted the witch down the barrel. Maria turned around. Still clinging to the golden witch, she turned around.
Didn't I tell you it's meaningless? Lead bullets are meaningless against Beatrice. Humans are so stupid, aren't they?
I won't accept the existence of witches! Who are you? Try moving one step, try moving one finger! I'll blast you away! Oh, she laughing crazy. Why are they laughing together? Hey! As the witches laughed. Even the large clock in the hall joined in on their laughter. It was telling us the time was 2400. It was both a tone telling us that we had reached the culmination of this day, and a tone informing us all had returned to nothing. The rule that the witch would win when time ran out had already been revealed.
Adela! George, Neutron, and Jessica! The journey has ended and the witch has revived, see?
And none shall be left alive. The witch shall praise the wise and bestow 4 treasures. One shall be all the gold from the golden land. One shall be the resurrection of all the dead souls. One shall be the resurrection of the love that was lost. One shall be to put the witch to sleep for all time. Sleep peacefully, my beloved witch, Beatrice. It's Jover. It's Jover. We lost. Well, I don't know if you can technically lose. with whatever's going on here, but what's going on? The storm passed, and the leaden clouds that had enshrouded the island for so long cleared away. From the rifts between the clouds, sunbeams shone, and yesterday's storm seemed like a lie. Just as someone had wished, the seagulls returned to the harbor once again and let their lively cries be heard. Afterwards, the police came and conducted an investigation of the scene. The corpses of the children who were thought to have survived until the very end were never found. However, because of the body parts that were discovered and the unimaginably gruesome nature of the scene, the police were forced to conclude that the chances of survival for any of the 18, and even of the children, seemed hopelessly dim. Okay, they died, but they found body parts. Just how gruesome was the banquet of the witch, and how beautiful was the golden land? They were the only ones who got to hear that tale. No tales were told to those humans who arrived after the banquet was over. The best they could do was imagine what might have happened during those 2 days. However, the witch was fickle. She made a point of leaving behind this tale, which didn't need to be heard, and was allowed to be spread. Then many years later, a strange wine bottle that had drifted on the waves to the pier of a neighboring island was pulled up by a fisherman. Inside it was a thin, tightly rolled notebook fragment written upon in cramped small letters, and there was this tale. With this notebook fragment, people will finally learn the truth of the mysterious and riddle-filled 2-day period that started on October 4th, 1986. This incident was later called by many names, such as the Rokonjima mass murders or the 18 killings of Rokonjima, through dilettantes from around the world as the witch legend serial murders. Lovers of the cult claimed it was all the result of an immoral ceremony that had sealed away off the island, and those 2 mysterious days were savagely embellished with many different interpretations as the story began to spread far and wide. However, not one of these interpretations approached the truth. Furthermore, while the notebook describes the mysterious incident, it does not reveal the truth of what happened there, or perhaps even the writer didn't know what the truth was. According to the writer, her name was Ushiromiya Maria. Incidentally, as a result of an all-out police investigation, part of Maria's body, a piece of her jaw, was discovered. It was one of the rare instances where a corpse was identified thanks to the dental records. At that gruesome scene, there had been many body parts that couldn't be identified as belonging to any specific person, so it's probably fair to say that this jaw was an extremely fortunate find. Because this jaw had been separated from its body, the police had judged her changes probably hopelessly dim, even though none of her body parts were found, or at least identified. And so let us concede this tale with the final section of the notebook fragment that Ushiromiya Maria left behind. By the time you've read this, I'll probably be dead. Whether there may or may not be a corpse, you who have read this, please find out the truth. That's my only wish. Ushiromiya Maria. To this very day, the truth of the witch legend serial murders has not been brought to light. First game, Legend of the Golden Witch result. Wait, first game? What? What's going on? What do you mean first game, dog? Stake of Satan, stake of Beelzebub, stake of Asmodeus, stake of Mammon, stake of Lucifer, stake of Leviathan, stake of Belphegor. Revived in the 9th twilight, finally opens the door to the Golden Land. Natsuki died in the 9th twilight. The witch praised her nobility and granted her the honor of a duel. Missing on the 10th twilight. After he acknowledged the existence of the witch and prostrated himself, the witch invited him to the Golden Land. The witch invite this man who denied her existence to the Golden Land? The witch will praise the wise and should bestow 4 treasures in the Golden Land. Though they chose to revive the souls of the dead, George chose lost his lost fiancé. Jessica chose the boy she had liked and lost. Maria chose the lost love of her mother. Sleep peacefully, Beatrice. Let nothing disturb your slumber ever again. The winner is the Golden Witch Beatrice. Time ran out before even one of the 18 people could solve the riddle of the gold. All 18 died when the seagulls cried, none were left alive. What? Is this some, like, time fuckery shit? What's going on? What? What? The Golden Witch has prepared a gift for you in commemoration of your stay. You can find these new features on the title screen. Didn't I finish the first episode? Or you said that was the first episode, right? Or do we have to go... Oh, what's this? Tea party? The Golden Witch has granted you an invitation to our tea party. We hope you choose to attend. How long are the tea parties? Because if they're as long as any of the episodes, I'll save it for another time. Not long, not very. Thank you guys. Okay. Then I'll do it right now before I end the stream. Woohoo, dead people. Purgatorio. Where the fuck? What?
Oh,
Hey everyone, congrats on finishing Umineko no Naku Korone. Man, I still didn't have a clue what was going on when the story ended. So, what just happened? Was that basically the bad ending where time runs out before the culprit gets exposed?
Definitely a bad ending.
That's right. Beatrice's letter, which Maria read on the first day, did tell us in advance to solve the riddle of the epitaph. We were all so busy trying to protect ourselves and look for the culprit, we didn't even take a shot at it. Shannon! That's right. If we actually tried to solve the riddle, maybe things would have ended differently. I wonder about that. I mean, Chen, you did a pretty good job too. You don't have to be our waitress and serve tea. After all, this is a rap party. Wait, I really like the idea that... that's my favorite thing in the world, is that it's like a movie AU or whatever the hell. And then everything that happens is actually just part of a show or some shit. That's my favorite thing. As a group of people who met a horrible fate, let's all get along and lick each other's wounds. Lick, 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 lick. Ew. Speaking of a horrible fate, Shannon meets the rest of us hands down, doesn't she? She was such a beautiful character, so I thought she'd definitely survive until the end. But she was killed right in the beginning. And on top of that, what was it? Half of her face was smashed, right? That's the worst. That was my role, so there was no way around it. Mei-san, it's nothing for you to worry about. Judging by the last epilogue, even Milady and the rest of them met an extremely tragic end. It seems so. I think I remember seeing this horrible picture. Kind of like my entire body had been eaten apart and dismembered. Speaking of which, don't you think Cannon's last moments were the coolest? Even though we had the tables turned on him, it was a slow showdown with the culprit, right? So much better than our confusing last moments, right? Oh, in the end, I was unable to get a solid hit in. Still, I think Cannon-kun's death was a big hint. Was it? After all, because of that, the existence of... Oh, right. Because, the butterflies, obviously. No shit, dude. No shit, Eve. That's right. At that time, everyone's location was obvious. So it was impossible for anyone other than some unknown 19th person to kill Cannon.
I said it was Beatrice from the beginning over and over.
I don't want to believe it, but that does prove the culprit was a witch calling herself Beatrice. That's right. There were many strange things that happened that a human couldn't do.
Only a witch could do things like murdering on Ava in that closed room. A human couldn't do it.
Not only is the existence of a 19th person clear, but it's also obvious that this person holds a power that humans can't even imagine. In that case, I don't think there's anything wrong with calling this person Beatrice. We probably met at the very end. Met with the Golden Witch.
Like I kept saying, Beatrice exists! All went bad. It all went bad because no one believed. What? Even one of our witch friends says that miracles won't occur if you don't believe.
That other witch's name was Parappa the Rapper. Just gotta believe.
That's right. Beatrice-sama is generous to those who respect her. It seems to me that Maria-sama was never a target of Beatrice-sama's wrath up to the very end, despite the horrible crimes that occurred one after another. Well, Maria believed in Beatrice from the very beginning. But if that's the case, how do you explain why you and the rest were all killed? You guys believed in Beatrice just as much, right? Beatrice-sama probably had her reasons. If the song of the epitaph represented Beatrice-sama's resurrection ceremony, many sacrifices were needed. He must simply have been designated to be one of those. Shannon-chan, you met a horrible end. At the very least, I wish your death could have been more peaceful and pretty. It's not like it hurts. Anyway, right now I'm perfectly fine, so don't worry.
After seeing him stroke Shannon's cheek, which had been crushed during the story, everyone laughed out loud, smiling. It feels a bit weird saying this, but I was sure the story would fit into the standard mystery genre. I'm a bit surprised to find out that it's a fantasy. Fantasy mystery, I guess? After all, a Western mansion shut away from the outside world at an isolated island with an inheritance problem on everyone's minds. Sounds just like a typical mystery novel to me.
It's not bad to say Beatrice exists.
Yes, we understand. Beatrice-sama does exist.
That's right. Beatrice-sama does exist. I hate to admit it, but I've got no choice. It's obvious that a 19th person, a witch, was involved.
Many things happen that'd be impossible for humans. During the story, we tried to deny that in all sorts of ways. Especially Battler. And now I can say it for sure. Each crime, every single one, would have been impossible for a human. They'd be impossible to carry out unless it was the witch Beatrice using the power of magic.
The culprit was a witch. That point's perfectly clear.
Long live Beatrice!
Everyone believed. I'm so happy.
Gods and witches might seem terrifying to people who are frightened of them, but I think they must be affectionate to those who believe in and respect them.
I think you're right.
So the murder case game's finally over! Now's the time to pull ourselves together and try hard to solve the riddle of the epitaph, just like Beatrice said, right?
I agree. Beatrice will definitely be happy.
Everyone ignored that letter during the story.
Even though it was thrust right in front of us, we almost completely ignored it. I kind of feel sorry for Beatrice-sama.
I've got the epitaph written down right here. Let's all solve it. Let's all solve it.
This story probably went wrong ever since that time. Wait, is this some shit where, like, we get sent back to the very beginning of the game or some shit and we have to redo it until we get it right? That'd be so fucking sick. I don't know. I'm just throwing out guesses, by the way. I don't know. Don't tell me. Don't fucking tell me or I'll kill you and then myself.
Maybe we should have tried solving the epitaph's riddle from the beginning. From the beginning, like Beatrice said. Well, it's a little late now. Even so, let's try solving it now and see if the witch forgives us. Let's go. Let's try to solve the riddle of the epitaph. It was something like, "Behold the sweet fish river running through my beloved hometown."
Maria put her notebook on the table and opened to the page where the epitaph was written. Everyone stared at it, getting really into it as they started guessing this and that about the riddle. Surrounded by the smell of black tea and freshly baked vanilla cookies, they spent time comfortably and happily. Huh? Wait, hold on a second, you guys. But Battler spoke in a way that cut through the conversation. His expression looked a little unhappy. What could he not like about all of this fun? I've been listening to you guys for a while, but why'd you all stop thinking? Why are you so sure that the witch was behind all this? Don't you realize something like that can... Even in this post-rap party, what might be the afterlife, or the golden land, or whatever else, he's still like, I don't think so. Don't you realize something like that can exist? With just those words, the happy atmosphere surrounding the tea party evaporated in an instant. George and Jessica, and Shannon and Cannon and Maria, all of them stared blankly, wondering what in the world Battler was talking about. Even the foolish, arrogant Battler realized that he hadn't chosen his words well. Because, isn't it clear that these crimes were impossible for a human? That's right, that's right. None of the cases would have been possible for a human. That's true. After all, wasn't it full of things that humans couldn't explain? I don't understand what you're saying, Battler-sama. I'm the one who doesn't have a clue what you guys are talking about. Isn't it obvious that humans committed these crimes? There's no way something like a witch exists, right? Then, what about when I was killed in the storehouse and something was done to half of my face? If the culprit was human, how could they have accomplished it? That's... well... It's hard to imagine how they did something that awful. But that was the Rose Garden storehouse, right? I'm sure there were plenty of weird tools in there. Let's say they used some electrical tools like a grinder or an electric saw. That's... Then Battler, how do you explain Grandfather's disappearance from the study when it was a closed room? Even though the door was sealed, Grandfather just suddenly disappeared, right? Didn't we explain this already? Yeah, we talked about that during the story too. He snuck out. It's not impossible that Grandfather used some trick to fool the receipt. It's also possible that he went out from the window, fell down, and Natsuki locked the window from the inside. I can think of a bunch of tricks he could use without relying on magic. That makes sense, but... In that case, Battler-kun, how do you explain the way my parents were killed in the guest room? Oh, here we go. That's the question of the century. The door was sealed by the lock and the chain. Naturally, the window was sealed too. How do you think a human could have killed my parents? Well, we did have to leave that trick alone during the story. Well, there's a good chance that the culprit had a key. And it was possible to look in through the crack of the door that the chain allowed. I know it's a stretch, but it's possible some device was used through that crack. Like, maybe they stuck something through it? Well, even though a door chain's incredibly simple, it's a big factor in setting up a closed room. There's probably some closed room trick they could have used. Well, I mean, if you bought some closed room mystery novels from the bookstore, you could probably find some trick that fit perfectly. Anyway, I can't think of one now, but I claim that there's nothing humans can't do if they try hard enough. Isn't that argument horribly irrational? It's just ridiculous to claim that it's possible for a human to do something even though you can't explain how. Why is that ridiculous? Why'd all of you stop thinking? Even something that looks impossible has to be doable. Doesn't it always work like that? You're the one being ridiculous, Battler. If you think a human could have done it, try explaining how. You can't, can you? And you're okay with saying the culprit is a witch just because I can't explain it? That argument. All the unsolved crimes in the world could be resolved by saying a witch is the culprit.
You're sidestepping the issue, Battler. You're not explaining shit. You're saying a human couldn't have done it. Therefore, the culprit is something that isn't human. And that something is a witch. But you keep arbitrarily deciding that witches are impossible even though you can't explain anything. It's almost like humanity was during the Dark Ages. Like those fools who claimed the heavens spun around the earth. Those who said the earth couldn't be spinning even though they couldn't explain why.
Well, okay, that kind of argument kind of pisses me off. I mean, this is basically what you're trying to say. If I can't explain how human could do it, then I've got to accept the culprit as a witch? It's not like we're forcing you to go that far. We were just wondering on what basis you can say such nonsense. Nonsense? Yeah, like, during the story, weren't they all like... Something isn't right, I'm scared. It feels like I'm stuck in a room with people who were given like a script on how the characters Canon, Shannon, George, Maria, Jessica act. But they cut out, like, what happened in episode 1. I'm scared. I feel really uneasy now. Have I really been saying something that weird just now? Am I the one who's crazy? You guys are really starting to freak me out. Battler-sama. When I died in the boiler room, I was killed by a 19th person who shouldn't exist. Well, no, I guess I'm the one being stupid. Most of them did suffer fates at the hand of Beatrice, so it only makes sense that they'd start believing in the witch. Can you explain how a human could have done that? At the time, the location of the 18 were well known. Even so, I was killed. We talked about that in the story as well, right? Kumasawa-ba-chan, for example. She said she followed right after you and headed down to the boiler room, but we can't know for sure whether that was a lie or not. For all we know, she might have entered the boiler room with you and caught you by surprise. Or maybe when you stepped into the boiler room, you activated some kind of trap when they might have been set up to hit you with those ice picks. After all, this thing of grandfather's body was coming from the incinerator. Someone was bound to go and check, so if the culprit just set up a trap beforehand, they could easily have stayed away from that place and used the time of Canon-kun's death to create an alibi. You're talking about a trap, but what kind of trap could that be? That's right. Following his death, everyone immediately ran over to the boiler room. But we didn't find any kind of weird device, did we? That is correct. Battler-sama, what kind of trap could I have been killed with? Well, I don't know that. But anyway, they must have used some kind of clever trap, or maybe someone's lying. What about this? Canon-kun, what if the whole thing was just you play acting? That's it, yes, you were play acting! Aunt Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi were also play acting. They made the closed room themselves and they were only pretending to be dead. Is your head okay, Battler? Are you feeling okay, Battler? Should I bring some cold drinks? Don't look at me with those pitying eyes. I'm not saying something that crazy, right? I'm just pointing out some possibilities I might find if you think of it all as a trick. I mean, look, isn't it a pretty classic trick in mystery stories to have one of the victims just be playing dead? Classic trick. In other words, when Canon-kun was killed, we knew for sure where all the rest of us were. Let's assume that Kumasawa-ba-chan wasn't lying.
But that's only counting the survivors. What if the culprit pretended to be dead and joined a group of real victims so we'd lose track of them, and then acted on their own later? Everything would be explained. I mean, yes, but also that is a lot of work, Battler. Are you trying to say that Eva or one of the others was the culprit? But didn't Dr. Nanjo confirm all of their deaths as a doctor? That's right. Dr. Nanjo checked all of the victims. Battler, for your theory to work, wouldn't Dr. Nanjo have to be one of the culprits too? Yeah, that's right. Once you consider that Dr. Nanjo might have been one of the culprits and faked the proclamation of death, the whole story changes. See? I mean, that's also a classic trick in mystery novels, ain't it?
But Dr. Nanjo was killed too, right?
About that. That's right, Dr. Nanjo faked his death. After all, there wasn't anyone except Dr. Nanjo who could examine corpses properly. And everyone was really confused then anyway. We didn't have any spare time to check and see if he still had a pulse. What are you doing, Battler? With this theory, any one of the dead people could have been walking around. He's cooking? He needs to get out of the kitchen. Like Cole said, get him away from the stove. If he's cooking something, he is pouring in every poison known to man. Salt, pepper, chlorine, acid. What is he doing? What is he doing? I think it would have been hard for the 6 of us who died in the beginning to do that. After all, the shutter was closed and there was a padlock that couldn't have been opened from the inside. That's right. Mom was holding onto that key. So was Mom one of the culprits too? Wait a sec! Maybe it was impossible for the first 6, but in the case of Anake's parents, the door was only locked on the outside. So they could have opened it from the inside? That's right, after we left the room, maybe they jumped out the window and got to the boiler room first. Is that too much of a stretch? Or maybe Dr. Nanjo made a mistake when examining the corpses. Look, he said it himself, right? He said there's a very high probability of making a mistake when examining corpses. You disguised it well enough to prepare a substitute body, you could fake your own death. Let's leave the method or trick they used for later. And you see, it's not that hard to deny the 19th person existed, right? Much less a witch, right? At least that much is completely impossible. If I right click... Okay, I thought if I could right click and bring up the menu. Oh, it does. No, everyone's dead. I didn't realize this. Oh. Missing. Kihihihihi. This fool made the world where everyone could be happy all come to nothing. Though Beatrice is extremely angry, she also seems to be enjoying herself immensely. It's almost as though she's waited 1,000 years to get her hands on a toy as fun as this one. Hopefully even this fool will be able to see you before too long. Missing, missing, missing. Even though everyone was getting along so well after being reunited in the Golden Land, all of the magic came to nothing because of a certain hard-headed fool. Afterwards, the demons chewed him to the bone and he went to hell. Even though she was given a precious invitation to the Golden Land, a single fool refused to believe in the witch and all the magic disappeared. Is it talking about, like, right now? I'm scared. I don't know why you've been trying so stubbornly to say that one of us is the culprit. In other words, you want to suspect one of your relatives? That's not it.
It's just... I can't easily accept that a 19th person existed. And even if one did, I think we should construct our argument from the point of view that the culprit was a human. Do you remember how George said he felt like he remembered being torn apart? Oh! Oh, so we're in heaven right now. Or the afterlife, let's say that. Or hell. Maybe we are in hell. I mean, they'd just say we got torn apart and then sent to hell, at least George. Oops. Even if one did, I think we should construct our argument from the point of view that the culprit was a human. I'll only accept that it's a witch in desperation at the very end after everything else has been disproved. There's no way witches exist, right? Why has everyone been casually accepting the culprit was a witch? I think it's great how your family love makes you hate the thought that someone close to you is a murderer. But is it okay to let that fool you? Oh right, I totally forgot the scene was literally called Purgatory. Oh my god. Is it okay to let that fool you? Don't you want to find the detestable culprit who killed so many people? Aniki, don't you want to avenge your parents? Jessica, don't you want to avenge Cannon-kun? And Cannon-kun, don't you want to avenge Shannon-chan? Shannon-chan. How am I saying Shannon-chan? Shannon-chan, you should at least want to know who it was that killed you. Why is everyone totally surrendered and decided that the culprit was a witch? What's wrong with all of you? The foolish and short-tempered battler tried to force his ignorance on the others and yelled at them. However, everyone just looked at him pityingly, silently watching over him. At the time, the wise Maria laughed and pointed out Battler's mistake. Huh? I'm shocked. All I see is you repeating this nonsense thinking you figured something out, Battler. So, what's next? How would a human do it? In practical terms, I mean. I imagine you'll say I just can't think of anything now, or with some kind of device, using abstract words to run away and evade the topic. What I really want to know is this, Battler. Why don't you believe in Beatrice? She exists, so why don't you believe? Because she doesn't exist. Witches don't exist. There's no way. It was almost like a spoiled child who just doesn't want to accept something. The pitying gazes quietly closed in around Battler, but they didn't reach his stubborn heart. You realize you're acting just like a spoiled brat throwing a tantrum, right? Battler, I understand your feelings, but Beatrice does exist. You know what? Maybe this is hell. Maybe it really is hell. They're surrounded by an idiot who doesn't believe in the witch. And then Battler, he's surrounded by what he perceives to be weirdos who are like, why do they believe in a witch? This really is a version of hell, huh? Why don't you believe? Even though there's so much proof. I don't accept the argument that the witch must have been behind everything just because I can't explain it. Does this mean that if you don't know how a light bulb shines, then magic is the cause? That's wrong, isn't it? There's nothing that can't be explained without magic. All of this about witches and magic is just abdication of thought. You just surrendered and gave up because you don't understand what happened. Isn't that right?
Nah. Well, unsurprisingly, it looks like you alone would believe no matter what, Battler.
But even a single person doesn't believe the miracle won't occur. So if you don't rethink your ignorant theories, the miracle, the magic won't be completed.
I get it now. Finally figured it out. In other words, you guys are trying to force me to say the witch exists, right? A lie that everyone accepts becomes the truth. Is that what this is all about? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I keep going on about this, but what you're doing is all useless. I refuse. You guys are all pressing me, and that's why it's all useless.
Why?
Sorry, but why don't you let me spin the chessboard around one last time? We said the thing, spin! Spin the board! If you want to force me to accept that there's a witch, there's a really easy way. It's not the indirect way of saying it must be a witch because humans couldn't have done it. All you have to do is show me a witch doing it with magic. Furthermore, what Maria said earlier is what'll really dig her grave. You said that even if one person doesn't believe, a miracle won't occur. But real miracles happen whether people believe in them or not. Even if I alone don't believe. So any miracles or magic or witches that exist only because I believe in them are downright lies. What? Huh? The uneasy mood following Battler's ignorant rant was blown away by a very soft and light laugh. Whose laugh? Battler was surprised. He had never heard that voice before. When he looked at George and Jessica, at Shannon and Cannon and Maria, he noticed that they had suddenly gone respectfully silent. I knew it was coming, but she's here! How amusing. I haven't met such a charming human for quite some time. What? Who are you? Don't you even know the host of the tea party you were invited to? How amusing indeed. Oh, the chime played! Golden Witch, who has lived for 1,000 years. He's fucking turning over in his grave right now. Oh, Beatrice! Beatrice! Ah! The Golden Witch who has lived for 1,000 years. She surpassed the limits of humans, and like demons, will sometimes appear in response to the summons made by humans to offer her power in exchange for a price. She likes black tea and ice cream. She hates boredom and people who deny her existence. It's an honor to be graced with your presence, Beatrice-sama. Please forgive Battler-kun's ranting. This guy's just stubborn and he still doesn't understand the situation he's in. What a treat this is. Most witches get tired of living after the first 1,000 years. How nice it is to meet a man with a backbone such as yourself every once in a while. It's quite an honor to be present when Beatrice shows herself, Battler. How astonishing. Are you really that desperate to make me believe that a witch, that a 19th person is the culprit? This is starting to get interesting. And it's all useless. You must be the illusion that Maria and the others call the witch Beatrice. And you'll only be allowed to exist if everyone believes it. You have that kind of half-existence, right? That's why you want to make me believe too. You can't exist because I alone don't believe in you. Isn't that right? Your powers of comprehension aren't bad for a mere commoner who knows nothing of magic. It seems you were born with a strong magic-resisting power. You're a natural enemy of us witches. No matter how much we turn your world upside down, you never believe in us. Therefore, the magic won't succeed. I accept that attitude of yours. I've got no clue what you're saying. I've got no clue what you're saying. It's very kind of you to go to all the trouble of showing yourself to us. But I don't believe you exist in the slightest. It's true that many strange things happened during those 2 days. Like Maria said earlier, even though I think all the tricks can be explained, I still can't lay out the practical details of each one. That doesn't mean I'll surrender. I'm different from the rest of them, got it? I'll never accept that it was the work of a witch just because I can't explain it. Her little thing! Cute! This keeps getting more amusing. Making you surrender will be worth my while. You're just the kind of man I'd like to force into praising my name. I'd love... Maybe she doesn't have a last name because her last name is like Freaky. Beatrice the Freak. Freakatrice? Maybe her real name is Freakatrice. I'd love to try making a man like you kiss my toes. If you want to talk nonsense, talk all you want. I deny you exist. All of the events can be explained with human tricks. There's no room for even a speck of magic or witches. Wonderful. What a perfect way to divert oneself from 1,000 years of boredom. Now let me ask you. A short while ago, you said that using the crack in the door would be sufficient to kill Eva and Hideyoshi, right? Explain how they could have been killed using some human trick. Oh, there you go. Suddenly jumping right into the toughest part, are you? Does that mean this is the trick you're proudest of? Miss Real Culprit? Oh, that was a cool effect. With a shake of her golden pipe, genty multicolored smoke trailed out the end. The smoke quickly obscured their surroundings and they were suddenly in the hallway of the mansion. Whoa! The door in front of them slightly opened, but secured by the chain was... It's the door to the room where Eva and Hideyoshi were killed. A nice trick. Very well. Show me what you would do through the small crack, battler. He really does default to the device shit all the time. He really does. It was a good night, Cole. Take care. They probably had some device to shoot those ice picks. If they used that. How would they reach Eva over on the bed when you can't see that far through this crack? And how would they reach Hideyoshi in the bathroom with the door shut? Damn. There's a crack. There should be some way. If you can't think of one, allow me. The only thing I can think of is just Eva opens the door for them, kills them, goes to Hideyoshi, kills them, and then this is the part I don't know. They either go out through the door again and are about to close it, and then they engage the little chain lock if that's possible from the outside, But no, that can't have been the case. If that was the case, I don't think Cannon would have gotten the bolt cutters then. Never mind, that immediately flies out the window. I'm not sure then. How would a witch do it? Come on, let's see your little trick.
You're being rude at Beatrice, Battler.
How nice. What a charming man. That'll make it even more fun to force him into submission. Really want to make me kiss your toes that much? Only if I surrender. But watch. I'll definitely expose this trick and then I'll make it kiss my ass instead. What a delightful man. I'll remember that promise. Weak witches kiss the behinds of demons to gain power. Because there's no more humiliating oath. Just being told that makes me want to force you into surrender. Couldn't they? Couldn't they have locked it from the outside? Or is the lock only from the inside? Oops, that falls apart then. Paying no mind to Battler's worthless ranting, Beatrice once again shook the golden pipe. That golden pipe was her precious magic cane. Wait, that's so cool! Come arise, children. I am the guide of purgatory. Forgive the deadly sins and hold the 7 stakes. Guided by those magic words, which sounded like a command, 7 stakes gathered. They were the stakes of the 7 demons symbolizing the deadly sins of sinful people. Beelzebub and Asmodeus, come forgive the sins, release the spirits of the sinners. Pigs of Beelzebub and Asmodeus responded to Beatrice's call. The stakes of the 2 demons were sucked in right through the crack of the door like billiard balls struck by a cue stick. And several scattered noises refracted through the wall, making a sound like a woodpecker. And at the sound, a pleasant sound could be heard. It was a small, satisfying sound like the one heard when someone's chopping firewood, and the falling axe neatly and easily slices through the wood. It was the sound of 2 picks burying themselves deep into Ava's and Hideyoshi's foreheads. Right down the middle. Wanna see? They definitely heard 2 sounds like a pair of foreheads being split open. Excuse me. Battler wasn't permitted to see it since he was on the other side of the door. But those 2 had died again, and the second time they lay not an inch apart from where they had lain last time. The same exact blood spray as before. You moron. That's insane. Do you think you can just kill them like that? I can kill them. I can kill them just like this. Suddenly, they were no longer in the hall, but seated at the tea party they started at. Everyone but Battler was sitting meekly, but Cannon was moaning, fresh blood dangling from his mouth. What a rude thing to do at a tea party. Satan's stake was buried deep into Cannon's chest. Cannon! I can't sleep, I can't scream, it's starting to get a little late. I don't want to risk waking up anyone else in the house. Battler was the only one getting agitated. George, Jessica, Shannon. Everyone else was meekly hanging their heads like students being yelled at by their teacher. Cannon was captivated by a trifling anger and tried to disturb my banquet. Being easily captivated by anger is your deadly sin. Cleanse yourself, repent, and do it over. Gotta get that sama in.
Please forgive him. I think Canon-kun has repented enough. Wonderful. I'm generous to those who respect me.
Now just go at me.
You think I'll accept your existence because of this cheap act? Like hell you're a 1,000-year-old witch. The tricks aren't 1,000 years old, they're just the sum of a century of classic tricks from the mystery show. He's such a denier. He's so funny. There's no such thing as magic. Definitely not. All of the crimes can be explained with human tricks. You would explain my 1,000 years with 100 years of humans? Good, good. That's why I like you.
Foolish battler.
Cut it out, Battler-kun. You can't go against the witch.
Hi Arcto, thank you so much for the raid. Howdy.
I'm sort of just finishing up this tea party of Umineko. So if you've ever wanted to play Umineko, I suggest you leave. Get out. Now.
But thank you so much for the raid. Howdy.
Howdy Raiders, my name's Eve, and right now we're playing Umineko. I'll repeat it again, but if you ever want to play Umineko in the future, even if it's like 5 or 10 years from now that you get to it, you gotta get the fuck away from here, man. Get out of here.
But thank you so much for the raid. Hope your stream was good.
Hope you had a good time, and if you gotta rest and eat, please go do so. Hi Loria again. Did I finish episode 1? Yes, we're doing the tea party right now. You love Umineko?
People happy.
It's a pretty good game. It's a pretty good game, man. It's pretty good. Shannon started moaning, holding her cheek. Maybe she had a toothache. But it wasn't a toothache after all. A slight redness spread across the cheek Shannon was holding. It looked like that redness was causing Shannon unbearable pain. Her fingers were pressing in against her cheek and drops of sweat appeared all over her body.
Shannon!
Hang in there. Hang in there. What's going on? What the hell is that red stuff? I think I have COVID. I think I have COVID. It expanded rapidly, covering half of Shannon's face. Good job, or good work.
Thank you.
The stupid dense battler finally realized. Wait, he's directly causing all of this? That's so funny. You're a piece of shit, battler. Please, Battler-kun, please believe in Beatrice. I beg you. Because you won't believe. Because you won't believe. The magic is dissolving? For the first time in his life, Battler heard that sound like a pomegranate splitting. The red spray even landed on Battler's face. Poor Shannon's face had been split in half, and her last horrible moments in that storehouse were repeated once again. You just gotta believe. Battler and Parappa the Rapper would be mortal enemies. Stop it, stop it, stop it. Don't humiliate the dead. Don't humiliate them. This time the redness spread across George's entire body. It was like the beautiful cloud drawn by milk when it's poured into black tea. It spread out and extended across his body. As it did, it seemed to give George increasingly greater pain. Looking at this bizarre spectacle, Battler was petrified as he frankly thought, with his pitifully clumsy imagination, about the nature of this strange death George and the rest were experiencing. Eventually, that redness reached the nearby Jessica as well.
Ouch! 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 Ouch!
So many raids today, and I'm pretty sure I'm at the tail end of my stream. Hi Lily, how was your stream? Were you playing Fortnite? What were you up to? Oh, so as a forewarning, we're playing Umineko, and if you ever want to play that game in the future, and you probably should consider it, get away from the stream. Leave! Get the fuck out! Leave now! Leave now! 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 Look at videos, and then I drew, and then I played Fortnite. You're describing like what I assume to be like an iPad kid's average day. That's what it sounds like. You're like that tweet that's like,
Today I watched videos, and then I drew.
I was like, I hate you. I genuinely hate you.
And then I played Fortnite afterwards.
I seriously fucking hate you. But thank you for the raid, Lily. I appreciate it. It's just what my nephew does in a day, actually. I mean, if you think about it, we're all technically iPad kids at heart. If you like spend any amount of time with your computer playing games, you are literally that picture of the guy that's like,
I love playing Fortnite. Today I drank lemonade and ate cookies, and then I played Umineko for 8 hours.
Now it's writing time.
I am enjoying it. I just finished episode 1, and it is very fucking awesome. This is so lit. Let's keep going. Keep going without further ado. But yes, Lily, if you want to go ahead and eat, sleep, drink, rest, etc., please go ahead. I feel really bad because I'm starting to play this, but I still haven't finished 7 Mysteries of Hanjo. I need to go back and finish that sometime.
Stop it! Stop it!
What did Aniki do? What did Jessica do? Just stop it. Battler, you stupid fuck! You ruined everything! Don't let the witch break your spirit. Deny her, erase her. As long as at least one person denies her, she's an illusion that can't exist. Oh, wait, I thought you guys wanted... Wait, no, that's what George wanted. But Jessica's encouraging Battler? Are you okay, Jessica, as she's bleeding across the floor being torn to pieces? George was no longer recognizable as a human. That sound effect is fucking awesome, by the way. He looked like the pile of leftover meat after the good delicious meat has been scraped off to be cooked. The only thing that even resembled a human was the shape of his lower jaw and ribcage. And it was clear that Jessica, who was covered with a steadily strengthening redness, was approaching the same fate.
Battler, you should believe in Beatrice. If you don't, everyone's magic will dissolve.
Oh, we're gonna see the same thing happen to a 9-year-old kid? I revive all the dead with my magic, but as long as you don't believe, the magic will hold no true power. But I'm sure that a man like yourself once rendered us something like this, right? Battler, we didn't want to doubt our friends. We refused to face reality and gave in to the witch. But Battler, you won't give in to the witch. Now that I don't have to voice everything, I really do get to revel in the voice acting, and it's so pleasing. Let's turn it up a little. Poor Jessica met the same end. Just like George, she ended up like a butcher's leftovers. George and Jessica were now so destroyed, melted, and mixed up that it was impossible to tell them apart.
Don't cry, Battler. Beatrice will restore the dead over and over. So there's nothing to be sad about. So, even if we die, we're still just... fine.
Dies. The redness began eating into the wholeness of Maria's body. The foolish battler watched and screamed.
てめえは許さねえ。絶対に許さねえ。何が魔女だ。何が魔法だ。
World's most professional denier.
洗礼をかけてお前を否定してやるぞ。
I'll risk my body insult and deny.
何が何でもてめえを認めるわけにはいか
No
ねえ。
matter what happens, I can't accept you.
ここまで敵に回しやがった以上、絶対にてめえだけは許さねえ。許さねえ。
He's crying again.
絶対許さねえ。 よくもこの後ろ宮バトラーを敵に回しやがった。
You'll regret making use of me and battle your enemy. I'll deny you no matter what.
どんな不可解だろうと全部人間で説明してやる。
No matter how baffling things get, it can all be explained by humans.
てめえをこの世から細胞のひとかけらまで残さず消し去ってやる。
よくぞ言ったぞバトラとや。
Battler wasn't. That's just the thing to divert me from my 1,000 years of boredom. Explain. Try explaining it all with human tricks. And learn how low the humans are.
我が1000年を人間どもが気づいたとかいう100年で太刀打ちできるか。ためそれでこそお前を屈服させる楽しみが増すというものよ。さあ聞こう。 バトラとマリアの手紙は6人の殺し方を
Maria's letter, how the 6 were killed, the shudder. This track, by the way, is fucking nuts.
源氏たちの逆魔は夏日の自殺は気分の謎は隠された黄金のありかは
Why did you show me the power of humans? That's a raw line. That is so sick. I love that line. Oh. Oh my god. That is crazy. That is crazy that this was a fucking... That this is a fucking, what do you call it? A T thing, like a post-episode thing. I thought this was gonna be like a little extra thing here. Short scene. Umineko's OC is so... Yeah, Golden Slaughter is really, really good. I think... I've been listening to the Rose. I think it's called Rose. At least that's what it's called on YouTube. But the opening OST, I've been listening to that on occasion. It's such a beautiful song. Occasionally, I pull out Golden Slaughter when I'm pooping. Because that's what I'm doing to the toilet. Sorry. Golden Slaughter's up there though. That one's a really good track. That scared me. Ayeek! Question has been added. Huh? Welcome to the tea party of those who are not human. Okay. What's this? I'm in a void, a purple void. I know like a lot of my friends are obsessed with this character. I think a lot of my friends are obsessed with this character. Like so many people all over my other Twitter and some of my more recent friends or newer friends that I've met recently, they're also obsessed with her. I don't even know who she is.
千年紅茶をたしなんだが、そのようなものは知らぬ。つくづくこの世は生き飽きぬものよ。
ベアと、そんなにも敵意をむき出しにしなくて。
Beto? That's such a cute nickname. Oh my gosh.
私は
Beto, that's so cute.
あなたの領地のルールを犯しに来たつもりはないわ。
敵意などみじん。伝説の魔女。
Probably concerned with seeing to it that the legendary witch, Lady Bernkastel is well attended to.
誤解があるわね。私は無力よ。
Oh, Bernkastel, okay.
あなたのように一人を100殺す恐ろしい力を持った魔女の前には全くの無力。
その無力な魔女どもが何人たりとも寄せ付けぬ力をお持ちなのだから恐れ入かの大魔女ラムダデルタ教を短期にて退けられたのだから。
コンクラベに勝っただけよ。あの子が飽きただけのこと。
ラムダデルタ教はそうは言ってなかったのだな。過ぎた謙遜はかえって醜くもあるぞ。ベルンカステル。
Where the fuck did she fuck off to?
あの子は
Oh, she's floating on the ceiling now.
一人を必ず殺す力。しかしこの世に必ずは存在しない。一をいくら割ろうとも決してゼロにはできぬようにあの子はそれを限りなくゼロに近づけ限りなく絶対を生み出す力を持つ。あんな恐ろしい魔女と戦うのは二度とごめんよ。
しかしそなたはゼロでない限り
The power to cause success without fail, as long as the odds aren't zero.
この世に必ずは存在しないとの玉を今日ご自身が必ずの力をお持ちでおられる。恐ろしい恐ろしい。
一人を無限に殺す力。私はあなたの方が恐ろしいけれど。
The power to kill an individual endlessly. Oh, so that's what was happening in the Tea Party. Awesome. That's awful, actually. What the fuck?
そなたから見ればこんなのはさまつな力。褒めても何も出ぬとはまさにこのこと。
私はかけらを渡り退屈から逃れ続ける逃亡の旅人。あなたが面白そうなことを始めたと聞いたからやってきただけのこと。あなたが面白くなくなったら勝手に出ていくからご心配なく。
大ベルンカステル教にご降覧いただけ。このベアトリーチェ強烈至極に存じるぞ。してご感想を。
ラムダデルタはとても残酷で恐ろしいけれど理解であなたは一見慈しみがあるけれど全く理解できない。だからあの子よりずっと恐ろしい。
気まぐれなのは我が勝負。許すがいい。それに気まぐれなる際の目に運命を託すわ。ベルンカステル教に好まれることだ。
I love gambling! She on the fucking ceiling again.
はっきりと出したい目がある。あなたとは違う。そしてどの目であってもあなたの期待を裏切る。サイコロが何の目を見せようとも必ずあなたは満足する。その意味においてあなたは私をはるかに凌駕する。
She fucking teleporting everywhere.
あなたの中にはゼロしかない。だから私の力ではあなたから勝機を得られない。最悪な相性よ。ラムダデルタなら逆に相性がいい。あなたの無限を殺せるでしょうか。
やはり紅茶を飲むなら魔女とに限る。退屈しない。
I love that fucking effect so much. She just be coming in and out of here.
退屈が私を殺す唯一の毒だから私無限の魔女ベアトリーチェ卿。
それがお望みならこのベアトリーチェさらに楽しませてお見せしましょう。ならすぐにでも次のチェス盤をお持ちした方
No
が
idea what the fuck's going on right now, but I assume that's supposed to be the case.
紅茶よりも次なる物語の方がおかわりにふさわしいらしい。しばし待たれ。
あなたも厄介なのに好かれたようね。
Why is she looking at me? Hey, I don't like this. Something troublesome seems to have taken a liking to you. I'd really like to lend you my power, but as you heard, that girl's power might have a very bad compatibility. Unfortunate as that may be.
You helped me?
Oh, she's giving us the Wikipedia rundown on her.
ベアトリーチェという名の存在を持っているけれども、だからといってそれは
Doesn't necessarily mean she's one individual woman.
意味がわかる。
There's more than one Beatrice?
あれは人
Or
間
something
の
like
誰
that?
かじゃない。
She's not
こ
just
の
some
世界のル
human.
ールが擬人化した存
Her
在だと
existence
いう。
is a personification of the rules of this world.
あの子を倒すにはこの世界のル
The
ールを
Vader, you
暴
have
き
to expose the rules of this
それを
world
解
and
きほぐ
unravel
さなけれ
them.
ばならない。それは例えるなら
Perhaps this can be likened to learning the rules of chess by watching
観
a
戦しな
game.
がら学んまずはチェス盤を見
Take a
渡
good
し
look at
な
the
さい。
chessboard
そして
and learn the
駒の動きと
movements
役割
and
に
roles
気
of
づ
the
きなさい。
pieces.
そしてあの子のゲーム
Then
の
look for
勝
the
利条
conditions
件を探り
required
な
to
さい。
win at our game.
それらが暴けたときそこにあの子の心臓がさらけ出される。あとは引き裂くも握りつぶすも思いのまま。私も決まり
Thank you, Burn Castal. Thank you.
かつて人の身だった頃私はたったこれだけのことを気づくのに100これはベアトに囚われた哀れなあなたへのささやかな選別さながら一本のスプー
It's
ン。
just like a spoon.
スプーンはスープを飲むのに使うだけじゃない。あなたを閉じ込める赤狼を掘り抜き魔女の目玉をえぐる武器にもなる。
If I right click, does this do anything? Huh. Oh, it's just these two. Execute, resurrect? What? What? Huh? The Witch of the Fragments who's lived 1,000 years. It is said she lives in a world where the concepts of fate and possibilities can be visualized. She observes the fate of humans and sometimes interferes. In other words, sometimes she is you and sometimes she is your only friend, understand? She likes wine and spicy foods and hates boredom and people who never learn. Would I use this dream to try and kill me despite being a mere human? Fire your bullets and they will merely reflect back towards you, like light off a mirror. However, there does exist just one way to kill me. You hold that method in the palm of your hand, the way that one as mediocre as you could ever pull it off. By constantly continuing to think I will live forever. In other words, if I were to stop thinking, I could die at any time. However, once I start thinking again, I can also revive at any time. That's why I'm fickle and whimsical. I live as I please, die as I please, and revive as I please. To continually sip the watery soup inside your eternal cell? No intention of becoming your ally. I feel empathy, but you won't help me with the fuck! It's like I'm sitting in front of the TV yelling at you on the other side, even though my voice won't reach you. That's a really good description. You understand that I am a witch, right? She's over there now. You just said you wouldn't, though. You just said you wouldn't. I'm your game piece? Give it your best shot. I'll give you advice sometimes out of her sight. Don't bore me, okay? Okay. I'll try not to. Bye. What the hell was that? Oh, the next episode's luck has been removed. You can find these new features again.
Excuse me for dropping in.
Oh, hey, it changed. Cool. Hips? Take a look at your recent stay. We hope this will help you better recall. Oh shit, there's a bunch of shit here. Bunch of new shit, I mean. Witch's game record. Chosen by the Key of the Golden Land and offered up as... Oh, this is just stuff we previously saw, I think. Yeah, during the credits of episode 1. Winchester M14 or M1894 sawed-off. A sawed-off custom version of a rifle manufactured during the golden age of Winchesters. The special model more than makes up for its shorter lethal range by its portability and old-time cool factor. It can even be fired as quickly as a pistol if one works the lever action skillfully enough. Furthermore, any true lover of old western dramas can't help but be attracted to the one-handed reload made possible by its characteristic lever handle. To match with Kinto's personal preferences, it was made to handle .45 long Colt bullets. It holds 4+1 rounds. Stakes containing the 7 magics that represent the 7 deadly sins. In accordance with their users' orders, they bury themselves into the desired location of the desired target with perfect accuracy. Because they flit about at ultra-high speeds and change their trajectories at will by bouncing off the walls and the like, they have no blind spots and will hit their targets without fail no matter what. No matter what form of cover they might be hiding behind. Furthermore, it is possible to change the force they hit with depending on the part of the body at which they strike. They're extremely powerful weapons but cannot target pure people who haven't committed one of the 7 deadly sins, people who have a strong resistance to magical power. Oh. It's so cool that we can do that. Cool! Cool! Alright guys, you ready for another 8 hours? Alright, I'm just kidding. Turn of the Golden Witch. Good morning, the Golden Witch eagerly awaits your arrival. Please do grant her that wish. Were you able to get a good rest and perfect your strategy?
The witch expects a lot from you and is more than ready to launch an assault right from the start. I also look forward to seeing your strategy. The difficulty level is extreme. The witch intends to make you surrender all at once. Alright. Obviously, I'm not going to. It's about time for me to take a break. So I'll see you guys next week for... next Thursday, I should say. I should specifically say. Next week for some more Umineko. I'll see you guys tomorrow for the start of my little Paradise Lost event where I'll be voicing again, once again, voicing the entirety of... what was it? Yeah, What Makes the Sky Blue 2 Paradise Lost. Waiting that tomorrow, people happy. Yeah, of course. Of course, Umineko's fucking sick. This fucking shit is so cool, dude. I'm actually in love with this game, genuinely. Okay. Let's see. Ooh, two. I know, let's go visit. Let's see what he's up to. I don't think he'll be... oh, he's been going at it for a while. Okay. I'm gonna take you guys over to Hiragiyo. Oh, never mind. They have raids turned off. Womp womp. Okay, smile. Here, I'll send you guys to... they have raids turned on, rather. To Inari. There we go. Right now they're playing, The Coffin of Andy in Lele. Or Lily? I don't know how it's pronounced. Holy shit, I am pooped. But if you guys are around tomorrow, we'll see you then. Little model showcase, etc., etc. Otherwise, I'll see you guys next week for more Umineko. Yeah, of course, no problem. Thanks for sticking around for so long. I can't believe I was streaming for 9 hours. Oops. I'd only planned to stream until like 11 PM, but it is now midnight. Oopsie, oopsie. Oh, right. Raid messages. Here. I still need to fix this. But I'll probably end up changing the message eventually, but that's not the time. But there's that for you. I'll see you guys around tomorrow if you want to. If you want to stick around for, what do you call it? For, What Makes the Sky Blue Part 2. Oh gosh, I'm starting to lose my grip on reality. Yeah, bye guys, thanks for sticking around for so long. Take care, see you next week if you're here for Umineko exclusively. Otherwise, till next time. Ugh, pooped. I'm so poopied. I'm fucking tired as hell, man.